but in a secondary way.
Okay.
Okay, so as far as points, Newcastle. I can't do the 3. You're doing a 4 and 5, and I'll try to roll my thumb at you to indicate that 5th point.
Okay.
Just a thumb sticking out.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
How does that sound? Like, you just
Oh, sorry, what I'm saying. Oh, and then, I'm sorry, initial pass, and then, like, I guess, no pass, no penalty would be me doing that.
no initial pass. Yeah, so that's what you showed me.
Oh, yeah, she never got out. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that's.
Yeah, no,
And if you are you sure those points are right, don't be afraid to do it. Like, and I might be like, no, but yeah, feel free to back to her bench without incident, and then I'll go to the line. Yeah, it's nodding. And during the jam, I'm going to look at straight away so I can kind of look at you.
Right, that's why I always wait, because like, if I sit here, you're not going to look up, so I always wait.
Perfect.
I try to put it down at the same time.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I say, Dorian Graves.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, you are?
Welcome to day 1 of Beach Brawl 2016. This Beach Brawl International Invitational Tournament is set to roll. My name is Nicky Baptist. It's my pleasure to be here with you. And joining me on the mic, please welcome all the way from the United Kingdom, this is Beatrice. So talk a little bit about it if you were Over on track C, action begins at 10 a.m. Oklahoma Grrls taking out the Rollergirls. And from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, Winnipeg Rollergirls will take on the Rollergirls at noon. And on track C, Barnstable Rollergirls will take on the Greensboro Rollergirls at 2 p.m. And track C action will finish at 4 p.m. with Newcastle taking on Dublin Rollergirls. So a full day of action here on day one of
taking on the Grrls at the moment. Great yet again to see some jury representation here at the Beach Brawl, and I know all the teams are really excited to be here. Big thanks to all for both for participation. I think it's going to be really interesting to see Paris and Central City out here. Great to see how they get on. So it's going to be cool. Dublin, I saw in the hotel tonight. And certainly ready for their day on Saturday.
all teams well prepared to be here. And I am captain to all three of the beach ball tournaments so far. The action itself seems to amp up as teams know that they try to find ways to represent their leagues, to represent their home towns, and it's the element of pride, I think, that increases the team's desire to do well in events of this type.
Yeah, exactly, and the team will do well when everybody's going to be watching at home, cheering them on. You know, it's great because it's actually like 2 o'clock in the UK right now. Perfect time to just pretend we're doing some work on a Friday afternoon to just watch the live stream.
That's a great idea. That actually answers what my next question was going to be, which is where are we time-wise in the UK? And so, hopefully folks, if they need to, can see online and check out the action here while they're, of course, moving or condition.
Stealth roll without reviewing. I can tell you something, I'm not entirely sure what time of day or what day it is right now. All I know is it's here, and I can see some amazing all that, all the fans do.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was telling this friend earlier, I keep forgetting it is Friday, not Saturday. Which is great, because that means we've got 3 whole days of roller derby action coming at you from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, here at Fort Lauderdale Convention Center. Our home, thanks to our host of the Grrls for Beach Ball 2016.
So I think probably a great time to just review the rosters. We'll take Rain City. We had Patty Monday, Vivian People, number 11, Faye Roberts, 12, Alex Wilde, number 38, Faye Talbon, 419, Ruthless Philly, 48, Smack Mamba, 5, Novo Chanel, 6, Missy Rascal, 666, Alex Valentine, 6955, Menace, number 75, Luna Bonner, 77, Liz Keaton, 8, Fisher, and 88, Bruce Banshee.
And for the county welcomes out of Newcastle, number 0, Ramadan, number 1, Penny Bazaar, number 1038 is Rawline Fantastic, number 11, Jim and Sonic, number 14 is Captain Missy Pow Pow, alongside number 2, Sniper, 27, Hit 1 Full One, number 29, Zoe, number 3, Anita Dynasty, number 52, Bucks Liz, 75 is Guinevere Gemla, number 79 is Strangled, and number 88, Alembi James. Those are your candy belters from Newcastle upon time. Candy belters, Beatrice, talk a little bit about that.
So it's a Newcastle partnership. People from Newcastle are just very like it's very wrong.
That's why I'm making you do it.
In Newcastle, it's a Newcastle site, so belters means you really good. Just looking at the Newcastle to know belters means you're really good. And candy is all about being smart and clever, so they're smart, clever, fantastic things. But candy belters rolls off the tongue a little bit more, I think.
Well, that helps me, that's fine. So thank you.
I'm just here to have all the European knowledge I have.
One of the many reasons I said I can call with her first. All right, we're on this way for jam number 1. Here is the Racing and Newcastle. We do have some folks in the stands, early risers. Thank you so much for being here as we get ready to start today's action. And I got a big shout out from our crowd over here so we can hear you online. All right, that is the sound of more coffee needed, so I'm sure it will increase as it needs. Set to start the action, I want to say thank you to our many sponsors here this weekend. You'll hear about them throughout the weekend, beginning with Adam, as Adam is our Jammerline sponsor here at Beach Brawl on both tracks. So the Adam Jammerline is going to be crowded quite a bit throughout the entire weekend. And we'll talk about Adam and their products as the weekend goes on. I also want to say thank you to Loda for being here, and also I want to say a big thank you to Rydell for over 7 years. Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates unmatched quality, unmatched performance.
So you guys at home, if you're excited, watching your sneaker viewing party at work, or just have a look on the social media at the garden, the UK is experiencing an unique way right now, I think in direct support of each other. Then do use the hashtag BeachBrawl2016 and tell us how much you're enjoying watching the roll down here and what's going on.
you will be entered to win a free prize at the end of the day. So,
I like to think it's going to be in disguise somehow, maybe in like a skate helmet on.
possibly,
The shine is going to be quite obvious.
yes, I'm hoping it's obvious so that I can hopefully win it in right into their contest. So make sure you look for Tuesday the General Head Start if you're here in the venue. For those of you who are watching online, it's very reason for you to come next year so you can get a chance to meet Tuesday the General Head Start. Because those of us here are going to get a chance to have some prizes. But we thank you for joining us as day one of Beach Brawl is set to begin.
That would absolutely be one reason for joining us here at the venue next year. But I think another one would just be, you know, your childhood presents.
Oh,
Or maybe some more
maybe some more.
But the show.
Yes, I can tell you, when I heard about Tuesday, I said, boy, am I glad that I'm here this weekend.
I'm so happy I get to find Tuesday.
In fact, at some point, we'll have to track down Tuesday, get some pictures of maybe you can notice some things.
Good seeing you.
While we're waiting for the game to start, would you like me to tell you some funny and maybe not true facts about Rain City?
I would really love to do it.
I was told to say this. Alex Wilde, number 12, was actually raised by wolves. True fact. Missy Rascal, number 6, can play the ukulele. Montgomery A captain Georgia Vivian dances at home in her pants. 18 Cruising Banshee is called that because she likes to sing and shout and sing. So there you go.
I cannot miss all these people.
Honestly, they're all a delight. Oh, and Faye Roberts is a massive geek. That's probably the only fact you need to know about her. She wears it with a badge of gravity.
Well, and that's actually something that is a unique aspect of what we do here at Beach Brawl is we have you're doing a trip over to Rain City. And so the familiarity with the team is of course going to add to our experience here this morning. But it's also, it must be just a lot of fun to be able to come out and represent your team and see that perform here this weekend.
It's very exciting because often when I'm announcing in Europe, I'm not announcing our team. So it's certainly been an experience to travel with them and be immersed in sort of the team prep and the team world leading up to this morning's tournament. The things I have heard, things I have heard. But it is exciting and it's, for me, it's very, very exciting to be out here in America and representing Rain City and also the UK Masters.
Well, we're so happy to have you and happy to have all these teams that are here this weekend. We're going to take a few moments as we do some final preparations for bout number 1. So if you're watching us online, thank you for joining us. We'll be right back with day 1 derby action here at Beach Brawl 2016.
You know, it is Friday the 13th. Did you realize that?
I did not think about that. I'm so focused on Derby.
This was totally the reason why we had a delay, because Friday the 13th. There you go.
That has to be it.
I was just sat here thinking, and then obviously the stars had aligned.
Yes. But that's okay, because you know what? That gives folks opportunity to log on to the live stream. So if you're here in venue and you know people who weren't able to make it, make sure you let them know on your Facebook page. You can go onto the event page and find the link for the live stream and get folks to log in and check out all the bouts here, but especially this one as we get set to start with two teams out of the UK. International action to start off day one of Beach Brawl between Rainy City Roller Derby out of Oldham taking on Newcastle Rollergirls from Newcastle upon Tyne. My name is Piggy Fatness, and I'm here with Beatrix, and we are getting closer and closer to start time of this first bout. And I can tell just by looking out across the venue, these skaters are ready to go at it.
Rainy City there, they're lined up. They're like, we're on track, where are you? Bring it. Beast mode engaged, I think. So if you want some merch, I think Newcastle have got their merch stand out. If you're in the venue and wanting to look like a Newcastle roller girl without the skates, you can grab yourself a t-shirt over at their booth.
And again, if you're joining us online, look up these teams on Facebook. Give them a like and learn more about them, as they've come a long way to compete here in the States at this event.
Of course, Rainy City playing in the white for this game, Newcastle in the black.
And the sound of a beautiful whistle to signal the start of this first bout here at Beach Brawl 2016.
I like nothing better than the sounds of beautiful whistles. Here we go. 666 Alex Valentine wearing the Jammer Star for Rainy City. She's pushing forward on the front three wall of Newcastle players. Missy Pow Pow in attendance there. Also joined by number 29, Zoe and Dirama Bomb. But Alex Valentine breaks through, picks up lead jammer for Rainy.
Strong push at the top of the apex between 1 and 2, and Rainy City picks up our first lead jammer. Newcastle setting up a four wall on the back side of the pack. That gets disrupted by Rainy City and opens up a lane for our first points. 5 points on the board for Rainy City.
Jammer number 79, Spangled for Newcastle with the Star Stash. That's turned into a Star Pass. And a failed one at that. Number 14, Captain Missy Pow Pow. Sent off to the penalty box, waved back on. Meanwhile, Alex Valentine picking up a further 5 points for Rainy.
Multiplayer block sent a blocker from Rainy City to the penalty box, as we will get set for our next jam, as the Adam Jammer line fills up with skaters and our jammers for this jam. For Rainy City, we have Alex Wild with the star. Tight pack work through turn one, and Alex Wild picking up lead jammer for Rainy City.
Guinevere Jamalot still in the mix for Newcastle. Remember, Newcastle, if you're watching at home, in the black, Rainy City in the white, as Wild comes in for her first scoring pass. Up against a strong three wall at the back, pushing forward now, looking for those spaces. Guinevere Jamalot still on that initial pass and looking for a way out of the white wall.
Once again, the pack staying tight, but Alex Wild able to clear on the inside, picking up another 5 points for Rainy City as this jam continues. Guinevere Jamalot stuck behind a brace three wall, now 4, as the Rainy City blockers have really brought their game here in the early going.
Wild coasting around the outside. Helen Drew in attendance, last line of defense, but with a little twist of her hip, she's through, and a further 5 points on the board for Rainey. Well, Guinevere of Jamalot knocked to the outside, recycled back by number 11, Faye Roberts. Wild yet again on another scoring pass. 5 more points on the board.
Strong start here by Rainy City as this jam continues. Final points picked up, 4 being signaled, which will make this a 19-point jam for Rainy City, bringing their total to 29, Beatrix.
Yep, 0 to Newcastle right now. 2 jams in. And it looks like we're ready to reset. Missy Rascal sat in the penalty box. 1 for Newcastle standing in that penalty box. That's 3. You need to be nasty.
Multiplayer block sends another Rainy City blocker to the penalty box. Liz Yeatman serving her time. Clearing once again for Rainy City. Go-Go Chanel picks up lead jammer. And for Newcastle, jamming is Rainy Bazaar. And the jam is called.
Well, Piggy, that was a short jam. 0 to 2 points for Rainy City. Playing that sort of hit it and quit it game. Just keeping Newcastle at 0 for as long as possible, I guess.
They've taken the early advantage here in this first period. So it'll be interesting to see how Newcastle adjusts throughout this first period to get onto the board.
Rainy with only 2 blockers out on track now. Fatal Blonde with the star. But it is number 79, Spangled for Newcastle, picking up lead.
She pushed through that inside line and trusted her blockers and got through. And now Newcastle looking to put their first points on the board here in the first period. Brace 3-wall on the front side by Rainey, slowing down the progress of Spangled.
See, Piggy, you say brace 3-wall, I say triangle of doom, because if you're caught up in that, it's going to feel like the Bermuda Triangle. You might never come out.
I can certainly see that. I'll have to adopt that. Rainy City's blocker, number 419, with a strong hip check. That is Ruthless Philly with a jam-ending hit there.
Yeah, Ruthless Philly, a recent transfer over to Rainy City from Hot Wheels in Yorkshire.
Shout out to Roller Polar Bear.
Yeah, all right, we'll give him one of them. So this is her first game with the All-Star team. Obviously looking to make a good impression and doing quite well. Back to the next jam, 666, Alex Valentine with the star for Rainy City. Newcastle currently at 4 points, Rainy City on 31, and it is number 75, Guinevere of Jamalot, wearing the star for the Canny Belters. Knocked to the outside by Faye Roberts, recycled right the way back. Alex Valentine just pushing forwards, looking for spaces inside, duking to the outside as Guinevere once again recycled to the very back of that pack. Well, Piggy, these packs are certainly stretched out, right? As we see Alex Valentine finally picking up lead.
Newcastle, Beatrix, really with some strong defensive work. It took a multiplayer block penalty to break apart the wall that they had going through turn number 3. So we're starting to see them put together the efforts needed to get back into this bout.
Yeah, and it was also nearly 40 seconds before a lead jammer was called there. So you're absolutely right. That defensive work from Newcastle, strong. Rainy City also showing that Guinevere still not out of her initial pass yet. Valentine pushing through.
Rainy City employing more of the bridge back technique while the walls of Newcastle are being held strong. But there was a pass by Rainy to pick up 5 to add to their total.
Guinevere now just riding the hips of Una Bomber up in that front three wall. And the frustration jammers feel when they're not breaking through that pack it's a palpable thing. It's also a really dangerous thing, Piggy, because that's when those high tariff moves come into play that can often result in penalties.
Well, we're seeing patience right now from both jammers, but we'll see how that progresses over the course of this bout. I want to say a moment to say thank you to more of our sponsors here at the Beach Brawl International 2016. I want to say thank you to Green Monster for their continuing support of Beach Brawl. And also, the Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
So back on track, Wild with the star for Rainey. Pushing forward, gets called lead, but takes a hit. No pack called. Wild is through.
That hit by Anita B. Nasty stopped Wild for just a moment, but she was able to break through and pick up lead, as you said, and now looking to put points up.
Penny Bizarre with the star for Newcastle. She just picked up a cut track penalty. That was forced on her by Missy Rascal with some fantastic footwork to the outside edge there. Just a little flick of her hips and a turn, and very clearly in front of the refs, that was a cut track. Meanwhile, Wild through the pack, picking up a further 5 points for Rainey.
Power jam now for Rainey, and that results in the 5 that just went up. Newcastle with 3 blockers to try and slow down Wild, but here comes Rainey City to break up that attempt at a wall. Newcastle, nice job of recovering from that obstruction and getting forward to create this 3-wall that we're seeing now.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sort of front recycle. Wild certainly feeling the force of Newcastle's blockers here. Calls the jam just as Penny Bizarre is back on track and in play. Picks up a further 4 points for Rainey.
Official review has been called by Newcastle, and that will give us an opportunity to say thank you to Rydell Skates. For over 70 years, Rydell's been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell Skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance. Also, while you're here in venue, check out the Radar booth to register to win a free set of the all-new Radar Halo wheels. And Powerdyne. Powerdyne has changed the game again. Stop by the Rydell booth and check out the all-new redesigned Arias Platinum plate. Arias Platinum Performance Redefined. So, Beatrix, what we've seen so far is a very, very strong opening by Rainey City. Their jammers are having success. Their walls have been strong. Nice recycling. Newcastle with an opportunity here to take this time, obviously, in an official review. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a little bit of at least mental reassessment going on as to what to do at this point.
Definitely, and I think Rainey certainly bringing a strong game, but we've seen in the past 2 jams, Newcastle with that excellent defensive work. Excellent defensive work, just making the jammer Wild fight for those points that she picked up in the last jam. And it really was brilliant sort of together, excellent hive mind style work from the Newcastle blockers. So probably more of that to come as well.
I would imagine so. 52 on the board right now for Rainey City, 4 for Newcastle. We're taking a moment for this official review related to the lack of an out-of-play call. We'll get an update in just a moment once the decision is rendered.
But yeah, I always think it's great to just take a moment in life either way. Middle of roller derby, just take a moment.
Absolutely. I might contemplate my life and what I'm doing with it. I know what I'm doing with it. I'm enjoying roller derby. Those of you in the house, are you enjoying the bout so far? Excellent. And I'm sure online, those of you who've joined us, thank you so much for being with us online as you watch Rainey City take on Newcastle here in bout 1 of day 1, Beach Brawl 2016. You know, I was in the venue here yesterday evening at about 5 p.m., and I think you were as well, Beatrix, and just to see where we end up, given what I saw last night, is a testament to the hard work that's being put in by Gold Coast, our hosts here, Gold Coast Derby Girls, to make this event the special event it's always been, as we are now in our 3rd year here at Beach Brawl. So kudos to our hosts. We'll be saying that throughout the weekend, I'm sure, for a job well done to get this event put together.
Okay, we're just going to come back to you in one moment with an update on that official review.
All right, so on the official review, Newcastle was contending that there should have been an out of play block assessed. That block that penalty has been assessed, and Newcastle will retain their official review. This will make this a power start for Newcastle. So Spangled with the star for Newcastle. Right into a wall by Rainy City, but gets some support from her blockers.
Yeah, Newcastle clearing that inside line, but Faye Roberts was there to pick Spangled up just as she came around the corner. Knocked her to the outside, looking for that recycle back. But in fact, forces a cut track penalty on Spangled, meaning it will be a reverse power jam now in favor of Rainy City.
That puts Wild on the track for Rainy City, who we have already seen with some success in the early going of this first half. Wild with some nice jamming earlier.
And straight through the defenses of Newcastle, once again there to pick up lead. Rainy looking to play the slow game as Wild finds an open space on the outside line. 5 points and jam is called.
Nicely done on her toe stops to get on around the outside line. And Wild puts up those points, calls it off. And that brings us to 18 minutes, 42 seconds and counting between Rainy City Roller Derby and Newcastle Rollergirls.
If you've just joined us at home, of course, Rainy City playing in the white, Newcastle in black. And the scores so far, Newcastle 4, Rainy City 57. But back to the action. Go with the star now for Rainy City. And Guinevere of Jamalot for Newcastle. Go knocked to the inside, recycle back. No pack called, and Guinevere picks up lead for Newcastle.
Great persistence by Guinevere Jamalot, enabled her to get through that 2-wall to pick up lead jammer. Rainy City meets her with a brace 3-wall on the backside of the pack. But here come the troops to open up some space.
Calamity James, though, with a fantastic block on number 48, Smack Mamba, my apologies. Knocking her to the inside, forcing that recycle right the way back. Really making Smack have to work once again through that pack. And penalties are plenty for both teams. 3-on-2 on the track. Smack Mamba making it through the pack as Guinevere still in the mix, but picking up 3 points before she calls that jam. So highest scoring jam so far for Newcastle with 8 points. Rainy City answering with 4. 17 minutes just over left of this first half. Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars on 61. Newcastle Rollergirls Canny Belters on 12.
For Rainy City, it is Go Chanel jamming. Looking for a path on the outside, but she gets forced out with a nice block by Missy Pow Pow. That opens the door for Newcastle to pick up lead jammer, courtesy of Penny Bazaar.
Penny Bazaar on her toe stops to the outside line. Juking across to the inside, but picked up by Liz Yeatman. Calls the jam just as Faye Roberts, who took the star pass, comes back into the pack looking to pick up points. 2 further points for Newcastle, 0 to Rainy City.
Great mental presence there by Penny Bazaar to make that call off at almost just or right at the last moment, but good presence on her part to read where the jammer was, as she herself was trying to make sure she didn't commit a track cut.
Alex Valentine with the start for Rainy City, picks up lead. Calamity James, though, picking up Valentine, looking to slow her down, takes a tumble, meaning Valentine out of the pack, but being chased by number 79, Spangled for Newcastle.
Bucks Liz for Newcastle, able to create a huge opening for Spangled to get through. And forcing the call off with her speed with Spangled as that jam comes to a close. 2 points picked up on that last pass by Rainy City. For Rainy City, it's Wild with the star. Empty penalty box as this jam kicks off. Guinevere Jamalot looking to make that last pass, and there it is. Newcastle picking up lead jammer.
Yeah, fantastic footwork around the hips of Faye Roberts there to pick that lead up by Guinevere. Beautiful footwork, just keeping inbounds legal, tricky on an apex as it is. And she's coming in now, looking to pick up some points. Wild, though, also through that pack.
Rainy City closing quickly with a 4-wall, slowing down the progress of Guinevere Jamalot, but Newcastle themselves slowing down Wild and recycling her way back into the beginning of turn 4.
Yeah, that sniper from Newcastle there forced the cut on, forced Alex out of play, and then went in for that really far back recycle, something we're seeing quite a lot in the UK. I'm sure you've seen it over here as well. Wild recovers, though, 4 points on the board for Rainy. Guinevere behind a 2-wall of Rainy the Black as jam comes to an end.
13:39, the clock is moving in the second 15 minutes of this period. 18 now for Newcastle after a 4-4 jam.
Yeah, Rainy City with 67. 4 points apiece in that last jam, though. So Newcastle now starting to answer Rainy City with the same number of points, matching them as best as possible.
Definitely seen more intensity from Newcastle here as this period has continued. Penny Bazaar jamming for Newcastle. And Fatal Blonde wearing the star for Rainy City.
Penny Bizarre is an incredibly physical jammer. I really enjoy watching her as she looks to get through that pack. Not always relying on her blockers, just pushing forward, making those spaces. But this time, lead does go to Fatal Blonde.
Newcastle meeting Fatal Blonde in the straightaway between turns 2 and 3. And forcing the call off. You know, you're right about Penny Bazaar. She's got fantastic form as she uses her shoulders to wedge through walls and blocks and so forth. And so it'll be interesting to continue to see her game develop, or at least her contribution to this game develop, because she is so clean in terms of her work through the pack. Five-second call to start this next jam.
And Biggie, you know what's amazing about tournaments is first game of the day, the audience are always so quiet. Spangled, though, raising a cheer from them as she picks up lead for Newcastle. Smack Mamba hot on her wheels, though. And both teams are racing around that track. Rainy not wanting to give away any of that differential they've built up so far. Newcastle looking for points as Smack Mamba comes on in on her initial scoring pass.
Smack Mamba with some nice spin moves to get through that pack, and she's able to clear, picking up 4 for Rainy City.
Spangled knocked to the outside, recycled back by Liz Yeatman. Smack Mamba on her toe stops around the outside line, picks up a further 5 points for Rainey. Newcastle answering with 3 points of their own.
Hard-hitting action on both sides, and as you were saying, definitely a contingent of fans cheering on Newcastle here in the venue. And they are taking that energy to continue to try to chip away at this lead by Rainy City.
Scores so far, Newcastle Rollergirls 21, Rainy City 80.
Guinevere Jamalot on the inside, picks up lead jammer for Newcastle.
Well, all the action here. Ruthless Philly taking the star in a star pass for Rainy City. Both packs racing. And Guinevere of Jamalot knocked to the inside line, recycled back, caught up in that triangle of doom led by Alex Valentine. Number 6, Missy Rascal, also in attendance, and 88, Bruisem Banshee. Ruthless Philly making it through once again. 5 further points on the board for Rainy City.
Tough work there in that jam, but points on the board. 4 more for Newcastle. Takes them to 25. 4 for Rainy City. Now puts them at 84.
So just over 9 minutes left of this first half. If you've just joined us, I think we should just pop through those rosters for you once again. We have number 11, Faye Roberts for Rainy City. 12, Alex Wild. Captain 138, Vivian Lethal. 38, Fatal Blonde. 419, Ruthless Philly. 48, Smack Mamba. Number 5, Go Chanel. 6, Missy Rascal. 666, Alex Valentine. 6955, Menace. 75, Una Bomber. 77, Liz Yeatman. 8, Fisher. And 88, Bruisem Banshee.
We'll get to the Newcastle roster in just a moment. It's Wild who's trying to break through, but she was forced to the inside and has to recycle back behind the Newcastle blockers. As you mentioned, Rainy City's Triangle of Doom slowing down the progress of the Newcastle Jammer as Wild picks up lead jammer for Rainy City. And Penny Bazaar continues to battle against some strong Rainy City blocking.
Faye Roberts and Liz Yeatman along with Una Bomber at the back there, just trying to slow down, impede the progress of Penny Bazaar. But cut track penalty on Alex Wild means this is now a power jam to Newcastle's Canny Belters.
Canny Belters trying to make something happen on this power jam opportunity. As Penny Bazaar able to clear on the outside. Track cut penalty sends blocker Faye Roberts to the penalty box for Rainy City.
Newcastle's Penny Bazaar racking up the points though in their favor right now, as it is still a power jam. And just as I say that, Alex Wild back on track and in play for Rainy City. Scooches up the inside line, one-footed. Picks up 5 points for Rainy, answering the 5 points on the board for Newcastle.
Time definitely on the side of Rainy City during that last power jam, as they had not yet made their initial pass, and so it took about 15 seconds for that to happen, almost 20. And so one quick pass for 5 for Newcastle before that power jam ran out. Really quickly, just to recap for those who've joined us, for Newcastle, we have 000 Drama Bomb, 01 Penny Bazaar, 1038 is Fraulein Catastic, number 11 Jin and Sonic, 14 is Captain Missy Pow Pow, number 2 is Sniper, 20 is Joanna, 27 is Hit 1 Pro 1, 29 Stevie Nax, 3 Anita B Nasty, 52 is Bucks Liz, number 75 Guinevere of Jamalot, 79 is Spangled, and 88 is Calamity James for Newcastle.
Well, we're seeing a super micro pack out on track right now of 1 for Newcastle. Go Chanel through and lead jammer for Rainy City. The penalty box emptying just a moment too late for Newcastle.
But Gogo Chanel just untouched through turn 2 to pick up that first pass, and she's looking for more and is able to slice through on the outside to pick up another 5 points for Rainy City. 10 points in quick order by Rainy City.
Yep, she's just powering around that track as Newcastle tussle with the defenses of Rainy City. Gogo takes a tumble, checks in with the bench though, makes sure she's legal before getting up.
Gogo Chanel making those passes so quickly. Now looking for another 5-point pass. Make that, yeah, it was 5 points, so 20 quick points by Gogo Chanel to extend the Rainy City lead.
So we've seen a star pass to captain Missy Pow Pow for Newcastle. Spangled was having a real battle to try and get through that Rainy pack. Star pass seemed like a good option. Gogo calls the jam. 20 points to 0 there.
Rainy City with that jam crossing the century mark as we are under 5 minutes in this first period. About day one here at Beach Brawl 2016. And we have the Newcastle Rollergirls Canny Belters taking on Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars. And we have a timeout called now by Newcastle.
Well, I'm not surprised it was a timeout. That jam had all the action in it. We had jammers going off. We had blockers going off. We started with just one blocker out on track for Newcastle, with the penalty box emptying just moments later. Unfortunately, a little bit too late for them to stop Gogo's passage through the pack to pick up lead for Rainy. But Newcastle still doing that excellent defensive work, Piggy. Still having that presence, making Rainy City work incredibly hard for the points. I think it's fantastic.
There's things that Newcastle, as you say, Beatrix, are doing that we're seeing sort of jam to jam. The thing is that Rainy City got off to such a fast start in the first 5 to 7 minutes of this bout, and that's where we sit right now in terms of the current point total and differential. Newcastle, though, doing some things that bode well for them as they hope to gain momentum in the last few minutes of this period and carry that into the second period for, again, hopes of progressing through and chipping away at this lead.
So Newcastle Rollergirls Canny Belters in the black if you've just joined us at home on 34, Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars 1-1-2 playing in the white. We've got just under 5 minutes left of this first half of the first game here today at Beach Brawl 2016.
Four 4-3 blocker advantage for Newcastle as this jam is set to begin.
Guinevere. You go.
Guinevere Jamalot attempted to do that in stereo with Beatrix. But Guinevere Jamalot jamming for Newcastle. She is held back by some strong blocking work by Rainy City. That opens up the lead jammer call for Rainy City as Valentine is the lead jammer of note for this jam.
Valentine just taking her time as she's hit the front two wall of Newcastle, forcing them to run out of track, be called out of play. Makes it through the pack, picks up 5 points. Guinevere Jamalot knocked to the outside, recycled right the way back by Faye Roberts. Rainy with that strong four wall at the back, just looking to follow the jammer through the pack. That jammer, of course, now changing with a star pass to number 11, Jin and Sonic. Alex Valentine, though, makes it out of the pack, but picks up a cut track penalty.
Just before that track cut, Valentine had done just this little shoulder dip that cleared her on the outside, but then that jump attempt is where the track cut occurred. So right now, Newcastle with an opportunity as they are on a power jam. Helen Drew, the jammer of note for Newcastle.
Legitman holding the inside line, escorting Jin and Sonic towards the outside.
know, Beatrix, you called it the Triangle of Doom, and it has worked well for Rainy City as they leave that fourth blocker off to the side to close that door should that lane open if the triangle should fail. So very structurally sound in terms of their defense is Rainy City.
Yeah, and they really effectively shut down that power jam against them, neutralizing it. Valentine came back on track. Didn't think she picked up an opportunity to score points, but that is 13 points in that last jam to Rainy City, 5 to Newcastle, taking the scores 39 to 125. 2.5 minutes left and an official review being called.
Newcastle calling that official review gives us a chance to say thank you to 5 Second Skate Gear. 5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized Derby-related art and marketing needs, whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork. Stop by their booth and say hello. 5 Second Skate Gear. Make sure you check them out on Facebook as well if you're not able to join us here this weekend. And also, the Junior Roller Derby Association says, united we skate against bullying on and off the track. Please join JERDA in this initiative. Stop by the JERDA booth or check out their information online for more details as they stand against and, as they say, united we skate against bullying. Thank you to the Junior Roller Derby Association. So, Beatrix, we see, as we said earlier, moments of brilliance defensively for Newcastle. But there's again, just as soon as those things are happening, we're also seeing some penalties taking place that are taking one or two blockers out of the mix, and that's really the difference here as this first period is coming to a close.
Yeah, I guess it's those high tariff moves when you're under pressure. Newcastle want to do very well in this tournament. Rainy City want to do very well in this tournament. And both teams obviously want to win their games.
Of course.
But when you put yourself under that pressure, when your team is under that pressure, that's when the mistakes start to happen. That's when those cut track penalties, forearms. And right now, I guess what we're seeing a lot with Newcastle is that out of play, where they're really trying to keep the jammer back for as long as possible, stretching that pack, but the bridging's not quite there to support their tactic.
Adjustments that I'm sure will be addressed during the halftime period as we are approaching the halfway mark of this bout. 2 minutes, 23 seconds left to go in this first period as this official review is underway. We'll get an update in just a bit. That gives us an opportunity to say thank you to more of our sponsors here this weekend. You'll hear a lot about these different companies and different organizations that have done so much to help us put together this Beach Brawl event. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
International law firm for an international roller derby tournament.
It just makes perfect sense, absolutely.
Beautiful. So, Piggy, remind me, what game have we got coming up next? That's going to be on track C, right?
Yes, track C. We are looking at all kinds of action. In fact, there's so much action, it's hard to keep it all in the foremost front of my mind. But we can update that in just a moment as I get my trusty schedule out here.
I'm putting you under so much pressure.
You did, and but tell you what, I'm going to get some information on this official review before we get that. So Newcastle was asking for a back block penalty, and the no call will stand, and so the Newcastle team will lose their official review. So Beatrix, you mentioned next bout. We are on track D, actually. Rainy City, it's, D, C, tomato, tomato. At 11 a.m. following this bout will be Rage City Rollergirls taking on Gold Coast Derby Girls, who are our hosts, Rage City out of Anchorage, Alaska. There is also track C, where Oklahoma Victory Dolls is taking on Blue Ridge Rollergirls, and I can hear the whistles all the way over here. And they'll be followed by Winnipeg Roller Derby League taking on Cape Fear Rollergirls at noon Eastern time here. They're on track C. So, again, lots of action, 10 games today as Beach Brawl 2016 is officially underway.
And so if you're watching the live stream, there's absolutely no reason why you can't just sit all day and watch the roller derby. The roller derby.
Don't even eat.
Don't even
Just
leave.
Just watch Derby. 3 days. No one will miss you. No, that's probably not true. They probably will miss you. But you let them know to join you online as we are live streaming Beach Brawl 2016.
And if you want to send us pictures of you watching roller derby, I was going to say in your pants then, but I thought better of it, but now I've said it. Use the hashtag Beach Brawl 2016 and we would love to see them. Right, back to some roller derby right now. Number 38, Fatal Blonde, wearing the star for Rainy City.
Nice force out by Newcastle on Fatal Blonde as she recycles.
Penny Bazaar with the star for Newcastle picks up lead.
Strong push by Penny Bazaar. She angled right to left and found that inside line opening. Rainy City blockers closing quickly on Penny Bazaar.
Fatal Blonde, though, also in the mix on her scoring pass. Takes a bit of help from Ruthless Philly. But that is Sniper looking to slow down or impede. Fatal Blonde doesn't quite make it. 4 points picked up by Rainy City. 3 points by Newcastle.
Minute 20 on the clock as the last few seconds of this first period start to wind down, but we still have time for a jam that's going to feature Wild for Rainy City and Spangled with the star for Newcastle.
Scrum start for both jammers, but Wild looking to break free of that pack. First of all, Falling Fantastic, the last line of defense as Wild picks up lead for Rainy City. Wild knocked to the outside by Spangled, and she's going to be recycled all the way back. So an effective jammer-to-jammer recycle there. Wild being swallowed up by the pack once again, but Spangled still has to complete an initial pass.
That opened the door for the out-of-play call to be made. That opens the door for Wild to make her pass, pick up 4, and call it off. As we are at halftime of this first bout, let's hear it for both these teams as they have started off strong. So, Beatrix, lots of action here in this first bout.
Definitely. Very exciting showing from both teams. Rainy City coming in strong from the first couple of jams and just not letting go, not letting Newcastle take a breath or make a mistake and capitalising on that. But equally, once Newcastle found their footing 3 or 4 jams in, their defensive work just came to the forefront. They were strong. They've made Rainy City work for those points. They have exploited Rainy City's slight mistakes. So interesting going into the second half. 129 to 42, Piggy. Will Newcastle be able to pull it back?
They have the potential. Like we said, we've seen moments of brilliance within certain jams, but it's about keeping that consistency and not letting penalties leave them down 1 and in some cases 2 blockers. And so that's been the difference here as Rainy City's relentless approach to the point scoring has been aided by power jams throughout the first period. So we'll look to see what adjustments are made by both teams. I want to say thank you once again to those of you joining us online as you enjoy the action of Beach Brawl 2016. On behalf of the dulcet tones of Beatrix, I'm Piggy Fatness. We'll be right back with more Derby action.
The Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars back on track and ready to start this second half with their team chant. Starting for Rainy City in the second half, it is 666 Alex Valentine wearing the star.
Once again, for those of you joining us online, Rainy City in the white jerseys, Newcastle in the black jerseys. Strong opening by Rainy City puts us where we are right now, but Newcastle doing some things there toward the end, Beatrix, that give us an idea that they still got a lot of game left in them this second period.
That's absolutely right, Piggy. And as we know, famous words in dressing rooms during half times can change courses of games. Big shout out, though, to all the people watching at home, many of whom have texted me to tell me they are indeed watching roller derby in their pants. So thank you for that. And thanks for not sending pictures. Valentine through and picking up lead. And we have seen a star pass to captain Missy Pow Pow for Newcastle. Valentine makes it around the outside of that pack, pretty much untouched and challenged by Newcastle. Picks up 4 points, calls off the jam.
Wild once again on the line for Rainy City. For Newcastle, it is Guinevere Jamalot, one of the jammers that has seen some success for Newcastle, looking for more as we are underway with the second jam of the second period. Three wall on the front side by Newcastle, slowing down Wild. She dips those shoulders and tries to push forward, but Helen Drew alongside Anita B. Nasty, making life difficult for Wild, but she finally pushes through and picks up lead jammer.
Well, somebody else who's finding life difficult, Piggy, is Guinevere of Jamalot, stuck behind that rotating wall of Rainy. Fisher in attendance, Booze and Banshee, and also Ruthless Philly, as Wild makes it through the pack, picking up a further 5 points for Rainy.
Newcastle does a quick job of getting back to the backside for a three-wall setup to slow down Wild, but one of the blockers went down. That was Liz, who lost her footing, and that broke up the three-wall that allowed Wild to get through for 5 more.
So Wild already on 10 points. Newcastle still in the mix with that initial pass for Guinevere. And packs almost at a standstill at time as they're braced against the jammers. We have seen a star pass yet again to Helen Drew of Newcastle.
That last stretch of time in the jam, a perfect example of what we're talking about. When that wall holds, that three-wall attempt by Newcastle, they can slow down the opposing jammers. On the previous pass, one skater lost her footing, Bucks Liz, and that just blew that wall apart. And so, again, it's just a matter of keeping their composure, keeping those walls strong, and they can make an impact here in the second half.
Definitely, and as we've said time and time again, Newcastle's defensive work is strong. It's got a presence on the track, and it does a great job. But like you say, once that's disrupted, it's time then for Rainy City to take advantage.
Well, and they also, Rainy City has such quick jammers that they can put points on so quickly in so little time.
Right now, though, Penny Bazaar picking up a lead for Newcastle, but also picking up a cut track penalty that was at the hips of Faye Roberts. She's come back to the very front of the pack to try and help out Go-Go. Go-Go also a transfer over to Rainy City from a league in Manchester Roller Derby. And I know how excited she was this week to be able to sew on her WFTDA patch onto her uniform. So great to see her doing some good work out on track.
Absolutely. She had if I'm not mistaken, a 20-point jam in the first period. But right now, Newcastle doing a number on her as they force her out and back.
Yeah, that was Captain Missy Pow Pow leading the charge, and once again bringing Go-Go to her knees and forcing that recycle back. But Newcastle's jammer, Penny Bazaar, not managing to make any headway, having sat in the penalty box, is now yet again behind that triangle of doom, this time led by Menace. Penny Bazaar breaking free, Unabomber there to pick her up, Go-Go taking advantage and also making her way out of that pack.
Penalty from earlier causing this to be a full 2 minutes. And pack moving at a brisk speed.
And jam comes to an end. The problem with those kind of jams, though, Piggy, is it does nothing but tires everyone out.
Yes.
I get the point, I get the strategy, but it's just a tiring thing to do.
We'll see what the impacts of that will be as the period continues. 147 on the board for Rainy City, 42 for Newcastle as our next jam is set to go. Fatal Blonde for Rainy City. And it is Spangled for Newcastle.
Spangled finding the space on the outside line. Fantastic move. Laced with patience means a lead for Newcastle.
In the meantime, Newcastle working on Fatal Blonde, who finds an opening on the inside, but Newcastle closes quickly. But there's the out-of-play signal, and they'll have to let her through.
Spangled once again challenging the defensive wall of Rainy City. Finds a bit of space on the outside. That door is closed by Bruise and Banshee, backed up by Ruthless Philly as Fatal Blonde pushes forward. Last line of defense up front for Newcastle. 1-0, 3-8 for our line. Fantastic. And Fatal Blonde's through for 4 further points.
Points were put up, but it took quite a bit of time as that 2-minute jam comes to a close. Again, testament to the defensive work on both sides as walls have been very strong by both Rainy City and Newcastle.
Yeah, Rainy picking up 4 points, but Newcastle answering with 3 of their own. And it kind of felt like a slow burn, that jam. Like the action was slow, it was in micro movements, and it was just about pushing those walls and trying to be the stronger player to push 4 people forward.
Indeed, both teams bringing out the best in each other as they have traveled far. Again, teams, as you mentioned earlier, familiar with one another, have met before, but a great opportunity to show the world here what they're about as they are competing here this morning in the opening bout of our Beach Brawl 2016.
Absolutely. Well, with the star now for Rainy City, it is Alex Valentine up against a 3-wall of Newcastle at number 75. Guinevere of Jamalot wearing the star for Newcastle and just fighting her way through the back of that pack. Faye Roberts knocking her to the outside, forcing that recycle right the way back as Valentine finally breaks through, picks up lead, but that took nearly 50 seconds.
Again, it's that contrast of approaches. Newcastle depending heavily on wall work, whereas Rainy City is focusing on hitting out, bridging back. And so it's been a pattern we've seen throughout the entire bout that these two teams have picked their defensive strategies and have stuck to them.
Yep, standing by what they believe in and not changing for anyone. This is how we play roller derby.
That's right.
And it's working out quite well for Rainy City, but it is equally, they're not winning, but it is working out quite well for Newcastle. They've got plenty of points on the board. Every time they come on track, they're just inching forward, grabbing a few more. They're learning that patience. Nobody's doing any crazy moves. There's not a lot of penalties happening right now. And that's great to see as well because the longevity of that, the pragmatism of that means that they could pull a win forward.
And that's the thing, as you say, Penny Bazaar, really the element of the Newcastle game that I think has been lacking, and it's, again, affected by penalties, is their offensive output. Penny Bazaar, though, we have seen on more than one occasion break out for lead jam, pick up points, and now it's just about keeping that advantage. But, again, the speed of Rainy City also becomes a factor.
Right now, though, Penny Bizarre in the lead for Newcastle and picking up points, 4 on the board so far. Alex Wild still in the mix on her initial pass.
But again, there we see the strong Newcastle defense working together to try to slow down Wild's progress. Wild able to spread out that wall, but now it comes back together to slow her down even further. Penny Bizarre stuck behind a 3-wall of Rainy City, who, again, we see those hits, forcing out the jammer, forcing the call-off.
So 4 points to Newcastle, 3 points answered by, 7 points to Newcastle, 4 points answered by Rainy City, taking the scores. Newcastle Rollergirls 52, Rainy City 158. And if you've just joined us, of course, Rainy playing in the white, Newcastle in the black. Quick track repair, and of course it would be in that last jam we saw Alex Wild literally using every inch of the track available to her to try and just pass those Newcastle walls, right?
Not that we're saying that she caused the track damage.
No, I'm not saying that. Like, she doesn't have to pay or anything. It's okay. Oh, she might have to pay. I'm just saying.
While we have a moment of track repair, want to say thank you to more of our sponsors here this week. Sotolongo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs. I also want to say thank you to Adam Skates for sponsoring our jammer line. Every time you see a jam begin, think of Adam Skates as they are our jammer line sponsor. The Juke wheel is back, combining a new design with the original urethane. It is your go-to wheel for any service. So test ride the Juke wheel at the Adam Skates booth and check out more information online with Adam Skates. Next jam underway now, Beatrix.
It really is, and that is number 38. I'm just lying all over the place. That is not number 38. That is Smack Mamba jamming for Rainy City, and no pack being called quite strongly by the refs there as Smack Mamba was pushing forward the frontline defense of Newcastle.
Newcastle blockers working now against Smack Mamba.
Spangled approaching the back wall of Rainy. She's stashing that star for you guys at home. Jessica Menace trying to slow her down, but as the only blocker out on track right now, she's going to find that a little bit of a challenge.
Sniper and Missy Pow Pow working alongside their teammate, Joanna.
Faye Roberts back on track and in play for Rainy City. She's helping out Spangled. Menace taking a tumble as Spangled breaks through the pack, picks up 4 points for Newcastle. Smack Mamba still in the mix, knocked to the inside, recycle back, and jam comes to an end. Well, we talked earlier about having patience, not going for those high tariff moves, keeping it clean, and this jam felt a little bit like that unraveled.
It really did, and again, not to take away anything from these two teams, but there's those jams where you sort of see this, it's just kind of gets scattered.
Yeah.
And so, timeout now being called by Rainy City. And I think it's a result of what you're saying, that they both teams, or at least Rainy City, sensing a little bit of unraveling, and now it's let's get it back together. We've still got a long way to go.
Yeah.
And, credit to them, given the fact that they do hold the lead. But again, they understand that they've got to keep their game consistent. So let's take a moment, recover, and we'll be back to the action.
Definitely that refocusing thing. You've just come out of your halftime. You're feeling good. Newcastle bring that defensive work, which is just on point. I mean, when they get it right, they get it so right and really make Rainy City work hard. Rainy City, again, with their own defense, but then the offensive stuff they do, the fact that they have got fast jammers, it all comes together in a beautiful mix. But at times, that beautiful mix, when the pressure is on everybody, does just kind of crumble.
Yeah. I'm always curious, and having traveled with them, does the distance traveled by teams have an impact? I don't know that we can gauge that from this first bout, but there's something to be said for the distances that some of these teams have traveled to be here, and we'll see what impacts that might make over the course of the weekend.
Well, for us, it was just a wee 9-hour jaunt over the sea. Okay, it is number 75, Guinevere of Jamelot, picking up lead for Newcastle. Missy Rascal off to that penalty box. Alex Valentine chasing down Guinevere, though. And this is the other thing. When Rainy don't get lead, their jammers seem to be there and on the shoulders of the jammers of Newcastle, putting that pressure on them.
But there's a lot of white jerseys in the penalty box area, and so that jam comes to a close. And when it opens, there will be a definitive blocker advantage for Newcastle as a result of penalties. Wild now approaching for Rainy City. Penny Bazaar with the star for Newcastle. We'll get the particulars sorted out here. It is a 3-2 blocker advantage for Newcastle.
56 to 167 on the scoreboard.
Newcastle calling for an official review will bring us to another opportunity to say thank you to our sponsors. Rydell. For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance. Check out Quick. When you need to roll quick, think quick. Quick Bearings, where precision meets performance. Also want to say thank you to Bunt. Bunt, lighter, stronger, faster.
And don't forget, if you are watching at home, you want to send us pictures, maybe you're sneaking a peek of this roller derby while you're sat in your office. What better way to spend a Friday afternoon and then watching some amazing roller derby on your work's internet stream? Do send us a picture, hashtag Beach Brawl 2016.
And if you're here...
Oh, don't forget about Toothy.
Don't forget about Toothy, that's right. Toothy the Hammerhead Shark. Be on the lookout for Toothy. Take a picture, video, do a dance, whatever it takes. But make sure that you don't miss out on an opportunity to get into a prize raffle. Again, find Toothy the Hammerhead Shark. Take a picture, video, hashtag Where's Toothy? And you will be put into a prize drawing for prizes that will be drawn for this evening. So every day you have an opportunity to win, as long as you find Toothy, the Hammerhead Shark, official mascot of the Gold Coast Derby Girls.
Now, and I have been assured, people in the venue, that he's not in disguise. He is actually just a shark.
He looks like a shark.
He looks like a shark.
So be looking for a shark is what you're saying.
Yeah, if you see somebody who looks like a shark, but they're wearing an outfit, that's not them. Don't approach them. That's not fair.
We might have frauds in Hammerhead Shark outfits.
Fake sharks.
Fake sharks.
Oh, the horror.
That would just make life so confusing.
I feel like I need to go and buy a fin now. And just.
So in order of importance for reasons to be here this weekend and next year, of course, roller derby.
Yep.
That would be number one.
Oh, okay.
The chance to see international action, number two.
Yeah.
But a very close three. I mean, almost to where it's like blended into 2.5.
Go on.
Where's Toothy?
Where's Toothy? But no, there's a 4, like, to come and dress as a fake shark and mess it all up.
And mess up the entire system, yes.
Maybe that's the British in me. That we're just like, nah, that's...
Goodness gracious, what an amazing way to start the day. Again, if you're online, thank you for joining us for Beach Brawl 2016 action coming at you from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, here at the Fort Lauderdale Convention Center. This opening bout featuring the Rainy City Roller Derby taking on
Newcastle
Newcastle.
Rollergirls, the
Yes.
canny belters. I was going to do a Newcastle accent for you.
Oh, thank you.
And then I decided that I wouldn't want to offend half of the country with that. So instead, I'll just say it in an upbeat kind of way.
Yes. My name is Piggy Fatness, and joining me on the mic is Beatrix. Beatrix from the United Kingdom. And again, what a pleasure it is to have you here and have not just Rainy City, but Newcastle, Paris, Dublin.
Central City.
Central City, yes. So many international teams have joined us for this weekend, and it is going to be a lot of fun. So thank you for joining us online. Stay with us all weekend long, as you will have a chance to see 32 awesome matchups between now and Sunday evening. So whatever you had planned, cancel it.
Just don't go. Don't even cancel it.
Yeah,
Just
again.
people should know.
That's right.
They shouldn't even be asking you. In fact, those people are rude. Cut them out of your life. You don't need that negativity in your life.
And if you're at work today, stop it.
I had so many pictures on my news feed at halftime of people just with pictures of their work's computer with roller derby on, and I was like, yeah, start a revolution. So big shout out then at home also to Salvador Vari, who asked me to mention her in name. I don't really know why. She said she was in her pants watching roller derby. I think that was it.
Again, if you're at work today, thank you so much for sneaking in some derby.
Yeah, you
And-
could get the sack for this.
Right.
For this quality
Thank you for your
entertainment.
commitment. Absolutely. Absolutely. We appreciate that you are willing to put everything at risk to watch roller derby with us today and continue to do so tomorrow, but with less risk. So those of you out there working, thank you. And, of course, everyone else joining us online. And, of course, a big shout-out to everyone in our venue here. Let me hear a shout-out from the crowd. We have a huge crowd of, like, maybe 50 people, but some of the loudest and most awesome people. Actually, it's probably more than that. But everyone in venue, thank you all for being here. We've got teams getting ready. I'm looking over and seeing Rage City from Anchorage getting set for their bout coming up. They're going to be facing off against Gold Coast. But not until this one is done, Beatrix. We still have plenty of action left to go here between Newcastle and Rainy City.
Exactly. And if you've just joined us and is wondering whether your feed is stuck and why people aren't whizzing around the track, that is because we are on an official review.
The official review was called by Newcastle, and it is what's being discussed is the lack of a failure to reform call. So we will get an update as soon as possible on that official review. Beatrix, the last time you were in the States was December of 2014.
Oh, you've been talking
So-
to immigration? Did they tell you?
And they have a list of things they'd like for me to let you know. No.
To bring back? I only stole one toilet roll. And maybe a Twinkie.
What I was going to say was it's
it
so
wasn't
great.
that? Oh,
No, yeah.
how embarrassing
But
for all
now
of
I'll
us.
have to investigate.
I was here for the World Cup, Piggy. That's what you were going to say. I was in glorious Texas for the World Cup, and we met on the mic, and it was beautiful, wasn't it?
And here we are again, absolutely. Back to the action we go.
Not as fun as stealing toilet roll. Okay, Penny Bazaar 0-1 with the star for Newcastle, and that is Wild for Rainy City. 3-2, pack advantage to Newcastle. Wild duking around the outside, coming in strong from that official review timeout. Picks up lead. And Penny Bazaar now with just one to pass. Makes it through the pack, but almost a full lap behind Wild.
Interesting development on the official review. Newcastle was seeking a failure to reform penalty. There will be no penalty issued, but the official review is retained. We'll try to find out more about that, but right now that's where we stand as we are getting set for our next jam as Goga Chanel wears the star for Rainy City.
Wild picking up 4 points in that last jam. I don't know if you caught her breakdancing action to celebrate at the end there. It was on point. So, yes, Wild... Go-Go versus Spangled on the Jammer line. That Jammer line, of course, sponsored by Atom Skates. And Go-Go picks up lead for Rainy City. The door is shut on Spangled. by Ruthless Philly.
Okay.
She makes it through anyway, nearly half a lap behind Go-Go. Go-Go calling off the jam. But Spangled taking advantage and picking up 4 points there for Newcastle. Do you want to tell me more about that official review?
It's done.
Oh,
And
I thought you might have had something else to say.
Really what it came down to was the penalty that was being requested, there wasn't enough, the way it was explained to me was there wasn't enough information for the penalty to be assessed. Wasn't able to get more information as to why it was retained, but again, where we sit right now, the official review is retained by Newcastle and there was no penalty assessed. So we're good. We're getting some great support from our officials here to give us information as we need it, and we appreciate their assistance with that. So right now we have a team timeout being taken by Rainy City, and we are at 14 minutes, 45 seconds, so just beyond the halfway point of the second period. And when we look at the score totals, Rainy City has put more points on the board, obviously, but again, we are seeing Newcastle still sort of slowing down the progress as each jam occurs.
Yeah, you know, and their jammers still really fighting for the lead, really looking for those points.
Oh. Okay.
So team timeout right now for Rainy City, as we said. One blocker apiece sat in that penalty box.
We're not sure how to put it into work.
We're going to see what happens next with this 3-on-3 pack. Okay, so we do have Valentine jamming for Rainy City. And Guinevere of Jamalot for Newcastle, but Valentine picks up lead. Guinevere knocked to the inside, recycled back. Faye Roberts just keeping the eye of the tiger on her. Liz Yeatman also, but beautiful work by Guinevere of Jamalot to just do a little 160 twirl on the inside line, break free of those defenses, but not enough time as Valentine calls off that jam.
4-0 jam for Rainy City, and we will set up for our next pass. Penny Bazaar taking the star for Newcastle. We are under official review now.
We have Newcastle calling that official review.
Once again, want to say thank you to our sponsors. Want to say thank you to Green Monster, also Moda, and Dr. Amal Masri, Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. They are here as well.
Well, they sound like the kind of people that you want to sponsor Roller Derby, don't they?
Foot and Ankle Associates, absolutely. And also want to say thank you to Funky Buddha, another one of our sponsors here this weekend. So lots of great support and lots of great work done by the sponsors to help us bring you Beach Brawl 2016. You know, having been here for each of the last 3 years, this event, we talked about this sort of, or not sort of, we did talk about this.
Did we?
Let me use every word I possibly know. Having talked about this earlier, we spoke of how much this tournament has progressed and how much of an event it's become. And the sponsor is obviously a huge part of that, but also just this continued commitment by Gold Coast to put on a stellar event. This event is a WFTDA recognized tournament, and very proud of that. And just so exciting to see so many teams represented from around the world here this weekend. And I know that opening with an international bout of this type is, for me, very exciting, as these are two teams who I've read about, but just never had an opportunity to see play until now.
Yeah, and they're a fantastic pair in both teams, giving some great roller derby here on this first day of Beach Brawl. And as you say, fantastic kudos to the Gold Coast, because putting on a tournament of this size is not easy. It's going to be time consuming, you know, but they've done it for 3 years, so big thanks to them. All right, looks like we're back for some more action. Smack Mamba with the star for Rainy City. And that looks like Penny Bizarre jamming for Newcastle.
Newcastle picks up lead jammer. They did lose their official review as a result of that last official review. The no call stood.
Rainy City racing the pack now. Penny Bizarre looking for an in. Smack Mamba with all of Newcastle to contend with at the back and at speed. Penny Bizarre looking for space on the inside line. She's knocked down and recycled right the way back by Legitman as Smack Mamba pushes forward against Anita Bimnasty. Makes it through. Picks up 4 points for Rainey.
Failure to reform penalty being called on Anita B. Nasty. She'll go to the penalty box. So now, once again, we have a one blocker short situation for Newcastle.
Penny Bizarre through the Triangle of Doom. Comes out the other side. Picked up by Jessica Menace. Out of play called. And Penny Bizarre gets on through. 4 points on the board for Newcastle.
4 points for Rainy City on that pass, as well as both walls working well. But again, jammers with some strong work to get through them on both sides.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a change up from what we normally see in the slower derby and then the jammers coming in and attacking those walls. You know, the pack here was moving quite quickly, was quite racing, and the jammers then still had to work to get on through, so they had to put on those extra bursts of speed. Quite a tiring jam, I'd imagine. I'm a bit tired just from watching it. Do you feel tired just from watching it?
I
you
do.
feel excited from watching it, Piggy?
I'm so...
Tell us how you feel.
I can't even stay seated, but I'm forcing myself to.
All right, let's get back to it. Wild, jamming wildly. Well, she was raised by wolves for Rainy City. Picks up lead.
That little toe stop dance that she does to clear on the outside. We've seen that more than once, Beatrix, and it has worked for her. She's able to get through on the outside, pick up lead jammer, now looking to put points up.
Definitely. Star pass to Captain Missy Pow Pow. Can't make it work out for her. Wild gets through that pack. Further 4 points on the board and calls off the jam.
Raised by wolves, you say?
I'm telling you, wolves with toe stops for paws. Truth.
You know,
She
Beatrix,
told me to say that.
you can render me silent, but congratulations. Although that didn't last very long. Guinevere Jamalot for Newcastle. Fatal Blonde with the star for Rainy City.
Well, 2 packs at the moment. Triangle of Doom at the back for Newcastle. Wall of Doom up front for Rainy. Blondie with 1038 Fraulein. Fantastic to get through, but she does get past and picks up lead for Rainy. Oh, well, coach trap penalty there assessed to Guinevere of Jamalot. She had the star stashed. So power jam now to Rainy City.
And this has been an occurrence we've seen quite often. We talked about this as we were going into the halftime period, and that is the jammer penalties that have occurred, power jam scenarios that have been given Rainy City, already a strong team and able to put points up, even more of an advantage because of the speed of their jammers and so forth. They can put up a lot of points in 30 seconds. So, again, this has been, I think, the story of the bout so far. Whereas Newcastle does have moments of defensive brilliance, it's just these penalties that have been very costly.
Yeah, and I think you said earlier when we were on a timeout that consistency is key, and that's not quite what Newcastle are attaining right now. They do have those flashes of brilliance, but the consistent brilliance isn't quite there. Now, you know, first game of the tournament, everybody's got nerves,
Right.
adrenaline is pumping. You know, it could be slightly down to that, but the problem is Rainy City are taking advantage of that inconsistency.
And taking advantage of lead jammers, Go-Go Chanel for Rainy City. Now a four-wall set up by Newcastle. Right in the mix, though, from Rainy City is blocker. Gosh, the action moves so quickly, it's hard to see who it is. Missy Rascal was the one that was in the midst of that wall, creating disruption. Go-Go Chanel, though, still having to battle as Newcastle doing a great job of forcing her to the infield and bridging back.
And Drama Bomb just doing a fantastic job of being the jammer spotter for Newcastle. Just whenever you're seeing a jammer being knocked out of play, Drama Bomb usually is quite close by.
Definitely someone that we have seen a lot out of, Drama Bomb for Newcastle.
So Newcastle Rollergirls, Canny Belters 64, Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars 198.
Just over 8 minutes left to go in this second period. And again, those of you joining us online, if you just joined us, shame on you, but thanks for being here. In the white, it is Rainy City taking on Newcastle in the black jerseys, both teams out of the UK. And it has been a hard-hitting bout so far.
And everybody taking a tumble there, including Valentine jamming for Rainy City. She's off to the penalty box. Faye Roberts also off there. Penny Bizarre, the only jammer out on track, and she is skating for Newcastle.
Pushing that two-wall forward, and Penny Bizarre gets through. Forcing the out of play to be warning to be given, and that allowed her to make that pass. Looking for more now, but Rainy City closing quickly with two blockers on the front side of the pack, and now a bridge back.
Menace last line of defense, but Penny Bizarre makes it through. 5 points on the board for Newcastle.
Penny Bizarre approaching a brace three-wall, as you love to call it, Beatrix, the triangle of doom.
There is nothing that is not doom-filled about that triangle, let me tell you, Piggy. Knocked to the inside, recycle back, and Valentine is back on track and in play for Rainy City. Faye Roberts in support to try and spring her free of the Newcastle walls. Calamity with the knockdown. Valentine recovers. One left to pass now, number 3. Anita Be Nasty.
Again, such strong defensive action, but the relentless approach of Rainy City just really taking its toll here in the last portion of this bout.
Beautiful piece of blocking from Faye Roberts there on Penny Bizarre. Just at the end of that jam, knocked her off the track, spun back, came back for the recycle. Penny Bizarre decided to call the jam instead.
2 tracks worth of action here this weekend at Beach Brawl 2016. Right now, we're watching Rainy City take on Newcastle at 11 o'clock or so. Keep an eye on your screens. And those of you here in venue, next bout here will be Rage City out of Anchorage, Alaska, taking on our host Gold Coast Derby Girls on track D. For more Derby action, stick around. Right now, though, we've got a power jam opportunity now for Newcastle. Power jam continues for Newcastle. Spangled, though, right into a wall of white jerseys, but here comes Newcastle to break that up very nicely.
And jam comes to an end, meaning Newcastle start this next one on a power jam. 5 points picked up there by Newcastle. Obviously 0 points, as Wild was sitting in that penalty box. So a lone start on the Atomscapes jam line for number 75. That is Guinevere of Jamalot. Guinevere taking a knee. Newcastle looking to disrupt the walls of Rainy City, but Rainy City reforming up front as Wild back on track and in play as the jammer for Rainy City picks up lead.
Amazing intensity there by Wild. She came out of that box just on fire and forced her way through. Newcastle having to abandon their attempt at helping their jammer and just weren't quick enough to stop the progress of Wild.
Well, raised by wolves, that's what it gets you. Wild calls the jam as Guinevere breaks free of that pack. 5 points on the board for Rainy, 0 points to Newcastle.
Want to take a moment to say thank you to our officials, both NSOs and referees. If you'll join us in a round of applause for the work they've done in this bout. For all of our officials, thank you so much for your hard work.
I think it's a very British crowd in the stands. That's why it was very polite. Everybody was drinking tea. They could only clap one-handed. Okay, back to the action. Rainy City passing the 200 mark now, by the way. 2:03 to them, 78 to Newcastle. And it is number 48, Smack Mamba for Rainy City. Penny Bizarre, 0-1 for Newcastle. Knocked out by Bruise and Banshee, recycled back. Piggy, that is Smack Mamba, also suffering the same fate there.
Sniper working well alongside Drama Bomb. Again, individual work being done by these blockers from Newcastle, and together they have really made life difficult for the Rainy City Jammers at different portions during this bout.
Yep, Sniper and Drama Bomb, definitely a standout pairing for Newcastle. Ruthless Philly knocking out Penny Bizarre, recycling her back. This time it's Fisher with that recycle back.
Smack Mamba, though, with the lead jammer call, and now Newcastle will defend as she is forced to the infield and will have to recycle back.
I mean, we're like 1.5 minutes into this jam and we've not yet got past turn 3. Everybody working hard in a very small space, really. The jam has been knocked out, recycled back.
And, you know, it's interesting that the different modes that we've seen this bout go through, these sort of slow, tough pack scenarios, we've also seen the speed come into play at different points. And so it's almost as if these two teams know we've got a long weekend. Let's see what works. Yep. Let's see what we can try, and then we'll adjust as we move forward. So it's made for some interesting derby here in this first bout.
Definitely. And 4 points picked up by Rainy there. 0 points to Newcastle. We don't have very long left on the clock at all of this game. 666, Alex Valentine jamming for Rainy City. And that looks like number 79, Spangled for Newcastle. Spangled being picked up by Captain Vivian Lethal and Jessica Menace as Alex makes her way out of the pack and picks up lead for Rainy.
Newcastle wall on the back side, but Valentine able to plow right through it. She is running into a bit of resistance as Newcastle cycles forward quickly. And the truck cut is drawn and called, so that will put Valentine in the penalty box. Power jam opportunity now for Newcastle.
And so power jam indeed for Newcastle. Helen Drew with the star stashed tightly in her hand as she comes up against one of those famous triangles of doom. Jessica Menace, Vivian Lethal, and Liz Yeatman all working that defensive triangle. Neutralizing the power jam against Rainy City. Valentine's back on track and in play, up against that familiar pairing though. Kat up front for Newcastle, making things difficult. Anita Be Nasty also in attendance, but she does make it through, picking up 5 more points for Rainey.
Jam will continue to its natural conclusion. We're on the jam clock now for this bout in what has been a fun bout between these two teams to open up Beach Brawl 2016 here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Piggy, Menish just landed a fantastically timed hit on Helen Drew, knocked her to the outside, recycled her back just as she saw the light at the end of the tunnel through that pack. He was like, nope, not today.
Not today.
Not this moment. Well, game comes to an end.
Yes.
I'm kind of sad. I want him to do it all over again for me.
I was going to say, maybe we should just ask him to do it once more. If we can get a huge round of applause for both of these teams from the UK, Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars, and Newcastle Rollergirls, Canny Belters, for a strong start to our opening bout here. Beatrix, it was a very, very strong opening 7 minutes or 8 minutes by Rainy City that set the tone for this bout.
Yep.
And Newcastle, as game as they were, just not able to overcome that strong start by Rainy City.
No, and like you said, maybe they're trying out a lot of different things for this weekend, so expect more of those brilliant bits that they did so well out on track today. But they couldn't quite keep their defenses strong enough and their mistakes slow enough for Rainy to not take advantage.
But nothing to be ashamed of here for
no.
Newcastle, as they have plenty of action left to go. Right now, the winners for this bout are Rainy City Roller Derby All-Stars. And once again, for those of you joining us online, thank you for being with us here at Beach Brawl 2016. This is Track D action. Next, you will see Rage City Roller Girls take on Gold Coast Derby Girls. But don't forget, you can flip on over to Track C and catch action there as well all weekend long, as Oklahoma Victory Dolls, Blue Ridge Roller Girls were the opening bout on Track C, and they'll be followed by Winnipeg Roller Derby League and Cape Fear Roller Girls. So, again, lots of action. Beatrix, it has been an absolute pleasure calling with you here this morning. Thanks for helping me open up Beach Brawl 2016.
Piggy, thank you so much. It wouldn't have been anywhere else, and I will catch you later on today.
Sounds good. All right, we'll be back with more Derby action from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as the Gold Coast Derby Girls bring you Beach Brawl 2016. Don't go away. already on 1 bar. So
I got more batteries over.
Test, test, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Welcome to Beach Brawl. Beach Brawl 2016. What year are we? 2016? Yeah, 2016. Third Beach Brawl. Live from the Broward County Convention Center. We are live from the Broward County Convention Center in sunny Fort Lauderdale. We're waiting for the next bout on the D track. It's going to be Gold Coast Derby Girls hosting Rage City Rollergirls, straight out of Anchorage, Alaska. I am Darth Paul.
And I'm Shady Hawkins, and we are pleased to be with you today for this morning game back in Anchorage. I believe it's I believe it's a 4-hour difference, if I'm not mistaken.
You're the one that lived there.
So that is true. So good morning to all of you in Alaska that are watching.
That's right, enjoying some coffee with get some early morning derby coffee.
Early morning derby coffee, which may or may not include an adult beverage.
Well, they're probably getting ready for work, so you might want to hold off on the adult beverages just yet. Oh, okay.
Nobody
Because
needs to know.
Anchorage doesn't frown upon. Well, anyway, that's fine.
Well, anyway, let's take a moment. I just want to introduce everyone here at home and those of us listening on the web stream live. Introduce you to the Rage City Rollergirls. Today are playing for you. They have a very short roster, only 8 team members, but these girls are used to playing with a shorter roster. And that roster is going to be comprised of number 113, Bayou Baby Doll, 202, Tiger, 21, Catnado, 212, Hot Donna, 227, Volatile Violet, 26, Batman, 49, Ice Crystal, and 50, Deuce Gunner.
And for Gold Coast, we have number 0, Sookie Skank House, number 1114, Carnivorous Licks, number 1144, Slam Sand, 117, Reverse Cowgirl, number 13, Deadly Force, number 17, Just Business, 187, Kindly Kills, number 28, Cleopatra, number 3, Anakin Skyblocker, number 412, Crazy Yinzer, number 5, Barbed Wire Gordon, number 51, Lil Scrap, and number 714, Gina Marzano.
These are the skaters that are going to be joining us for this morning game here on Track D.
I would like to make an acknowledgement here. Last year at the Beach Brawl, we Gold Coast said farewell to their longtime bench coach, Barely Human, and we want to welcome him back. He's back as bench coach. I believe it's just sort of sort of helping out at Beach Brawl type of thing. It's local and it's easy for him to get to, but we definitely want to say welcome back Barely Human. It's been a year since we've seen him with Gold Coast, so.
And a special thank you and hello to Professor D, who is coaching Rage City, who is also a fellow announcer, who has done a lot of work with us on our end. So from us to you, good morning.
Excellent. All right, it looks like we are ready to go. It's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon on the jammer line for Gold Coast. Gold Coast is in red.
And Rage City is in black, and that looks like Catnado wearing the star for Rage City. And the whistle is blown.
And they're off. It's going to be Catnado out in front with the blockers for Gold Coast. Barbed Wire out in back with the blockers for Rage City. And that is going to be Barbed Wire Gordon out in front as our lead jammer with Catnado hot on her heels.
Absolutely. Both of these jammers really kind of setting the standard here in the first jam of the game. Catnado turning on the speed, but she is unable to put any points on the board for Rage. However, 3 points on the board for Gold Coast.
Yeah, Barb took a foot out and said, yeah, I'm just going to call this one off. I've had enough. 3 points, plenty.
A point is a point.
That's absolutely right, and 3 is 3. So we're going to go with Anakin Skyblocker for Gold Coast on the line.
And that's going to be Ice Crystal wearing the star for Rage City. Ice Crystal, seasoned veteran of Rage City, definitely knows her stuff whenever she puts that helmet cover on.
And they're off. Anakin looking for a crease. as Ice Crystal is as well. Ice way out in front, Cleopatra holding her up, but she finds the inside line and is through for Rage City's first lead jam on the second jam.
And we have our first penalty as well, as one of Gold Coast blockers takes a seat in the penalty box, giving Ice Crystal a bit of an advantage, having to not worry about one additional blocker on the track as she makes her way around the apex. She's going to call that jam off. 2 points Gold Coast with a full 4 points for Rage City.
Yep, that was Gina Marzano sitting in the box for Gold Coast. And it's going to be Crazy Yinzer. Crazy Yinzer on the jammer line.
This next jam going to be brought to you by Rydell. Over 70 years, Rydell has been an innovative leader in roller skating industries. Rydell skates are unmatched in quality and unmatched in performance.
And they're off. Oh, and that is a quick lead jam pickup by number 113, Bayou Baby Doll.
Bayou Baby Doll, skating for another league in Alaska as well, has a history with them. So she's also not only skated with these ladies, but she's skated against them at some point. So you could say that she kind of brought her experience to Rage City to kind of help them out from the opposing side's end. Meanwhile, she does put full 5 points on the board for Rage City.
And she's going for more right now as she makes her way on the outside and picks up 4 points. 4 points at the end of that jam to give Rage City their first lead. Sets the score at 13-5. For our next jam, it's going to be brought to you by Extreme. Extreme Action Park is the largest indoor entertainment venue in South Florida, and we are growing. Opening this year is a 16,000 square foot roller skating rink, rock and jock jump trampoline park, escape rooms, auto museum, and much more. We truly have something for everyone. That is Extreme on I-95, right off of I-95.
And we have an official timeout. This official timeout is going to be brought to you by the Concept Law Firm. They are proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
And it looks like they have sorted out their issues, and they're going to get started with the roller derbs once again. It's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon for Gold Coast. Only 2 blockers on this track for Gold Coast, and that was number 21, Kat Nato, making quick work of them as she is the lead jammer.
She takes the inside line, putting 5 points on the board for Rage City.
And she's going to skate around for some more as Little Scrap is back on the track to meet up with her, but she gets right by her.
Canedo looks to the inside, decides to call that jam off. She scores 3 additional points for Rage City, holding Gold Coast 2-0, making that an 8-point jam for Canedo.
Anakin Skyblocker is going to be back on the track jamming for Gold Coast in red.
And that is Ice Crystal wearing the star for Rage City in black.
And they're off. It's going to be Anakin Skyblocker out in front with Ice Crystal trying to work her way through as the Gold Coast blockers cycle to the front.
And it is Ice Crystal with a little bit of a hop in the apex, earn lead jammer status.
Yeah, Anakin Skyblocker having a rough time getting through the pack right now as she gets beat out by Batmam, and she is being recycled all the way to the back of the pack. And we got a forearm being called on Carnivorous Licks from Gold Coast.
Ice Crystal forced to recycle back into the back. She comes back and hits the back of Gold Coast blockers and their 3-wall. But she's going to be assisted by Hot Donna there in the front, trying to break up that 3-wall to allow her to continue on her scoring pass. And she meets some tough shoulders opposition.
Anakin's just having absolutely no luck right now as she has completed the star pass to the pivot for Gold Coast. Reverse Cowgirl. Reverse Cowgirl is now the jammer. And 3 more points at the tail end there for Ice Crystal. Gold Coast having a hard time getting through these blockers for Rage City right now.
Rage City prides themselves on putting together a group of women who are very strong defensively. All of these women, they talk to each other. Their communication is very good. Even as they travel through the apex here right in front of us, we can hear them talking to each other and really making full use of the track and keeping an eye on where that Gold Coast jammer is.
And we're going to have our first power jam as the jammer that is Bayou Baby Doll being sent to the penalty box for Rage City, but following straight behind her is Crazy Yinzer for Gold Coast. So we have Bayou Baby Doll in the box, and then it's going to be Crazy Yinzer in the box, and guess what? She's going to be coming right out.
Yep, we've got a good old-fashioned swapperoo, so that means we are not going to have a lead jammer, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes.
That's right, full 2 minutes. Crazy Yinzer going to try to work her way through these blockers for Anchorage. Gold Coast got lead jam on the first jam and hasn't had it since. Haven't scored since the second jam. Just business in the back to meet up with Baby Doll. Solid wall right now from both teams. Gold Coast and Rage City throwing up a good wall. And that's Sookie Skankhouse knocking Bayou Baby Doll out of bounds and recycling her all the way to the back of the pack. Crazy Yinzer just barely even moving at this point, finding absolutely no opportunity to get by these blockers. And there is another penalty on Bayou Baby Doll as Gold Coast does have a power jam.
Let's see what Gold Coast does with this opportunity to try and help their jammer through. They start recycling through, trying to break up that Rage City defense. Rage City recycling again to the front, always seeming to keep a hand on the blocker that's next to them.
And 0 jammers got through the pack that time. There was a star pass at the tail end, so Sookie Skankhouse was the jammer at the end there trying to work her way through. The Gold Coast Derby Girls are going to have a power start with a 29-5 deficit, so this is the opportunity Gold Coast was looking for. This jam is going to be brought to you by Bont Skates. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster. They're the original carbon boot, the lightest boots on the market. Bont.
And Gold Coast has less than 10 seconds as Bayou Baby Doll is standing in the penalty box.
And that is Barbed Wire Gordon working her way through this pack, which Gold Coast has been able to stretch them out. Oh, and Barbed Wire gets called for a cut track. That toe stepped out just at the end there, and she is being sent to the penalty box just as Bayou Baby Doll is sent back onto the penalty, or sent back onto the track.
It looks like she was awarded lead jammer immediately before that penalty. Therefore, a lead was awarded and it was removed. Therefore, we will have no lead jammer, and we will go the full 2 minutes as well.
Yes, we will. As Bayou Baby Doll is through for her initial pass, she's going to be picking up points with Barbed Wire Gordon in the box. Oh, and the Gold Coast Derby Girls left the barn door open on that one with a little help from Rage City.
Deuce Gunner absolutely just shifted that whole line over and opened that hole for Bayou Baby Doll, exactly what she needed to do.
And it's Carnivorous Licks, Reverse Cowgirl, and Gina Marzano holding up Bayou now, giving Barbed Wire Gordon an opportunity to get back on the track and complete her initial pass.
All these skaters very much aware that they are in the apex, which means they've got to be even more particularly careful about their bridging. Sometimes that curve can be very deceptive with their distances. These skaters doing a great job in having track awareness.
And Gunner once again coming in to blow up the pack that Gold Coast has set in the front. Oh, and Gold Coast doing an excellent job of knocking out the jammer for Rage City, Bayou Baby Doll.
Bayou Baby Doll looking to make a star pass to Deuce Gunner. She was unable to do so. She was forced to recycle all the way back into the apex, and before she could get back on the track, jam was called off and came to its natural conclusion, rather.
And she did pick up 4 points for Rage City, so they extend their lead to 38-5. And Gold Coast going to try a different jammer, this time putting Cleopatra on the jammer line. And it looks like it's going to be Ice Crystal once again.
That is Catnado.
Oh, it's Catnado. My apologies.
It's okay. It's from our angle. It's a little bit difficult to
we
see.
can't see numbers from here. Oh, and that's going to be a cut track on Cleopatra, going to give Catnado a power jam here opportunity. And she is the lead jammer, so she's got a power jam. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here in the Broward County Convention Center, be on the lookout for Toothy, the jammerhead shark. As Catnado is working her way through on her initial scoring pass now on this power jam, she picks up 5 points. And Anakin Skyblocker tries to get one last lick on her, but she is through. Catnado is clean through for 5 points. 5 more points for Rage City.
And our penalty box is empty as everyone is back on the track. Gold Coast Jammer trying to make her way through on the outside. She is unable to go on the outside, but a shoulder from Deuce Gunner sends her to the inside, and she's forced to recycle all the way back behind the pack. She was making some great progress, but then Deuce saw her coming and just knocked her right on in.
And it's going to be Catnado through for another scoring pass, and Cleopatra Heartbreaker being sent back into the penalty box for another cut track. And Catnado working her way through for another scoring pass on another power jam. And that is the end of that jam as Rage City picks up another 5 points, compliments of Catnado, and they're going to have the benefit of a power start here. Rage City is looking pretty good right now.
Yes, they are. Like I said, they are the #1 team in Alaska. They've got a lot going for them. They bring a lot of teams up to compete against them. They'll travel down as well. So this weekend actually going to be a very important weekend for Rage City, trying to boost their rankings since they don't get to travel maybe as often as some of us here in the lower 48 get to do. So they're really looking to make an impact here at this tournament.
And Gold Coast doing a good job of preventing the Rage City blocker from opening up. Rage City tried to open up the inside line for their jammer, and believe this one is Ice Crystal this time.
You are correct.
And Gold Coast did a good job of preventing that from happening and working through the block. So they held her up long enough to get Cleopatra Heartbreaker an opportunity to get back on the track.
Ice Crystal being emphatically informed by her blockers to go ahead and call that jam off. She does so in time, putting 3 points on the board for Rage City, holding Gold Coast to 0.
All things considered, that was a very positive jam for Gold Coast on that one, considering it was a power start and they held her up prevented her from getting lead jam immediately, and only gave her up 3 points, so not bad. It's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon on the jammer line for Gold Coast.
And that's Bayou Baby Doll for Rage City. Bayou Baby Doll able to make her way around to come up against a 3-wall of Gold Coast blockers. But it is Barbed Wire Gordon earning lead jammer status for Gold Coast.
Bayou Baby Doll being held up by the blockers. There's only 3 of them on the track for Gold Coast right now, but they're doing a pretty good job.
And a shoulder from Just Business into Bayou Baby Doll. only increases. Baby Doll's looks like she's starting to get a little bit fatigued. She just keeps getting pinballed around, and now she's being forced to recycle all the way back into the apex.
With only 8 skaters, that is going to be the one thing that Rage City is going to have to prevent, fatigue. As Barbed Wire Gordon picks up 5. Give her the thumb. 5 for Barbed Wire Gordon and the Gold Coast Derby Girls. Just what the doctor ordered. And Barbed Wire Gordon got caught on the inside, getting knocked out of bounds. Instead of recycling back, she'll take her 2 points and go home.
That's going to make that a 7-point jam total for Gold Coast.
Setting the score at 61-12. And we are back to roller derby action with Gold Coast Rage City. Both jammers getting knocked out of the track as it's going to be Carnivorous Licks jamming for the first time for Gold Coast. And a lead jam for Catnado once again.
Catnado stepping over a little scrap there on the apex.
Just powered right through her. And it's going to be Crazy Yinzer holding Catnado up this time, but not long enough as she picks up 5 more points for Rage City.
The one thing that I definitely like so far about what I'm seeing is the penalty count. The penalty count has actually been very low. So all of these skaters skating very methodically, skating very cleanly, and skating very safely. Another 5 points on the board for Catnado.
Oh, and that's going to be, just as you said, skaters skating cleanly. We have a little scrap getting called for a direction of gameplay.
It's the announcer's curse.
And Anakin Skyblocker getting called off for a forearm. So, oh, and Crazy Yinzer also being sent to the penalty box. So Gold Coast right at this second only has 1 blocker on the track. Anakin Skyblocker being sent back onto the track. Oh, and a cut track on the jammer for Gold Coast. This is going to be a power jam at the worst possible moment for Gold Coast. Only 1 blocker holding her up right there, well, with the other blocker getting knocked out of bounds.
Rage City taking advantage, trying to use a little bit of strategy, keeping 1144 Slampersand trapped behind them to keep the pack with them. When Gold Coast only has the 1 the 1 blocker on the track, they were trying to. They then had the advantage of keeping the pack with that blocker. So if that blocker, moved a particular way, Rage City was really having to pay attention to where she was going to go. That way, they didn't create a destroyed pack, and that could possibly earn penalties for Rage City.
So we're going to bring this next jam up with Green Monster. Green Monster, all your skating needs can be located at Green Monster, GRNMNSTR, Green Monster.
Rage City really taking advantage of that last jam. That was a 30-point jam for Rage City. Compliments of Gold Coast blockers having to take a seat in the penalty box. This jam, though, it's going to be Ice Crystal earning lead jammer.
Yeah, and we have Carnivorous Licks back on the track for Gold Coast as the jammer. As the inside line was wide open for Ice Crystal, picking up 4 points. 4 points. And that's going to be Carnivorous Licks being sent to the penalty box once again. And another power jam for Rage City. Gold Coast is not doing a good job in the last couple jams keeping their people out of the penalty box right now, as Ice Crystal picks up 5 points on that pass.
She does pick up 5 points. Gold Coast really going to have to get their blockers together, really going to have to, talk to them and, come together as a team. If they can manage to continue and keep their blockers out of the box, I think that's really going to be a game changer for them.
Yeah, they have to, at the same time, they have to find one of the jammers has to start breaking their way through the pack. That has been a major problem for them so far. They've had two lead jams for Gold Coast so far. And the first one, and then 2 jams ago, and they just have to change that stat up quick. We are back with Rage City on a power start, second power start in a row with Carnivorous Licks sitting in the penalty box.
And Bayou Baby Doll is going to earn lead jammer status, but not without a hard fight here in the Apex. These blockers go from Gold Coast really getting together and really leaning hard on the Rage City jammer.
Oh. And that's going to be a cut track on the reverse cowgirl, the new jammer for Gold Coast, as the star was passed. But as soon as she got this star, she immediately stepped out of bounds.
That was a very quick star pass, kind of tucked deep in the pack. Kudos to these officials for keeping such a close eye on these ladies, because I certainly didn't see it.
And it's Bayou Baby Doll taking the floor as she's going to get recycled to the back of the track. And nice long bridge being set up by Gold Coast as Bayou Baby Doll is being told to call off the jams, giving Rage City from Anchorage a power start.
We just want to remind everyone that coming up, dates have been set for Division II playoffs and Division I playoffs. Division II playoffs are going to be taking place in Wichita, Kansas and Lansing, Michigan. First playoffs are going to be the 19th through 21st of August and the 26th through 28th of August. So go ahead and mark your calendars. Start planning your trips for Division II playoffs.
Fantastic.
Catnado trying to fight her way through to the Apex. It is a no pass, no penalty, which means she will not be lead jammer, which means Gold Coast has an opportunity here. If they can get their jammer through and out front, she has the potential to earn lead jammer.
Oh, and reverse cowgirl tried an inside move, and that did not go successfully for her. She got pushed out and has to recycle to the back just as she was about to make a break for it. Oh, and we have a block in the back on Catnado. So Gold Coast has an opportunity as a lead jammer and a power jam here.
Little Scrap also being sent off on a back block for Gold Coast.
Reverse cowgirl having no luck right now, though, as she's got one more blocker to break through, and nope, that is Gunner. She has been busting up the works all morning for Anchorage and Rage City. It looked like Cowgirl was looking for the pivot to hand off to, but the pivot's sitting in the penalty box right now as Rage City's jammer came back and quickly picked up 4 more points. This one's going to go the full 2 minutes, I fear.
Catnado able to make her way out of the pack once she is returned to the track, and she's going to put 5 points on the board for Rage City. Deuce Gunner, though, now taking a seat in the penalty box for Rage City, with Gold Coast returning to full strength.
And Lil Scrap has the star now as Catnado picks up 5 more points.
Looks like you were right. Looks like Reverse Cowgirl was looking for a star pass. She was able to complete it. As the jam comes to a conclusion.
And that was 0 for Gold Coast.
And a 14-point jam for Rage City.
It's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon trying her hand once again. She's picked up 2 lead jams for Gold Coast, so she's the one that's been working so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we're coming up on the 5-minute mark here in the first period of this game. Rage City All-Stars versus the Gold Coast Derby Girls. Gold Coast in red, Rage City in black, and Gold Coast, Barbed Wire Gordon, lead jammer for Gold Coast.
That is right. Barbed Wire Gordon out in front. She's going to try to make this the 4th jam where Gold Coast has picked up some points. She gets knocked out and calls it off. Did she get the 1? She got the 1. 1 point for Gold Coast, chipping away at the lead.
Sometimes that's how you got to do it. You got to do it just one pass at a time.
Adam Skates is going to be bringing up going to be presenting our next jam. Adam is on the jammer line. Is the jammer line sponsor for both tracks? Okay, so I just learned something. Adam is it's the Adam Jammer line. So we're gonna start doing that, Shady. All right, we got to start calling the Adam Jammer line. We learn something new every minute, not just every day.
Every minute. Cluster there in between on that first straightaway.
I do want to say about Adam, they have the juke wheel. The juke wheel is back, combining a new design with the original urethane. It is your go-to wheel for any surface. Test ride the juke wheel at the Adam Skate booth today. The Adam Skate booth is here at Gold Coast. So, power jam for Gold Coast. Crazy Yinzer is the jammer on the track.
Bayou Baby Doll is going to be sitting in the penalty box for Rage City for a blocking with the head. A penalty we don't see very often, but that happened during that cluster there and that initial kind of jam up on that first straightaway. Gold Coast now looking to kind of take advantage of the momentum, putting some points up on the board.
It's going to be Crazy Yinzer is the lead jammer and the sole jammer on the track right now, so she's trying to work her way through on her initial scoring pass here. And she is through, and she calls it off as the jammer was back on the track for Rage City.
5 points go to Gold Coast.
Okay, I do genuinely want to apologize for Adam. Did you know that it was the Adam Jammer line? Yeah. Okay, so we know now. So on the Adam Jammer line, it's going to be Lil Scrap jamming starting a jam as a jammer for the first time for Gold Coast.
And that is Cat Nato for Rage City.
Lil Scrap is a change of pace jammer for Gold Coast usually. When they need a little burst of energy, they throw her out there and to see what she can do. She kind of barrels her way through the pack and
that really may be what Gold Coast needs.
Yeah.
This Rage City defense is a strong push back kind of a wall, so maybe what Gold Coast needs is just that push, and apparently it is. Little Scrap, lead jammer for Gold Coast.
And she is the lead jammer, so now, chalk it up. Barbed Wire Gordon and Little Scrap, the only two jammers that have gotten lead jammer. Oh, wait, that's right. Crazy Yinzer got it last time, too. So we're on 3 jams in a row where Gold Coast has gotten lead jam, so good for them.
And that is
2 points. 2 points. 2
for
points.
Gold Coast.
Cut it to under 100. It's going to be Rage City 118, Gold Coast 21. So you just got to accumulate points and hope it adds up. There was a flurry of penalty activity at the tail end of that jam.
With the results being 2 of Gold Coast blockers, one wearing the pivot stripe, sitting in the penalty box for Gold Coast.
Yeah, she was sent off for a multiplayer earlier in the jam. And that is going to be Ice Crystal as our lead jammer for Rage City as Barbed Wire Gordon is getting recycled to the back. And that's Barbed Wire Gordon doing a nice little pirouette around Gunner to pick up, or to make her way through the pack and avoid getting that extra point for Rage City. And Ice Crystal's going to go ahead and call it off as Barbed Wire Gordon was well enough in front that she was not going to catch up.
We're kind of starting to see as this period starts to come to a close, we're starting to actually see the pace pick up, which is something that you don't see very often. But I think these ladies are starting to kind of get to know each other a little bit better, and I think they're starting to get a little bit more confident with their speed and with their movements. So I'm really looking forward to see what we're going to see in period 2. Meanwhile,
Little Scrap was on the Adam Jammer line for Gold Coast, worked first time. Oh, a multiplayer block on Sookie Skankhouse. Her first penalty. It's going to be Bayou Baby Doll through for lead jammer as Little Scrap holds the line. And a back block being called on Tiger. Oh, and a nice shove coming from Hot Donna on Little Scrap, knocking her out and going to recycle her to the back of the pack.
And Bayou Baby Doll on the outside, putting 5 additional points up on the board for Rage City. Rage City wanting to close this period out strong. Little Scrap with a little bit of a helping push there by one of her blockers, but she is going to recycle on the outside all the way around. Bayou Baby Doll putting additional points on the board for Rage City as she chooses to call that jam off. And we are at halftime.
We are at halftime. We want to thank Phillips and Phillips Law Firm for presenting the first half. Phillips and Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips and Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips and Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
That's right, because this is an international tournament. We have teams from a variety of countries.
Including England.
And that's really exciting to me.
Yes.
Going into this second period, though, Paul, let's talk about these two teams. Rage City coming out strong, really holding their own and really showing that just because they're all the way up there in the frozen north doesn't mean that they don't put the work in and that they're not here to play. They are really showing well defensively. I think that's going to be their strength. They've got a series of blockers out there that are experienced, that are veterans with their league, and they know what they're doing, and they talk to each other. And I really think that's probably the most important part of what they do is their communication within their wall.
Absolutely. And when you bring a short roster, as we commented up front, they've only got 8 skaters here this weekend. So when you bring a short roster, you need to conserve energy. And the best way to conserve energy is to not have to chase after the jammer. If you can keep the jammer in a localized area, you're
saving yourself time,
you're
saving
not skating
yourself
around.
energy.
Absolutely. And they've been doing an excellent job of minimizing the amount of skating they have to do, quite frankly.
One thing I'm going to say about Gold Coast, though, is that addition of Little Scrap. The addition of Little Scrap to the jammer line really seemed to improve the team's morale, and it really seemed to improve their point score. We saw them score more points towards the end of the period than they did at the beginning of the period. So I really think that Little Scrap's style of jamming is going to be an asset to Gold Coast, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what she's going to do for Gold Coast in the second half.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that second half. This is Darth Paul.
And I am Shady Hawkins. We will see you back here in just under 13 minutes.
Excellent.
Gentlemen, if you are in house with us, we have an item that someone may be very, very much looking for. Maureen Leschel, I believe, Leschel. I have a very small, very monetarily valuable piece of paper in my possession up here at the dais. So, Maureen Leschel, if you have lost something of a monetary value, please see us here on Track D up at the dais.
Actually, it's more like Maureen Leschel, you have lost something of a monetary value. Please report to Track D, the dais. All right, we're going to be coming out into the second half here in a second here on Track D at the 3rd Annual Beach Brawl in sunny South Florida at the Broward County Convention Center. I am Darth Paul.
And I am Shady Hawkins. You are joining us on Track D for a full day of excitement and roller derby. If at any point you'd like to, you can also switch over. We have another track, Track C, where just as much roller derby is going to be happening. But right now, we're going into the second period of Rage City Rollergirls All-Stars versus Gold Coast Derby Girls All-Stars. They are our hosts, and we had quite a showing from Rage City in the first period, 137-21 Gold Coast. Their last jam, I believe, was a 15-point jam. Rage City really coming out and showing us, like I said before, that just because they live all the way up there doesn't mean that they know how to play the game.
They definitely know what they're doing, absolutely, and they know how to block. They are blocking very well. So if you are just joining us, if you missed the first half and you want to know what's going on, just watch for blocking from Rage City because they are putting on a clinic right now. Speaking of putting on clinics, the Junior Derby Association, JRDA, is united against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in their initiative to stop bullying. See details at the JRDA booth.
They also have sponsored our lovely badges that we are wearing around our necks. We have the JRDA badges this weekend, so we'd like to send out a shout out to the Junior Roller Derby Association.
And badges meaning like the entry. We get in and out of the venue thanks to JRDA, so absolutely thank you for that. Also, 5-second skate gear. 5-second skate gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it is a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, stop by their booth and say howdy. Hashtag next whistle. Also, speaking of hashtags, if you are here in the venue, who's here in the venue?
All of those people over there,
Apparently,
they're here in the venue.
They may not be aware, but yeah, you folks sitting over there, you're in the venue. If you see Toothy the Jammerhead Shark, the Gold Coast Derby Girls mascot, Toothy the Jammerhead Shark, take a selfie with Toothy, put it up on social media, hashtag Where's Toothy, WHERES, Toothy, TOOTHY. The Gold Coast will enter you into a drawing for a prize if you take a hashtag and post it up on the social interwebs. That means Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and your dashboard or anything, whatever you have going on the social webs and the internets and all the medias and stuff. Hashtag Where's Toothy, selfie, do it.
And for those of you at home, we just want to remind you, we talked about the Division II international playoffs. We'd like to remind everyone about the Division I international playoffs. The WFTDA Division I international playoffs are taking place all of the month of September, September 2nd through the 4th, 9th through the 11th, 16th through the 18th, and 23rd through the 25th. And this year, 2 of our locations for Division I are going to be in Canada. In the first weekend, the 2nd through the 4th, that's going to be in Montreal, Quebec. The second weekend, the 9th through the 11th, will be in Columbia, South Carolina. The third weekend will be that second weekend in Canada, the 16th through the 18th in Vancouver, and then the 23rd through the 25th will take place in Madison, Wisconsin, all culminating to our championships, the WFTDA 2016 International Championships, November 4th through the 6th, 2016 in Portland, Oregon. And they are hosted by our current champs, the Rose City Rollers.
When do you have the current champs hosting the championships next year? That is, I'm not going to lie, that's pretty interesting. That adds a little bit of level of intrigue to the whole
no pressure.
proceedings. Yeah, that's something else. All right, so I always say you can't build a 100-point lead without losing a 100-point lead. Gold Coast absolutely, Gold Coast can absolutely come back from this if they can start working their way through some of these blockers. There's nothing stopping them, but other than those blockers.
I really think Gold Coast needs to take a look and remind themselves that Rage City only came down with 8 skaters.
Yeah.
So if they can use that to their advantage and try to make this team fatigued,
Yeah.
then I think they can start closing that gap, and it'll be beneficial to them.
Yep. Gold Coast blockers have been doing a good job. It's not like the Gold Coast blockers have just been letting people through. They've been holding them up. It's just penalties and not getting that lead jam has been it's problematic for him. So let's see what we have on the Adam Jammer line. The Adam Jammer line is going to be Barbed Wire Gordon for Gold Coast, and she's going to be going against Cat NATO.
A little bit of housekeeping. Central City captains, if you are in the building, Central City captains, please report behind the scoreboard for your captains meeting. It is going on right now. Central City captains report behind the scoreboard. Meanwhile, on the track, Cat NATO is going to be lead jammer for Rage City.
And Barbed Wire Gordon's going to be hot on her heels. Oh, and Cat NATO doing a nice move to bust up a line. However, Gold Coast did slow her down. Picks up 3 points, though. 3 points for
Barbed Wire
Rage City.
Gordon really coming out of the chute quickly. I think they really, they had that talk maybe about speed that I was telling you about. They've got to put more pressure on Rage City if they're going to hold them to those minimal points.
And it's going to be Anakin Skyblocker on the Adam Jammer line for Gold Coast.
And that is Ice Crystal wearing black for Rage City on the Adams Jam line. Ice Crystal being forced to recycle to the outside, and she is going to earn a track cut, sending her to the penalty box, giving Gold Coast a power jam situation. Let's see if they can take advantage.
Oh, and just as she was about to break through, that is Anakin Skyblocker being sent to the back on the inside. Gunner holding up the works right now. And Tiger working on it too. Just excellent blocking from Rage City, as Anakin Skyblocker does pick up the lead jam on this power jam, and she's making her way around for her scoring pass. And here comes some blocking help from Gold Coast blockers. Oh, and she's getting called for a cut track. Anakin Skyblocker getting called for a late call on the cut track call there. And Ice Crystal is trying to work her way through for her initial pass. And she is through. She's going to be coming around on a power jam scoring pass here.
This is going to be a full 2-minute jam since both of these jammers have taken a seat in the penalty box.
Oh, and that was a nice hit from Deadly Force on Ice Crystal to slow her down a little bit. Anakin Skyblocker is back with the pack of Rage City. Both skaters right now looking to pick up some points here. Anakin still looking to complete her first scoring pass, as Ice Crystal has completed her scoring pass. That was left over from the power jam, so she does pick up 5 points.
The jam will come to its natural conclusion with Gold Coast putting 3 points on the board with an additional 2 points for Rage City.
7-3 on that jam in favor of Rage City. And on the Adam Jammer line, it's going to be Crazy Yinzer.
For Rage City, Bayou Baby Doll wearing the star. She takes the inside line and meets a firm defensive wall by Gold Coast. So she starts kind of pinballing around. Meanwhile, Gunner's going to come up to the line to help her jammer out, while Rage City keeps the Gold Coast jammer in the back. Bayou Baby Doll lead jammer.
I just want to say that Gunner is unbelievable at breaking up defensive packs. She helps her jammer so much with just coming in and blowing up packs. That is just something that is such a value to have on your team, and she absolutely does it with authority.
And I believe that's a little scrap.
That is a little scrap being sent to the penalty box along with the jammer. So we're going to have a power jam for Crazy Yinzer. But she is being cycled all the way to the back of the pack as the blockers do eventually make their way out of play. And Crazy Yinzer slow to meet up with the pack once again.
Gold Coast trying to help their blocker out with some offensive blocking. Looks like they're trying to break up Rage City's pack, creating a hole for Crazy Yinzer. But it's kind of turning into a cluster as they go into turn 3.
Definitely just a mass of bodies as Crazy Yinzer is still trying to complete her initial pass. And
Bayou Baby Doll takes advantage of that confusion, and she puts 4 points on the board as she returns to the track for Rage City.
And Suki Skankhouse was sent to the penalty box for her second penalty in this jam. And the Rage City Jammer with a power jam here. Bayou Baby Doll busting her way through, picks up 5 points just at the end of the jam, just before the whistle blows. And it's going to be a power start for Rage City. Oh, it's not a power start. My apologies. So that the penalty ended just as the jam ended, it appears. Hey, this next jam is going to be brought to us by Dr. Amal Masri, Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. B12 shots, $15 each. Get your B12 shots here today. Get that power boost if you are out here skating. B12 shots by Dr. Amal Masri. It's going to be a cut track on Barbed Wire Gordon, as you're going to give Cat Nato another power jam for Rage City.
Not only is she on a power jam, but she is the lead jammer, making her way through a bridged out Gold Coast. She's going to put 5 on the board for Rage City. She makes her way through, trips over Hot Donna, but she is up and moving just as quickly. Gets a little bit of a marching order from Tiger there. Looks like Rage City is going to employ kind of a passive offense by staying standing, forcing Gold Coast to bridge. Cat Nato being pushed to the inside and forced to recycle all the way back to almost turn 3 with some fierce one-on-one action from Gold Coast. Full track, all players had returned. Cat Nato taking a moment to get up. She's doing okay, waves off the request for a medic. She's going to take a seat on her bench and maybe take a few deep breaths, try and compose herself. That was some pretty gnarly hits there here in the Apex.
And with only 8 skaters, man, you can't lose your jammers. She is very valuable to this team right now. So hopefully she's okay. She waved off the medic, so she is going to be at least okay.
Gina Marzano going to be wearing the star for Gold Coast as she is pushed to the outside and forced to recycle. Meanwhile, Ice Crystal earns lead jammer status, but Anakin Skyblocker with a hip check drops her in the apex. She is able to get up and continue moving on. Gina Marzano, though, turning on the gas, making her way through the pack and completing her initial pass with seeming ease.
Oh, and that's going to be a penalty on Gina Marzano at the very end there. For little extracurriculars at the end there. So that's going to be a power start for. It looks like they're putting Bayou Baby Doll out there for Rage City. And they're off of the Adam jammer line as there's a power start for Rage City here.
And a 3-on-3 pack. Both teams having a blocker, taking a seat in the penalty box.
Oh, and a nice hit from Reverse Cowgirl on Bayou Baby Doll, knocking her down. But she does work her way through for lead jam.
This period, Gold Coast really making Rage City earn these lead jammer calls. Not shying away on these hard hits.
Oh, and that was, she fell on her own. That's going to be a low block. Yeah, that she knew it too. She got up and smiled and heard the whistle. She knew what she had done. That was just completely inadvertent on her. She made a move, ended up falling, got the low block call. And Gina Marzano is back on the track for Gold Coast, so the jammer is back. A little power jam for Gold Coast. She is working her way through on her initial pass, however.
Gold Coast taking the same strategy, waiting in the back, forcing Rage City to bridge out.
And that is Gina making her way through on her initial pass, so she's going to be picking up points on this one. And Gina telling her blockers to get going, help her out, get this pack moving. Oh, and she had an open door on the outside, but it closed quickly as she took a stumble.
She took a stumble, but she was able to get right back up. She did not go out of bounds. It was just barely fingertips that pushed her out, so she was able to get back up and return on the track.
Yeah, and with Bayou Baby Doll getting back on the track, picking up 4 points after completing that scoring pass. And Bayou Baby Doll is through for yet another scoring pass, 5 points, 5 in the sky. She did that one the old-fashioned way. She earned it. Passing 5, you get 5. And Bayou Baby Doll meeting up with blockers once again, looking for more points as that one has completed. 5 points for Gold Coast at the tail end of that jam, and 4 for Rage City, setting our score up at 183-29.
Gold Coast really seeing some improvement there during that jam. A lot of faster, more hard-hitting action. Gina Marzano, a very effective jammer for them. Her style, a little bit more rough and tumble, gave the Rage City blockers a little bit more difficulty.
All right, on the Adam jammer line is Sookie Skankhouse for the first time today.
And Catanado taking a shoulder on the inside line. More shoulders. She was able, though, to maintain her track awareness. She stayed in by 1 skate, and she earned lead jammer.
Excellent job by Catanado on the outside of turn 1 there.
I'm really enjoying this second period aggression that we're seeing from Gold Coast. Maybe they went and got those B12 shots.
Perhaps. Oh. And we do have a skater down. The jam is called off as Crazy Inzer. We have got a timeout. All right. Well, Crazy Inzer gets checked out for taking a little bit of a hit in the face there while trying to knock out the blocker. We've got some bills to pay. Sotolongo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all of your legal needs.
And just as a reminder for in-house, Maureen Leschel, you have dropped a piece of monetary valued paper. Maureen Leschel from Weston, Florida. Please see us here at the dais on track D.
We also want to thank Moda for sponsoring the Beach Brawl, 2016 Beach Brawl here in Fort Lauderdale. Moda.
And we also want to take a moment to appreciate and show love to our medical staff. Without our medical staff present, these bouts could not happen. So we really want to take a moment, thank our medical staff. Thank you for taking care of these skaters, these women, these athletes who put their bodies on the line playing this sport. Thanks for keeping us safe, guys.
And it's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon on the jammer line on the Adam jammer line for Gold Coast.
That's Ice Crystal wearing the star for Rage City. She decides to take an outside line, but is quickly forced to the middle when she meets a firm 4-wall. Penalty box is empty, full track.
Oh, Ice Crystal being called for a cut track. As that's going to give Barbed Wire Gordon yeah, that's going to be a cut track from Barbed Wire Gordon, too. Barbed Wire Gordon had an opportunity to get lead jam. However, she's getting called for a penalty as well. So we're going to have another 2-minute jam here.
And we're going to have a little bit of a jammer swapperoo, a little bit of a lull in gameplay as we wait for Barbed Wire Gordon to take a seat in the penalty box. Ice Crystal returning to the track. And game speed picks right back up as Rage City forces the pack forward.
However, Gold Coast did have 2 blockers out in front, and they were able to hold Ice Crystal up. Did a good job there to get Gold Coast did a good job there to give their jammer an opportunity to come out of the penalty box.
Absolutely. Ice Crystal completing her initial pass. She's making her way back around for a scoring pass. Barbed Wire Gordon doing the same.
Yeah, and an excellent wall being established by Gold Coast in the back of the pack there, and now it's migrated to the front as Ice Crystal is trying to push her way through, and she's got an outside line. Gold Coast creating a nice bridge here, some excellent bridge work as Cleopatra's the last line of defense. Oh, and Ice Crystal did a good job of getting right back in without getting called for a cut track there.
This is some amazing bridge work that we just saw coming all the way through, almost from turn 4 into turn 1. Gold Coast maintaining that bridge, maintaining that distance, showing great communicative skills.
And that's the full 2 minutes. That felt like 2 minutes, that one right there.
It did feel like 2 minutes, but Gold Coast went the distance on
Absolutely.
that last jam, earning 3 points. Rage City, 2 points. Total for that jam, Rage City 6, Gold Coast 3.
Absolutely. That was excellent, excellent blocking by both teams. If you like slug it out, push it out, roller derby, that jam was for you. And Deadly Force going to be jamming for the first time for Gold Coast on the Adam Jammer line.
That is Catnado in the back. Kind of hunkered down there a little, trying to really use her size. Oh, sorry, it's Bayou Baby Doll. See, I couldn't even see.
And it's going to be a power jam for Bayou as the jammer for Gold Coast was called for a block in the back, as well as Gina Marzano, the pivot, being called for an elbow. Power jam for Bayou, not what Gold Coast was looking for at this point, giving up any more power jams.
It's certainly never advantageous when you're having to do a power kill.
With only 3 blockers and with a deficit that you're trying to cut into.
Bayou Baby Doll putting 5 points on the board for Rage City. She re-enters the pack as Gunner gives her a little bit of assistance at the front. She is hipped out by Jess Business. Jess Business, yeah. She's been really making a name for herself and her blocking the second period.
Jess Business, a longtime Gold Coast Derby Girl veteran. She just she is the best I know of, coming in late and when a jammer thinks she's free on turns and just absolutely closing the door. She does such a great job of that and not getting called for out of play or anything like that. So Just Business doing the business that she does well. So there you go. It's going to be reverse cowgirl on the Adam Jammer line for Gold Coast.
And Catnado is going to wear the star for Rage City. Catnado taking a little bit of a heavier hit last time she wore the star, so we'll see if any of that residuals is left over.
It looks like she's okay. She is through for lead jammer. Reverse cowgirl, however, is going to try to force the issue.
Both of these jammers really turning on the gas.
Oh, a good job from Carnivorous Licks to stop any momentum from Catnado and force her to call it off with a donut. No harm, no foul on that jam.
Great awareness there by Gold Coast, holding Rage City 2-0. We just want to remind everyone that you are invited to the official Beach Brawl after party Sunday, May 15th. 2-for-1 drinks till midnight, and there is a free party bus to and from the club until close. It will leave from the Renaissance Hotel, and it will go to the Sin nightclub.
CYN nightclub on the beach. And it's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon lead jammer. I believe that's the first lead jam they've had in the second half, so good job for Barbed Wire Gordon.
Pack speed increasing as these skaters just start.
Barbed Wire Gordon forced out quick by number 212, Hot Donna, and has to call it off. So double donuts once again, 2 jams in a row.
Barbed Wire Gordon looking at her jammer ref, asking for that 1 point.
Not going to get it.
It was not to be.
Nope. It's going to be Anakin Skyblocker on the Adam jammer line for Gold Coast.
Bayou Baby Doll jamming for Rage City.
The Gold Coast jammers are taller than the Rage City jammers.
That is true.
So it's easier, you know, in our defense, it's easier to know who the jammers are for Gold Coast than Rage City to start.
And Anakin Skyblocker, lead jammer for Gold Coast.
Her
Gold
first
Coast,
lead jam, 2 in a row for Gold Coast.
big smile on her face as she rounds through turn 2.
If they can get Anakin Skyblocker going, Anakin Skyblocker can absolutely be a force to be reckoned with as a jammer if she can get going. And that's 2 points for Gold Coast. 0 for Rage City.
Very pleased with that jam as Anakin Skyblocker. Huge grin on her face.
I've seen her play in bouts where she can absolutely tear it up if she can get going. So, you know, maybe a little something to build on for Gold Coast's game later this evening.
Catnado going to try and take the outside line for Rage City. She is met, however, with heavy blocking. She makes her way past Little Scrap, though, and is going to take over that lead jammer spot for Rage City.
And it's going to be Gina Marzano through for Gold Coast. So Gina Marzano jamming for Gold Coast. Gold Coast, as I mentioned, is playing this evening, 7 o'clock on Track D, this very channel. So if you're watching at home and you're a Gold Coast fan, just keep it right here for the next 7 hours, and you'll get to see Gold Coast play Appalachian. Rage City's next game, I believe, is going to be tomorrow, and they are going up against Cape Fear. Cape Fear out of North Carolina. Why did I say South? I knew it was North Carolina.
And they will also be at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning as well.
Same bat time, same bat channel for Rage City.
Indeed. Ice Crystal going to be recycled on the outside, and then again to the inside, and forced to come all the way around.
Oh, and that's an excellent draw of a cut track by Jess Business, who leaps in jubilation. By the way, look, this Gold Coast team 2 years ago finished, I believe it was 6th, finished 6th in the D2s in Canada. So, this, and a lot of these skaters were on that team. So this isn't a team that is, new in any way, shape, or form, or transitioning. They are just transitioning. So this is a Gold Coast team, has a lot of pride, has a lot of experience winning. So, they're just in a transition period right now, and we're looking forward to having them back. Hopefully, by next year's Beach Brawl, we'll see Gold Coast back in at least the top 100.
And Ice Crystal is forced to be let go with an out-of-play call. Ice Crystal making her initial pass. As we do have a confirmed star pass, Jess Business going to be wearing the star for Gold Coast now. Jess Business really making an impact in this second period. I can't say that enough. Her intensity is just seeming to ripple through her fellow blockers in her wall.
And by the way, Just Business, when I started announcing for Gold Coast some odd years ago, Just Business was the primary jammer for Gold Coast. So she knows what to do with the star on her helmet.
Clearly putting 4 points on the board for Gold Coast.
Yeah, she transitioned to being a blocker. The toll that jamming was taking on her was just a little more than she could handle. So and she transitioned to being an all-star blocker right off the bat. She's just a fantastic athlete. So kudos to Just Business picking up 6 total points, 2 more at the end there. 3 more points for Rage City.
So that's a 7-6 jam.
And it's going to be set the score at 13-40 with
And
about 7:40 left on the clock. Gina Marzano going to give her a hand at the Adam Jammer line once again for Gold Coast. And she's going to work through Bayou Baby Doll right now with some jammer-on-jammer violence. And a block in the back for Rage City blocker, so Gina has 1 fewer person to work past. And that is Gina picking up a quick lead jammer with uncharacteristically Rage City leaving the barn door open on the inside that time.
Batman having taken a seat in the penalty box for that back block penalty really allowed Gold Coast to take advantage.
And Gina picks up 4 points and calls off, 3 points and calls off the jam. I thought I saw that extra finger there. It was an illusion, an optical illusion. It's going to be reverse cowgirl on the Adam Jammer line for Gold Coast. I believe Catnado for Rage City.
And it's Cadnado earning lead jammer for her team as we get a bit of a cluster of blockers falling to the inside. Gunner's going to recycle. She's smiling.
Oh, that's
going to
be a block in the back on Catnado against the jammer, Cowgirl. Power jam for Gold Coast right now. As Cowgirl is trying to work her way through. Oh, and she gets a toe out and has to recycle to the back. Though I have to say, the one thing that Rage City does not do, and they conserve energy by not doing this, a lot of times when a jammer gets knocked out, you see the blockers just skyrocket to the back of the pack trying to induce a cut track. These Rage City blockers, they just stay in their pack, let the jammer come back in, and they just keep this 4-person wall, this seemingly impenetrable 4-person wall, intact without breaking it up. And that really works for them.
It is a different strategy that we don't see very often. And a lot of times we are used to seeing, like you said, that one blocker, the foremost blocker usually taking that sprint back. But due to the fact that they do have a shorter roster, it is a very smart strategy for them to not do that and potentially expend energy where it isn't needed.
They're conserving energy and keeping together, staying together, so when the jammer comes back on, she knows she's going to have to go through 4 solid blockers, as there was a star past a little scrap here, and 4 points picked up by Catnado after returning from the penalty box. Oh, and a nice hit from Slampersand. Uh-oh. I heard a whistle. I wasn't sure if that was the jam being called off or a penalty being called. And Little Scrap took a leveler, picked up 3 points, however. 3 points for Little Scrap and Gold Coast. 4-3 jam as the score stands 2:17-46 with 4 minutes on the clock.
These 2-minute jams don't seem to be affecting either one of these teams, and they've been happening a lot more frequently than the average game. Lots of 2-minute jams, but neither of these teams really seem winded or really seem gassed. Both of them have their stamina intact.
Oh, and Gina Marzano back on the track as a jammer, being sent immediately to the penalty box for a forearm call.
Ice Crystal being forced to the inside and going to recycle all the way back to turn 4 where she started. Rage City taking the opportunity to do a little bit of offense.
Oh,
as
and
they-
that's Crazy Yinzer back on the track after an earlier injury. She forces Ice Crystal out.
She does. Just Business going to drag her all the way back again to turn 4. This bridge work by Gold Coast only improving as the period moves on.
Yep. And that is going to be Gina back on the track trying to complete her initial pass now. And that's Gunner holding her up, though. Gunner is out of play, and she's got to let her go.
That's right. There was a no pack called. Gunner unable, hands tied, unable to really do much.
And that's Gina picking up some points for Gold Coast as Ice Crystal is recycled to the back by Just Business. A nifty hit from Deadly Force, knocking Ice Crystal down. And Ice Crystal is through for her initial pass.
But not without effort. A lot of ping-ponging there back
Absolutely.
and forth between those Gold Coast blockers. They really made her earn that pass.
I will say, this is the first time. There was a moment in the first half where I saw one of the Rage City jammers look a little winded. This is the first time in the second half I've seen that. Ice Crystal definitely, working, putting out maximum effort in order to work through these blocks.
That's right. For Rage City, 4 points. That jam, hashtag maximum effort.
That sets the score at 223 to 51.
And this jam is going to be brought to you by the law offices of Phillips & Phillips, PA, David Phillips, LLB, attorney at law, barrister at law. Ooh.
A barrister.
Barrister, nice.
Oh, for all of our folks, yeah. He's in England and Wales and St. Vincent. So wonderful. Excellent. I just realized something. If we look at the one prior, I believe that Phillips & Phillips is on both. All right, we're good. It's going to be Barbed Wire Gordon through on her initial pass as the Rage City jammer picks up 4 points. Oh, no, Barbed Wire Gordon takes a spill, and that's going to give Bayou Baby Doll an opportunity to catch up with her. And Bayou Baby Doll, because of the spill, was able to pick up 1 point, 1 point for the Rage City. I hate when those invisible blockers come out of nowhere and knock you down. Isn't that the worst? It's going to be reverse cowgirl on the Adam Jammer line for Gold Coast.
And Cat Nato wearing the star for Rage City. Rage City definitely coming down with a plan, having a defined jammer rotation, something that you see at higher level gameplay. So they also have 8 skaters, so it's really interesting to me that they have a 3 jammer rotation with only 8 skaters.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, reverse cowgirl taking the inside line, earning lead jammer status, quick, fast, and in a hurry, like it was the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, and I do want to say, excellent job by reverse cowgirl to pick up lead jammer on the last jam. So Gold Coast had the lead jammer on the first jam and the last jam. 3 points at the end. The middle, not quite what they were hoping for. However, they put forth an amazing effort. The blocking walls from Rage City were something to force to be reckoned with, quite frankly.
Absolutely. The story here, definitely the blocking skills of Rage City.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here in house with us, please take a moment to appreciate our teams. Rage City, winners of this bout here on Track D.
Let's hear it for Rage City. There we go.
And ladies and gentlemen, your home team and our hosts, Gold Coast Derby Girls. Give it up for Gold Coast.
The unofficial final right now is 229 to 54. So, and we're going to call it, that is our official final. So the official final, 229 to 54 in favor of Rage City. Once again, thanks for tuning in. Please stick around for Track D roller derby action. We've got coming at you Muddy River versus Central City, being called by Beatrix and Pass the Mic. So, hey, this is Darth Paul.
And this is Shady Hawkins. Thank you very much for joining us, folks. And we'll be back.
Absolutely.
All right, well, greetings and salutations from here in the Broward County Convention Center for all of the hundreds and hundreds here in attendance and the thousands and tens of thousands listening in at home. My name is Pastor Mike.
And I am the lovely Beatrix.
And you are lovely at that.
I am lovely.
You really are.
I have to tell people sometimes because when they meet me in person, they might not think I am.
Well, and we don't have video on us. We don't have the cameras on us, so they can't see how lovely you are. But fetching, I think, is appropriate.
I'm quite disappointed there's no camera on me. I did my hair and everything.
Well, you know, tomorrow you'll know better.
But I digress anyway.
PJs and slippers tomorrow.
I'm just not going to even, just a bed sheet,
There
I
you
think.
go. Well, listen.
Wow. I bet you didn't expect to tune into that, did you?
Not exactly. Not the way that we normally would open. But you know what? That's just fine. So listen, here's the thing. One of the finest international tournaments in all the lands. This is Beach Brawl 3. And thrilled to be one of there's actually 4 announcers at Beach Brawl who have announced all 3 Beach Brawls now that are still in the rotation. So
you're like a coven.
Yeah, they just keep on covering us. I'm not sure exactly. They take us out of dry storage and mothballs and
dust you down,
Yeah.
wheel you out.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Here's a lozenge. Now go call Derby. Okay. So we've got a good one here. This is actually going to be a fantastic game I'm looking at. When you take a look at the WFTDA rankings, Birmingham is coming in at number 151 and Moncton at 107. I think that these teams personally are a little bit closer than those numbers will show, and a lot of that has to do with the limited play that some of the international teams, especially in the UK, have to play against some of the top-tier American talent.
You just stole the words right out of my mouth. You are actually Meatloaf. No, you're quite right. I think, as I'm sure many people in America are bored of hearing Europeans bang on about, rankings for European teams tend not to be truly reflective of the work, the skill, the talent, and the position they should be in. And that is because playing at a higher level, getting those higher level teams to play a game against you usually costs, a couple of $1,000s. So we're not always truly reflected in rankings. That being said, Central City Rollergirls, they did play London Brawl Saints back in March and took the win there, 183 to 156. So just to give you an idea of their caliber, smashing the Brawl Saints.
So let's run down the teams real quickly, tell you who's who in the zoo. Again, for those of you watching at home, Muddy River Rollers will be in the black. Central City Roller Girls from Birmingham will be in the pink.
Hot
Tell
pink.
Very hot pink. It's like a neon. I'm kind of digging that, honestly. It's easy to see in these fluorescent lights. So who's rolling for Central City?
Okay, let's go through the roster. We have number 10, Bunny Massacre. Number 19, Woo-Ha. Number 2, Smash and Burn. Captain. Number 3, Tinchy Slider. Number 42, Agent Dana Scurry. 434, Dr. Inoculator. 5000, Boots Maneuver. 61, Erin Blokovich. 69, Very Cherry. 707, Jelly Mean. Number 8, Scar Siren. 800, Goldilocks. 82, Hustler. And number 99, Western Super Claire.
There you go. Oh, look at that. We got the horns and everything.
The English have woken.
The English are here. You should have been here 2 years ago when Sweden was here. That was Stockholm was a loud
lungs.
group. The beer the beer tenders are the beer leaders. There we go. Anyway, 4 Muddy River Rollers, the Lumber Smacks. Number 0, Box Blocker. Number 100, Hail Destroyer. 111, Knocker Walker. Number 42, Godly. Number 45, Burn. 47, Smashy. Number 50, Snipress. 619, Billy the Shiv. Number 7, Shamrocker. Number 8, Tootsie Valentino. And number 99, Side FX. We are seconds away from the first whistle here. 5 seconds, in fact.
Not just any kind of seconds, 5 whole seconds.
And we're off.
Tinchy Cider is the jammer on track for Central City.
Tough position for us back here. We're like completely in the wrong spot to be able to call out the jammers. Looks like it's going to be
Snipress.
Snipress. There you go.
But didn't she already through, picked up lead for Central City, coming around on her initial scoring pass, finds a space on the outside line and picks up 5 whole points.
Quick 5-point pass there, and she's going to do it now on a 4-on-3 advantage. The pivot, that's number 800, Goldilocks, is going to take a seat in the penalty box. And this jam's going to get called off right there, put another 4 points on the board, and call that one off. So a good start there. 9-0 run for Central City to start things off. And again, they're going to be starting this one now on a 4-on-3 disadvantage. Goldilocks sits.
Tootsie Valentino wearing the star for Muddy River Rollers, and that is Agent Dana Scurry for Central City.
And a nice job there of walling up in the back of the pack by Central City, able to lock things down, even again skating one down, and it is their pivot. Now both jammers out free and clear. A little bit of a foot race going on, but she's going to have a long way to go and a short time to get there, will Tootsie Valentino. So that's going to be another opportunity. Get in, get out, try and get one. Now she's going to get 2 out of that pass, so a 2-point pass there. Call it off, and again, just keep the numbers running.
Yeah, and a fantastic job there by Dana Scurry. She just had the footwork down pat, found the space through the center of the pack on her initial pass, and then just hit the pack at a really controlled speed to grab those 2 points and call off the jam, denying Muddy River any points.
So back we go to the Adams Skates jam line. The start line is full, but only for a moment, and that moment is gone. It's now empty.
Western Superclair knocked to the outside, recycled right the way back. Muddy River's jammer just stuck behind the wall of pink as Western Superclair picks up lead.
A pair of forearm calls against 2 different black skaters. That's going to cause a log jam there for the Lumber Smacks with 3 in the box temporarily, but again, that's going to be a very, very quick run.
Yeah, and that's really not helping Smashy out for Muddy River Rollers. Nor is the cut track penalty she's just picked up off to sit in that penalty box, meaning power jam for Central City and Western Superclair in control.
And, you know, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lengthy power jam, or could have been a lengthy power jam at that, as Smashy was sent off all the way over here in turn number 2, and the penalty box, for those of you watching at home, set up all the way in that first straightaway. So she had all the way around the track to go before that time could start. Now, on the other side of the track, Muddy River had done a very nice job of forcing out the jammer on the other side of the line, Weston Superclair, who was able to have to come back in, recycle back of the pack in turn number 2 before she could come back in. So that long run around the track really didn't hurt for the Lumber Smacks at that point.
Yeah, they did a great job of neutralizing part of that power jam against them, but Western Superclair did pick up a further 4 points, making that a 14-point jam. Still holding the Lumber Smacks at 0. Central City are on 25.
Well, and listen, they're going to have a real tough time here because, again, not only are they going to be down by a blocker, they're also going to be starting on the power start. So great opportunity here for Central City to jump back out again. One at the top of the line, last line of defense, and gone, daddy, gone. Nice job there by Knocker Walker trying to hold her in. Last line could not hold her tight.
Yeah, Tinchy Slider already on her scoring passes, picks up the points, calls off the jam. 4 points picked up. 0 points still for Muddy River Rollers.
Yeah, nice work from the blockers in black all the way around, but again, being undermanned as it will, or being down the way they have, they've been pretty significantly shorthanded through these first few jams.
Yeah, and playing under pressure is never any fun, especially when you don't train like that. You don't train to be put under this kind of pressure. Mistakes happen, high tariff moves happen, and that's where it can really unravel. So Muddy River's job right now is just to keep their heads.
Man,
That's
I'll tell you
not
what.
working out for them.
Yeah, well, listen, and here's the thing. They tried to take advantage of a little jammer-on-jammer action right there at that Adams Skate start line. Unfortunately for Snipress, though, called for a directional block, so she's going to have to go take a seat, and immediately back on the power jam goes Central City. and another opportunity here to put some points on the board. Already up 34-0 and looking for more.
Yeah, Dana Scurry with the star for Central City in this jam. Just fighting against that front two wall from Muddy River, joined by more of their teammates, but I think that out of play call was coming soon. Dana Scurry's through, picks up 5 more points for Central City. Snipers, though, back on track and in play for Muddy River.
Yeah, nice job there by that big pink wall to hold her in tight, and that is a massive, monstrous wall right there, headed up by the, well, you got Goldilocks out there. You've also got Woo-Ha. Bunny Massacre takes up a lot of space on the track. One in the box for Central City. That'll give Snipers an opportunity to get back around, but nothing doing there. It is a 4-point pass the other way, 4-0. So another 14-point jam there for Central City, and continuing the unlikely shutout so far of Muddy River.
Yeah, 5 jams in and 0 points to Muddy River. Not a time to lose your head, not a time to let your head drop for them. They've really got to try and keep the pressure on Central City now. Try and grab those points. Lead jammer status surely isn't that far away.
And I'll tell you, when you look at these teams, and especially when you take a look at Muddy River over the last several games, they score points in buckets. I mean, they've got an opportunity here to put points up very, very quickly. The fact that they're being shut out now is no indication of the ability to put the points on the board. Now, the challenge that they've had is, as we always say, penalties kill.
Yeah.
And right now, the penalties are really hurting that team. They're going to have no choice but to clean that up a little bit, keep their players on the floor in order to go ahead and try and put some points on the board. So box blocker will take a penalty.
Western Superclair is lead for Central City. Tutsi Valentino made her way out of the pack, was denied any points yet again by that hit it and quit it strategy CC are employing.
2 more penalties called at the end of that one is going to send Dr. Inoculator to the penalty box for Central City. Another blocker coming off the track on the other side. I believe it was side effects, if I'm not mistaken. It is.
Pastor Mike, you must have eyes everywhere to see all these penalties and remember them and call them.
They're all over the place.
Well, all your eyes.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
No, I've got spotters everywhere. You don't see them?
Okay, it is Captain Tinchy Slider picking up lead for Central City once again.
No pack call, and then a destroying the pack call as well going against Burns, so she'll take a seat. Penalties, penalties, penalties all over the place. And again, you don't want to focus on them.
No, let's not even talk about them.
Well,
it's going to be hard not to.
You almost have
no
choice because again, when you take a look at the track and you see only 3-4 jerseys out there total, outside of the jammers, it's tough not to mention. So again, another 4-point jam for Central City, extending their lead out now 51-0 at the 21-minute mark by the time we get going again, give or take. And a micro pack opportunity now. It's going to be 2-on-2 in front of the Adams Gates jam line.
And, we are only 8 jams into this game. The penalty issues may come back to bite everybody in the bum later on. But right now it's working out great for Dana Scurry. She has picked up lead for Central City.
Knocker Walker with a nice job there, trying to hold her in and give Snipers an opportunity to get out. She did and made it back to the engagement zone, but not before the jam gets called off. It's a 3-0 run the other way. They'll reset 30 seconds away and do it again.
Did you just say a 3-0-1 the other way?
3-0 run.
3-0 run.
A
I was thinking you were
3-0
talking in
run.
code, and I thought people back home are going to be like, "What's a 3-0-1?" Just wanted to clear it up for everybody.
It's a police code. It means
that's what I was thinking.
No. A 3-0 run. Sorry. Should I have thrown a Z in there?
I think you should just try and speak in an English accent.
I don't.
Western Superclair picks up a 4-arms penalty. She's off to sit in that penalty box, meaning a power jam for Muddy River Rollers Lumber Smacks. And it is number 8, Tutsi Valentino with the star on her helmet.
First lead jammer status of this game for Muddy River, if I'm not mistaken. And a good opportunity there. She'll go through and grab the points. Not a lot of effort on her part that time around. Fairly easy run through. We'll see what she can do with her second opportunity as she comes in contact there in the back of the pack with Jellybean. Slows her down, but only for a moment. And now a track cut penalty called at the end of that one, so that's going to be a swap of the jammers, but time was basically out. I don't think we're going to get much extended or shortened penalty time off of the other side.
No, it looked like Western Superclair was just leaving the penalty box as it was. So a great opportunity there for Muddy River Rollers. They did pick up 5 points, but now Western Superclair off to the penalty box. Cut track penalty assessed to her.
It was indeed. Yep. She forced out a play, she tried to turn around and go directionally the other way, could not make it happen. So, chest to chest and forced out a play, came right back in. Unclean.
You dirty player.
But a very, very quick turnaround again as those multiple jammer penalties kind of tricked everybody out of the box. Points on the board. Muddy River back in this thing again with a quick 10 points and another opportunity.
Yeah, and Tootsie Valentino just doing a great job here of pushing on forward. She's got that front wall to deal with of Wu. Her attention momentarily on her own jammer means that Tootsie got on through and picked up a further 4 points.
Well, and I like what she did there. She got real low. And again, it was a good thing to do when you're taking a look at who she was up against.
Yeah.
She had Western Superclear out there, but she was also face to face with Bunny Mascara. And, Bunny Massacre, excuse me. If you don't get low, you're not getting by Bunny Massacre. That was going to be a bloody mess.
Yeah.
But
yes.
She got low and got through pretty quickly there. So a nice job. And again, another 4-point pass to bring this thing to just a 40-point game. And again, we said it before. I'll say it again. Muddy River does have the opportunity to score those points in buckets.
We've got a team timeout right now for Central City Rollergirls. So a great time to just mention our sponsors. Of course, we have Rydell. For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance. I love the fact that even though CCR players are in the box, they're still able to join in with their team chant and just feel like they're there in the huddle. It's beautiful. We also have Bont Skates. Bont are one of our sponsors here, the lightest boots on the market.
Team timeout has come to its natural conclusion. We are ready to rock and roll once again. Everybody back out at the line. Whistles blown, away we go.
Smashy versus Tinchy Slider in the Jammer Stakes. Tinchy knocked to the inside, recycled right the way back by Knocker Walker. Well, Smashy looking for space, but it is Tinchy Slider who finds it on the inside line to pick up lead for Central City.
Well, a nice job there. Again, Central City with a nice braced 3-wall there. They dropped one back to kind of try and blow up what was going on defensively the other way, and it worked out for them. Tinchy able to get out, get through, and grab lead jammer status. Smashy fighting back there in the back of that pack, but again, that braced 3-wall, very, very effective for Central City.
And Tinchy this time finding it on the outside line, catching Muddy River Rollers blockers unawares. I think it's because she is so Tinchy. She manages to scoot on past. She's through for a further 5 points.
But a nice job there by Smashy to break on through. She was able to get out of the pack and make her way through. But again, that jam's going to get called off before the damage can be done. Freddie Mercury Poisoning says 1 point going Pink's way, nothing the other. So it's a 60-14 at the 17-minute mark. The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
I have some great ideas, but I don't think Concept Law will be able to help me. I don't think they're the kind of thing. They seem like a good idea at the time. Okay. So
4-hour penalty there.
Yeah.
Sorry. I know. I understand.
Agent Dana Scurry is the only jammer out on track right now. Burn off to the penalty box for 30 seconds. And Agent Dana Scurry looking to get on through this pack, which she does, picking up lead for Central City once more.
Yeah, real nice job there at the front of the pack, though, by the Lumbersmacks. two at the front. Godley was one, the other, Billy the Shiv, working real hard there at the top of the line, and they're right back to it. They're the same two at the front on this attack, and it's a one-on-one battle right now. Agent Dana Scurry going up side by side with Godley. Finally breaks on through, but, man, nice job there, one-on-one at the top of the line.
Snipress back on track and in play for the Lumber Smacks. She's in a mix of pink right now. Woo and Goldilocks looking to keep her back. She breaks through.
Yeah, Wuha with the last line of defense could not get there, and again, that forces the call off immediately at that point, so it's another 5-0 run. There we go. I'll enunciate the R.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? Don't you kind of drop the R's?
I never drop anything.
No, my. Especially
Except
not your
the
R's. There's a little British humor for you.
Really?
Very little.
Was that
Very, very little.
Well done. I do have to say, Godley out on track as a blocker for Muddy River Rollers is absolutely fantastic. She is everywhere, making things happen all the time. It was great to see her in the last jam, just really causing Central City some trouble.
A nice attempt there. Central City tried to release a couple of extra blockers to catch up and couldn't quite get there. So Tootsie Valentino able to break on through. She'll get right back to it. But, man, oh, man, I'll tell you what, these Central City Roller Girls, they're the jammers just know where they're at. And more importantly than that, I think they know exactly where the opposing jammer is. They're calling it off right on time every time.
Yeah. I think definitely kudos to their bench as well. They're always checking in with their bench staff, making sure that what they're doing is, I guess, what they're planning to do and what they're training to do. Always listen to your bench coach. Do you listen to yours, Pastor?
Rarely. But I really don't follow the rules typically.
Oh,
nice move there on the inside run up on the toe stops. And she just ran right on through. So Smashy with lead jammer status in her pocket for Muddy River, and an opportunity now. Oh, and that one is not going to go the way Smashy wanted it. It's going to be a 2-0 score the opposite direction. Nice job there by Central City to block up the lane and allow their jammer through, while at the same time putting Smashley on her backside on the other side of the track, outside line.
Yeah, and yet again we saw Wuha doing a great job at the back of the pack, picking up Smashy. She came in to grab those points and just escorting her to the outside and forcing that recycle back. So just checking in with the scores. The Lumber Smacks on 14, Central City Roller Girls 71. 30 minutes just over left of this first half. If you've just joined us on the live stream, well, where have you been? Central City Roller Girls in pink. Muddy River Rollers are playing in black. And we have Snipress with the star for the Lumber Smacks. Agent Dana Scurry for Central City.
Oh, nice job of recycling there on both sides. Hustle coming up and getting back in. Byrne coming back in. Both teams doing a nice job. And this pack got stretched out in a hurry. I mean, they were just all right there bundled together, and everybody climbing right on top of one another, climbing the ladder to get back in on this thing. Finally, all the way through almost an entire minute gone by. 45 seconds, 48 seconds, something like that anyway, before finally lead jammer status has been assigned. It's going to go Agent Dana Scurry's way.
Out of play, called, meaning Agent Dana Scurry's got to be let go by those Muddy River blockers. She's picked up 5 points, but Snipress also out of that pack now and looking for points. Byrne escorting Dana Scurry to the outside line. And Dana Scurry simply calls off that jam. Further 3 points picked up by Central City, 0 points to Muddy River.
11.5 left to roll in this one. And again, Central City up 79-14. But again, when you go back, and I was taking a look prior to this weekend at some of the stat lines, and Muddy River, you don't see a lot of 1s and 2s. You see a lot of 5s and 8s and 12s and things along those lines. So good opportunity here for them to put some points on the board. They got to get that lead jammer status. They got to stay out of the box, and that's where it starts right there. Nice job there by Tootsie Valentino once again to break on free and claim lead jammer status. Now, she does have a sniper in her sights at this point. It's a foot race to the finish. Weston Superclair off and running. And a real nice job by Muddy River to speed up this pack.
Yeah.
They saw what was going on. They very quickly got to the front, and they pushed the pack speed, allowing for that 4-0 run right there. So a nice job by Muddy River to see where they were. And we're going to have our first official review of this game. That one's going to come from Central City. What do you think? Any idea what the coaches for Central City saw there?
Now you're asking me a question, and I'm not going to answer that.
That's okay.
I don't believe that we should try. It would be like the BBC if we did that. We're trying to guess what people are saying over there. We're all the way over here. Billy, of course, the coach for Central City. What I do know is that jam displayed the fantastic defensive work of Muddy River Rollers. They were all over the pack, keeping Central City at bay, not giving them any opportunity to grab that lead jam status, holding it back for themselves, and it worked out really well for them. 4 points picked up, 0 to Central City. More of that, please.
Yeah, and, pack speed determines play. And, as soon as they saw the opportunity and took off, again, great awareness by Muddy River to take control of the speed of the pack at that point, stretch everybody out, force them to come up to the front. It was a nice job there. Now, I understand we are very fortunate at this tournament that we do have extra announcer refs available. So we may even, at the end of the official review, we may get an official to come tell us what the official review was all about officially.
Officially. But if not, I will officially allow you to just make up what it was.
Oh, I would never. Okay, no, that's not true. I would.
I've heard.
No, I would. I would make an assumption or two, but,
Well, officially, if we don't get officially told, you can make the assumption, and I'll agree with you.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah, CNN does the same as the BBC, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
so
very,
we're
very
on the
similar concepts.
Okay, they're over there talking, we're over here talking. Let's just pretend we know what everybody's talking about.
Ah, look, and here comes Sarcastro to tell us. There you go. So the official review, very simply, was that Central City believed that Muddy River's jammer took a whip off of an opposing player. The official review will not be overturned, as the referee crew believes that Muddy River's jammer took a whip off of her own teammate. So there you go.
And we would never have made that up.
No.
Guess that.
No, but it's fun to suppose. It's fun to play the game of, what I think I saw.
Okay, Tinchy Slider versus Smashy in the Jammer Stakes. Tinchy Slider up front with a 3-wall from Muddy River. Scooches around the side of Godly eventually and picks up lead jammer.
And now a track cut penalty is going to put her on the power jam as well. Oh, nice move up on the toe stops and that little turnaround. Nice job to tiptoe across the inside line, or outside line, excuse me, to make her way through for the 5-point pass. Pack comes to a complete stop and a nice jump up, down, and through for another 5 points.
Central City's blockers here just completely shutting down the blockers of Muddy River, just surrounding one of them, keeping them at bay. Couldn't hold that forever, though. Godly at the back, looking to slow down Tinchy now. Picking her up as she comes in through the inside line, but Tinchy landing gracefully on her toe stops, picks up a further 5 points.
Well, I'll tell you what, Billy the Shiv just saved her team a potential extra 5-point pass right there. I mean, the scoring is going to continue, but Billy the Shiv on 2 successive attempts by Tinchy to get by, slowed her down by a good 15, 16, 17 seconds in total. May very well have saved an extra 5 points on the board right there.
And, sometimes it's not about those big hits out. It's not about the big blocks. Sometimes it is just about keeping that jammer at bay, keeping them in the pack, keeping them in the mix, and just stopping that scoring happening.
Yeah, listen, positional blocking makes sense, and it helps out. I mean, again, that's an 18-point jam, but could have very easily been a 23-point jam as well. So a nice job there positionally, making sure that Billy the Shiv put her body where it needed to be. And again, you see, especially in some of the lower levels, especially when you get into the Division III type derby, you see so many skaters who just want to lay that nasty, nasty hit and, end up missing and sliding out of play and creating penalties that didn't need to be there when a simple hip check would have done the job.
Yep. Work smart, not hard. Oh, wait. Okay, it is Dana Scurry with that lead jammer status. Snipress in the mix. Goldie Blocks picking her up and knocking her out and recycling her to the back. Dana Scurry on her toe stops and grappling with the four wall up front that is Muddy River Rollers. Pushing forward as Central City pretty much at the back in a braced three wall. Snipress like a ping pong ball. Ping pong ball?
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't mean that.
Absolutely.
She's being held in between turn 3 and 4. As Agent Dana Scurry finally does not break through the pack, picks up a cut track penalty and will sit in that penalty box for 30 seconds.
Yeah, that log jam there brought to you courtesy of Bunny Massacre, who just absolutely shut things down. Nice job of recycling, getting back in to brace that wall back up again, lending the hit where she needed to lend it, putting her players in position. Nice job there from that 5-point pass. And away goes Snipress with another opportunity.
Yeah, Knocker Walker just opening the door on the inside line to allow Snipress through and pick up those 5 points.
Well, and she's not got much help.
Well,
so doing a lot of this on her own, and nice job there on the inside run. Jellymean was the one to beat, and she was able to get on by. Oh, nice job to recycle.
Two big blocks from Box Blocker. Knocking Agent Dana Scurry down. She still gets the 4 points, but certainly slowed by that challenge.
Yeah, and Hail Destroyer there as well to help out with that. So a little double tap to slow things down and get it back to where it needed to be. So a nice job there by Muddy River to put 13 very, very important points up on the board on that last attempt. So a 13-5 Muddy River run in that jam number 16.
And we've got just over 6 minutes left of this first half. Everybody lining up on the Atom jam line.
Yeah, both jammers forced out, and a nice hit there again by Byrne. And everybody is going out right there at that outside line at the start line. Godley will have to let her go. Could not get there on her heels. So Weston Superclair out first, out front, and a nice big opening there with a very small pack in front of her. Oh, nice try. Up, down, could not land it. Or at least didn't think she could. Might have been clean there. Looked at the referees looking for a signal. She's not going to get one. Yeah. She went back, recycled anyway, all the way to the back of the pack.
And smart jamming, she took the chance on that, knowing she was lead jammer, knowing she could just call that off if it didn't work out for her, which is exactly what she did. So 0-0 jam. Tinchy Slider jamming for Central City. And she was down so low then. I was thinking, have Central City even fielded a jammer?
Yeah,
but I found her.
There's a lot of very, very tall skaters on the track right now for both teams, especially for Central City, who was in the front of the pack, making it real tough to identify anybody out there. But it will be Tinchy Slider and Smashy. Tinchy out very, very quickly. Grabs that lead jammer status. We've got whistles all over the place again. Both jammers now out free and clear, and a nice hit there in turn number 3. I believe the hit coming from Box Blocker. They forced her right out of play and down, had to come back in and recycle. That'll cause the call off there. It's a 4-0 jam.
Yep. Tiny but mighty. Tinchy Slider is tiny but mighty. But that block from Box Blocker, let's just talk about that for a second. Perfectly timed, right on the apex. Tinchy went flying into the middle but recovered so quickly herself from that to grab those points.
What a nice job again by Muddy River also after that force out to get back together and climb in where they needed to. So here we go at the 3:45 mark. And man, oh man, how on earth, before you even could get a chance to say who's jamming, Agent Dana Scurry jumps out in a hurry. Snipers is going to have to give chase, but man, oh man, she's got a long way to go and a short time to get there because very, very quick is Agent Dana Scurry to get back to the back of the pack, hit the engagement zone, and squeeze it on through. Oh, but now a track cut penalty is going to send her off.
Yeah, I believe that was at the hips of Godley, that cut track penalty. Godley, like I said before, he just always seems to be in the right place to either help out her own jammer or slow down, stop, and knock out the opposing jammer. This time it was no different.
Yeah, nice job there by Snipers on the back end. Sorry about that.
That's okay, I'll forgive you. 4-2 pack advantage, though, to Central City. But we've seen Snipers do mighty things before with very few blockers on track to help her. Godley looked to clear a path, didn't quite make it. Number 5000, Boots maneuver, closed the door on the inside lane, knocking Snipers to the outside and forcing her to recycle all the way back.
Another 4-point pass on the board there, going back again for Agent Dana Scurry. Snipers will give chase. And here goes the pack speed again. Both teams moving up quickly. Well, this may very well be the fastest pack we've seen all game so far. Everybody trying to get up there. And then, of course, as soon as you say it, they slow right back down again into turn number 2 and allow everybody to come back together.
I totally think they were listening to you, and that's why they did it.
Very, very, very unlikely.
Snipers behind that front 3 wall. Oh, scooches to the outside. Finds enough leg room to get on through and pick up 5 further points for Muddy River. So a fantastic jam for Muddy River. 19 points to them, 7 points to Central City, taking the scores. Muddy River Rollers 250, Central City Rollergirls 113.
And the Muddy River merchandise booth went crazy.
They were going wild over there.
It's a one-woman wrecking crew over there. A 19-point jam, Muddy River's largest jam of the game to date.
Yep.
Oh, nice job there on the inside line.
Yeah, that was Tootsie Valentino. Picked up by Wuha, though. Knocked to the inside. Recycled back as Western Superclair pushes forward. Picks up lead for Central City.
Yeah, she did the exact same thing. Put herself up on her toe stops and ran through. Wow, are you kidding me? Nice job there. Tootsie Valentino took a nice big block by number 19, Wuha, and forced her down and out, able to break on through. That one's going to get a 0-0 score, but takes the time off the clock, and a really nice job there. And it looks like, yep, we're going to get an official review now. That's going to be the Muddy River Rollers' first official review, so they'll talk things over in the middle. That'll give us time to talk about some of the folks who make roller derby possible, eh?
Hey.
How you like that?
I like that. I like that a lot. Let's talk about Atom. It is the Atom Jammer line on both tracks for Beach Brawl 2016. So when you've finished listening to our amazing commentary here on track D, do pop on over to track C and listen there. And the Duke wheel is back, combining a new design with the original. Oh, go on. How do I say this?
Urethane.
I knew how to say it, just blanked out.
Yeah, it's okay.
The new design with the original urethane, it is your go-to wheel for any surface. Test ride the Duke wheel at the Atom Skates booth today, or just check them out online.
There you go. Tons of vendors all over the place. You want to check them all out here if you're in the Broward County Convention Center. Another great afternoon of roller derby. We got, man, so many games coming, so many great teams from all over the world in this tournament. And it's, again, we talked about it at the onset, what a great way for some of the European teams and some of the others to come and play multiple games over a weekend against teams from all over the place that really gives them an opportunity to showcase what they can do.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and it's great to see so many European teams represented here this weekend. Central City, Paris, Dublin, Rainy City, Newcastle, it's all cool. Okay, Smashy versus Tinchy. Height-wise, they're pretty similar, aren't they, really? Tinchy's Tinchy, Smashy's Smashy. And Tinchy's off to the penalty box. Cut track penalty assessed to her, meaning power jam time for Muddy River Rollers.
Now she'll grab lead jammer status just as you said that, able to sneak her way through. A little backwards skating to find her way along the inside line, and she'll come right back to it, see if she can put some points on the board and shorten up this Central City lead before we make our way to the lockers.
So Muddy River going in with a sweep against Central City's wall. Didn't quite work out, I think, the way they wanted it to, but has caused enough confusion there to allow Smashy pretty much the egress she needed to pick up those 5 points.
Yeah, nice job there. She went down and slid a little bit, had to take a look back and see where everybody was, make sure that she wasn't gaining any positional advantage, got right back up and skates on through the open door at that point. Nice job there to cycle back around. And now we're going to get a track cut penalty going that direction. So Smashy coming off, and that'll change this thing right back again. Power jam opportunity going the other way. Tinchy Slider with the opportunity.
Yeah, Tinchy Slider just leaving that penalty box as Smashy was called cut track. Tinchy pushing forward now. She's through. That was her initial pass, of course.
Shamrocker did a nice job there of holding her in for a couple seconds, just trying to take that time off the clock. Boy, she just broke on through at that point. That was just kind of a bulldoze move, just right on through the blockers. Tinchy able to get in, get through, put her first 5 up on the board.
And yet again, just pushing that pack forward. Looks to have a little bit of an apex jump, but doesn't quite land it. Picks up the points all the same, though.
Yeah, that'd be a 4-point pass that way.
And that's us into halftime.
There you go.
Muddy River Rollers, Lumber Smacks 55, Central City Rollergirls 122.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it was in code.
It's a little Morse code for you. We'll figure out what that is and make it stop. So, yeah, I'll tell you again, really, really solid play on both sides of the line. Love, love, love the way Central City has been able to get out and take control of the game with that lead jammer status. Really enjoying seeing what Muddy River's been able to do after that last time out in shutting that door a little bit on, putting up some of those matchups where they're putting those smaller jammers up against some of those larger blockers and really being able to put some points up quickly as well to cut into what was a nasty lead at the very beginning.
Yeah, and I think, first game for both teams today on the first day of Beach Brawl. So you're always contending with a little bit of nerves and adrenaline. It takes a while. It doesn't matter how long you've been training, how long you've been playing. It takes a while to bed in. And I think that was part of Muddy River's problem.
Well, and certainly some jet lag as well, I would expect, on both teams' sides. I mean, they had a long way to get here.
Yeah.
No question about that. So, listen, we'll check in with the penalty trackers and see exactly where we sit, see if there's anything worth talking about there. We'll come back in a few minutes with more from the second half here at the Broward Convention Center. Beach Brawl number 3, brought to you in part by the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm. Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs. I am Pastor Mike, and Beatrix will be with me again in just a few minutes. We'll be back in about 10 to get you set up for the second half. Don't forget, there is another track going. Track C is live, so for those of you watching at home, feel free to switch on over to the other feed for another 10 minutes or so, and then come on right back and see what's going on here. Anyway, on the hour, every hour on one track or the other. But in this case, we had some delays getting started this morning. So overlapping no derby is what you've got right now. So go make yourself a sandwich. Pop open a, yeah, there you go.
A cup of tea.
What time is it over there?
Tea time.
Is it?
It's always tea time in Britain. That's how we do things.
There you
That's
go.
how we roll.
Time for us to spot ourselves We're gonna go collect. We'll be back. So hi there. We're back. I know you missed us. All right, that's probably not exactly true. Baconator misses us though.
Baconator.
Baconator, yeah. One of my hometown favorites is back in Greenville, South Carolina, listening to us on the World Wide Web, and because she shouted me out on the Facebook machine,
All right.
I'm going to shout her out on the broadcast. How you like that?
On the internet machine.
There you go. We can do
Well, this is the power that you wield when you hold a microphone.
that. You know, and I will wield it because I want to. Anyway. What did you like? What are you thinking? What do you want to see? What would you like to see, and so forth?
I want to see more defensive work from Muddy River. I want to see them shutting down Central City's pack. I want to see them laying those hits on their jammers and keeping them in the pack with low score or no score, because when I see them doing that, it makes me really excited, and I see that they get some fantastic points.
Well, and Muddy River, I mean, this is a strong D2 team. This is, they come in again, WFTDA ranking at the beginning of the tournament at 107. They've got the ability to do all of that, and I really, really am excited to see what they came up with there during the halftime period. We did mention, again, there was a flurry of penalties that basically started at the beginning and didn't really end until the end of the game. It was kind of a blizzard, not a flurry.
Yeah.
However, nobody in a lot of trouble with two exceptions. Nobody with more than 3 penalties on either team except for Byrne for Muddy River with 4, Goldilocks for Central City with 5. We'll keep an eye on those, but again, nobody else with more than 3. They're just all over the place.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit of a cluster of penalties towards that end of that first half. This half, though, Tinchi grabbing lead, picking up points, calling off the jam, same old, same old. So, as you say, during that halftime, and as we always say, what was the amazing speech given by the coaches, and how is it going to affect the second half?
Yeah.
Because it's all down to them, right?
And I love being an announcer because we can kind of just roam around and nobody pays much attention to us. And we can kind of we get places that people don't necessarily
want to be
or want us to be.
Want us to be.
Yeah, so we get to hear some great stuff. None of it I can repeat. But I heard a couple things, and we'll see what happens. Right now, nice job, and again, Tootsie Valentino takes off, and she's got not only lead jammer status, but a whole lot of room. And a nice job there by Side Effects, holding in Agent Dana Scurry. Oh, look at that.
Beautiful.
And a quick 5 points there, or 4-point pass, excuse me, and she'll call off the jam. Thought I saw that thumb go up, but it did not. So a 4-point pass, and Muddy River's right there. So again, back-to-back jammer, lead jammer status had not happened for Muddy River. In fact, when we came out at the beginning, Central City, I believe it was the first 8 jams in a row, if I'm not mistaken, had lead jammer status. So right away, you see Muddy River coming in here in the second half, grabbing lead jammer status in jam number 2.
Yep, that feels about right. So obviously the Magic bench coach talk has worked for them. Let's see what Smashy can do now. She's up against Western Super Claire. Western Super Claire knocked outside and Recycle Black as Smashy pushing against the 4 wall of Pink. Looking for space on her toe stops on the inside line, but picked up once again by Bunny Massacre.
Well, I'll tell you what, you asked for it.
I'm asking for it.
And this is what you get. You said, I asked you, what are you going to be looking for, Beatrix? And you said, I want to see walls. I want to see defensive play by Muddy River. I want to see them holding the jammers in. And right there, 30 seconds tick by with no movement. We stayed right here in turn number 1 the entire time, the first 30 seconds of this jam. Oh, wow. Man, what a great move there. Able to stay on her feet. I don't know how, but a nice job there by Super Claire to stay on her feet and keep on running.
Yeah, that was some crazy matrix moves she had going on then, just to find the balance on her toe stops, on her play, mid-wheel. Beautiful.
Crazy matrix moves. Okay, so now I've got to ask you a question.
Oh, but wait, is it a matrix question?
It is a matrix question, actually.
Well,
what?
Wait a minute. Before you ask me the question, can I reserve the right to answer at a later date?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just curious because I know what we think of Keanu Reeves here in the States. What do y'all think of him in the UK?
Well, obviously, speaking on behalf of my country, I think we find him a little bit wooden at times. I don't find Snipress wooden, though, and that's a good job because she is lead jammer.
There you go. And again, jam number 4, and we've gone back and forth both ways. So, Muddy River's done a nice job of evening out the lead jammer discrepancy, if you will. Forced out of play there and forced into a track cut. Again, that's one of those. There's no way she could have avoided that.
Yeah.
Great play, and that one was caused completely by Central City.
And completely by Wuha, who every time we've seen on the track has this movement. She makes things happen. She's an action blocker. She really does get things mixed up in the pack. And that was no exception. A beautifully timed hit. And you're right, there was no way Snipers could have avoided that cut track.
Yeah, it's those inadvertent ones, those low blocks when you just fell and there's no way for you to get out of the way that you just hate to see them called. But it's a penalty nonetheless. You have no choice but to call them. It's just a tough one to watch in those inadvertent calls. Oh, nice move there. Puts on the afterburners and runs right on through on the inside line. That right there is another 5-point pass on the power jam. 15 already for Tinchy.
Yeah, that was great work by her blockers, just sweeping to the outside line, allowing the inside to be left free and clear. This time, not so lucky, as Snipress is back on track and in play for Muddy River. All of Central City's blockers focused on her right now. Tinchy having to play the patience game to get on through this pack. But a triangle of doom led by Box Blocker, keeping her at the back with that recycle.
Yeah, and a nice job by Knocker Walker to force her out of play as well. And now the foot race to the front, and she'll get out first. There's a nice job by Tinchy, pushing on through.
Sniper's taking the whip off her own teammate to get around the outside of the pack and gain some momentum coming out of it. 4 points picked up by her, but it is 20 points to Central City. Oh, 22 points to Central City.
Round the outside, you say?
Around the outside.
Round the outside.
I'm not playing this game with you.
I will rope you in.
I refuse.
Nice job there by Central City. That's a big 22 points. And again, we'll have to go back in our database here, but I think that is the largest jam of the game so far.
Well, you've got a microphone, so I'm going to agree with you.
You don't have to. I'm only right about half of the time, maybe less.
Really?
But you know what? The fact of the matter is nobody's tracking me or keeping me honest.
Somebody is.
As long as you say it with authority, they will believe it.
I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
Next time, though. Not this time. You've said it. You've took the glory.
There you go. We got an official stoppage. That gives us time to thank another one of our wonderful sponsors here today. Let's tell you a little bit about Extreme. Are you ready for an extreme break? Come visit Extreme Action Park, where you can race, bowl, eat, and play all under one roof. Drive the fastest gas-powered go-karts on our indoor asphalt track. Bowl on our plush lanes. Plush lanes?
Plush lanes.
Okay. Play in our arcade and climb our ropes course adventure. Plus, catch the UFC fight at our pit bar this Saturday night. That's Extreme. And that is extreme.
So if you are watching at home and you're thinking, goodness, I really want to get off for an extreme break, come to Florida. Come to Fort Lauderdale.
Your first visit to Florida?
It's my first visit to Fort Lauderdale.
Is it?
Yes.
What do you think so far?
I'm thinking it's extreme.
It is extreme.
It's extremely hot.
When I think of plush lanes.
Now, don't you think of green and luscious lands like England when you think of plush lanes?
No, honestly, I thought of stuffed animals, and I thought, how are you going to bowl on...
Like a teddy bear?
That's just, to me, that made a little...
We come from two very different places, don't we?
We really do.
I'm thinking of green lanes, and you're thinking of stuffed teddies.
Now, had you said lush, I would have gone there.
Okay.
Plush, I'm immediately going to stuffed animals. I don't know why. Maybe it's my my furry fetish.
Okay.
It's possible.
It is possible. I don't know if it's possible on WFTDA TV, but here it is, and here we are, and here it's happening.
There you
Beach
go.
Brawl 2016, 3rd edition, brought to you by Furry Love.
And, really? That's where you're going to go?
I apologize.
Wow, no, that was outstanding. I appreciate you taking the lead on that and moving on over with it. That was great. Tapeworm's doing a little track repair and making sure that we are back and ready to go. That may have been part of the issue. Yeah, listen, if you were here the first year, I'm going to be
wasn't.
Well, no, I know. No. I'm going to be very careful with this. We had competing conventions going on or competing events going on year one here in
Okay.
this building. So there was derby going on 2 tracks here, and there was a another convention going on in the opposite side of the hall that was a
Star Wars?
no. It was more of an adult-themed sort of a convention going on over there, and the parking lot was an amazing place.
Pastor Mike, I do believe you're blushing, and I'm absolutely not. Agent Dana Scurry is in the pink, though, and in the lead jammer position for Central City. Tootsie Valentino in the mix, looking to complete her initial pass as Agent Dana Scurry comes around on her scoring pass.
Boy, Godley did a nice job there to scoop her up and reel her back in. And that's just a position of the hips. It was a decision right there that Scurry had to make. Am I going to go try the outside line or the inside line, or am I going to come right back in? And the position of the hips forced her back outside and allowed them to block her in. So nice job there.
Wuha doing what she does best, knocking Tootsie Valentino out and forcing that recycle back. And this time we are seeing Agent Dana Scurry with 1 left to pass. That is number 42, Godley.
Everybody comes to a dead stop there in turn number 4.
Agent Dana Scurry then was literally sandwiched between 2 Muddy River rollers and was kind of carried down part of the track. It was quite magnificent if it hadn't have ended in penalties for those 2.
Yeah, well, and look at this. It's a 4-on-1.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, as a skater, what on earth are you going to do 4-on-1 at that point?
You just kind of, get on with it.
Not much of an opportunity there to put a hit on or do much of anything.
Tootsie back on track and in play for Muddy River. She did lose her star just before she entered that penalty box and had to go and recover that.
Yeah, but not before the points went on the board, and a whole bunch of them at that. Central City with, again, assuming that 22 was the largest jam we had back there in, jam number 2 or 3. Now we've got in jam number 5 a 24-point jam by Central City. So that would be, I believe, the largest of the games so far.
So here's the thing.
Okay.
I've now got a real mental image in my head of year 1 of Beach Brawl. So let's try.
There's an interesting mix of people. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm sure there's a Venn diagram somewhere where that kind of all crosses over. Sniperus is the only jammer out on track for Muddy River as Western Super Claire picked up a cut track penalty, and Sniperus is your lead jammer. And I think that middle circle of that Venn diagram would be quite big as well, the crossover.
There was some crossover.
Yeah.
There was.
Sniper's knocked to the inside. She's going to be recycled back. Boots maneuver responsible for that maneuver. And again on the outside line, Boots has just got crosshairs for Sniper's right now.
Yeah, and that pack got spread out. I mean, everybody bridging all the way through. I mean, it was almost a single file line all the way around from the second straightaway all the way into the end of turn number 3. Finally back as a pack, and away we go.
Well, Central City certainly neutralised that power jam against them just a moment ago. Western Super Claire is back on track and in play, though obviously not lead jammer. That's Sniper's job. And Western Super Claire just I don't know, she's a one-woman blocking, jamming machine. Godley went in for a challenge, picked up an elbows penalty. Western Super Claire picked up 4 points for Central City.
Well, let me tell you, that was a well-timed, well-played penalty. I mean, again, I'm not going to say that it was intentional. I don't believe that that's the case.
No.
But it was a very, very good penalty to take regardless at that point, because that allowed 2 additional black blockers to recycle back in front and really try and slow things down a little bit and force that call off. That one's going to be a 9-4 jam in favor of Muddy River. So a nice job there on the defensive side of things. And again, exactly what you asked for, I think we're seeing. And again, it's still a big lead for Central City.
Yeah.
But we've seen some very, very solid play and some very good signs from Muddy River as far as what they did in the locker room to come back in the second half and do some things a little bit differently. Can you call that table over there a locker room? Can you do that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
completely a locker room.
Yeah. That table over there.
That one that nobody else can see except us and the
Right.
people in this room. That one. Tinchy Slider is lead for Central City. And looking to break free of the pack, it is Tootsie. Picked up, though, by Bunny Massacre. Finally makes it through, but Tinchy on around the outside. Picks up a point, calls off the jam.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I like that maneuver because,
Yeah.
again, if you're going to go against a skater that is as big and as physical as Bunny, you really don't have a choice but to show off that lateral movement because, again, that's the way that you're going to be able to get around a larger, longer, leaner skater like that. I mean, that length and height is going to be a disadvantage if you start going in that lateral motion back and forth and pushing the pace as well.
Yeah. And, Bunny on her skates, she's really quite Amazonian as well, She's quite the tower. So, Smashy versus Scurry. Both of these jammers, I believe, have scored the highest points for their respective teams in jams. Saying that with authority. And it is Dana Scurry's time to shine once again as she picks up lead for Central City.
Yeah, and this is something that you see, again, once the score starts to spread out a little bit, you start to see more of those multiplayer block penalties. Blockers just really, really trying to come up with anything they can, and they might just hold that connection a little bit extra long, just trying to sneak an extra little hip in there, so you start to see that a little late in games like these.
Yeah, and it's back down to that pressure versus high tariff moves. So the more pressure a team's under, the more likely those high tariff moves are to happen. And when they come off, they're fantastic. And when they don't, it means penalties.
Well, and it becomes kind of that self-fulfilling prophecy at some point because you start pushing a little bit and the penalty numbers start to pick up, which makes you again shorthanded, and it just it's a snowball and it kind of avalanches on itself. It's a very, very difficult thing to come back from it at that level.
I think you're a bit obsessed with snow because earlier we had a flutter and then we had a
blizzard,
and a
flurry,
and then we've had a flurry,
and now a snowball and
a
an
snowball and an avalanche.
Yeah.
You are actually a snowman. I'm not. Sniperus is jamming for Muddy River. Western Superclair for Central City. Everybody's on the floor. Oh, nearly out of the pack there for Sniperus. Just a late hit from Wuha. Knocking her back, forcing that recycle. And once again, Sniperus is just in a mix of pink. Smash and Burn coming in to try and support Western Superclair's passage through the front pack that is Muddy River.
Look at that. What a phenomenal job at the top of the line there by Muddy River. I mean, just absolutely locked things down. Nice braced four wall there in the front. Gives Snipers an opportunity to jump on through and grab lead jammer status. But man, oh man, they have absolutely shut this jam down.
Yeah, Hail Destroyer with a beautiful piece of defense there. Just allowed Snipers to pick up lead. And this time with the bridging right the way out. Western Superclair finally making it.
Yeah, that took a long time, and it was a two-wall. And let me tell you what, Box Blocker had a huge smile. Just enjoying the time there. Spent a long, long time two-walled up in the front of the pack, just holding off the jammer. Finally called for a penalty, but tough work.
I think for a blocker, there's no greater feeling than getting your defense right. That stuff that you've trained on, the stuff that you work on, you talk about, you try and enact with your teammates. When it comes to live play, if you can make that work out on track, it is a sweet feeling. Tootsie versus Scurry. Tootsie picking up lead.
Boy, and talk about speed.
Yeah.
I mean, down low, derby position, run. Here come the crossovers the whole way, and both jammers sliding into the turns, crossovers on the straightaways.
Tinchin knocked, that was Hustler knocking out Tootsie. Tinchy was looking to grab a little bit of a lead, but no points for her, but no points for Tootsie either. Nil points.
Yeah, it's one of those things that very, very early on in a skater's Derby career, they're taught by their coaches almost immediately, stay low, get in that Derby position, keep your center of gravity down, keep those crossovers coming, work it into the turns and stretch it out as the straightaways. But you forget sometimes. And when you see a good example like that,
There's so much to remember. I just want to put my skates on. Okay, this is really down to Scurry this time, and she has picked up a forearms penalty. So she is off to sit in that penalty box, leaving Smashy the opportunity to pick up lead. Now, she has opportunity, but Central City also have opportunity to shut her down, and that looks like what they're doing right now. Awesome front recycling happening from them. Muddy River looking a little bit lost as to what they can do to counteract that.
Well, and it was one of those things where I think that, again, you kind of just in the heat of battle, in the heat of gameplay, you kind of get out of what you typically would do. Typically, I think most of us would say, okay, stop.
Yeah.
Just hard stop right there and allow the blockers for Central City to either sneak out of play or back up and try and cause the out of play if we have to do that. Instead, what you saw was a one-on-one battle, 4 individual one-on-one battles going on, all the blockers trying to clear somebody out, but again, oversized and outmatched on that front end, not able to do that. So again, the strategy there, they finally at the end of it, back there in turn number 3, were able to regather themselves and slow the pace down.
Yeah, which meant Smashy was sprung free of the pack, though it also meant that really burnt some time on the clock for Dana Scurry's penalty. She's back out on track and in play. Though knocked to the inside, recycle back, but Smashy avoiding the hits and picking up points. 4 points further for Muddy River Rollers.
Yeah, Knocker Walker right there with a very nice job against Jellymean. Jellymean was going to break out and try and get back in on Smashy and wasn't able to do it because of a very, very nice block by Knocker Walker, who kind of locked her up. That jam is going to get called off from inside turn number 2.
Well, I just think that was a action-packed jam. I loved it. It had everything. It had some brilliant defense in it. It had some fantastic offense. Central City just mixing and messing with Muddy River's pack and not allowing them to reform for that time, causing a bit of confusion was fantastic to see. But then also the pullback from Muddy River and that sort of refocus, re-challenge, getting their jammer out during that power jam. Fantastic.
You know what's really fun?
Trampolining.
It's true, but what I was thinking of specifically is really fun is calling Derby with somebody who knows Derby well enough to be able to analyze it the way you just did. That's brilliant.
All right, will you write that down?
No, I will. I will.
Put it on a billboard.
No, but the rest of it I'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll write it down for you.
Will you put it on my Facebook page?
I might even do that. I might even do that. You never know.
So we have got a team time out right now to Muddy River Rollers.
For those of you that are here inside the arena, I understand that Dr. Amal Masri, Florida Foot and Ankle Associates, has those B12 shots available. $15 and you can go get yourself jacked up.
Right, because
I love those.
I read that before, and I read it as like drink shots.
Oh, no.
I don't think it is.
No,
it's
not. No, I don't believe so.
Okay. That's my mistake. Sniperus not making any mistakes, though. Through the inside, not through the inside line, around the inside line, one-footed to pick up lead for Muddy River as Dana Scurry sits in the penalty box for Central City.
Through the inside.
Through the inside.
Through the inside.
Shush now.
No, I'm sorry.
Sniperus knocked inside by Dr. Inoculator, recycled to the back of that pack. Wuha looking to pick her up, doesn't land the hit the way she'd like, and it's more points on the board for the Lumber Smacks.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury Poisoning. Always one of my favorite names in Derby. I just love that one.
I think it was beautiful. Snipers calling off the jam, also beautiful. 3 further points picked up, 0 points to Central City there. Taking the scores, Muddy River Rollers 87, Central City Rollergirls 191. If you've just joined us, well, you've only got 11 minutes left of this amazing game. And Central City are in the pink, Muddy River Rollers in the black.
Back to live action roller derby right here from the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale. Beach Brawl 3, Beach Brawl 2016.
I really feel like it should have a movie title. So rather than Beach Brawl 3, it should be like Beach Brawl, The Comeback. Or something like that. That was my American film accent. Okay.
The Final Frontier.
There you go.
Yeah, something like that.
Tinchy slider. Can she jump over anything? Well, she didn't have to jump over anything, but she still managed to get through the pack with one giant leap to pick up lead jammer.
Well, she's going to have to run, because Tinchy Slider is out, but Tootsie Valentino will give her some chase here. She's going to call it off. Nice job there, kind of calling it off almost in the air, kind of a little pirouette, and I don't even know what all you call that, but that was kind of fun. Fun to watch anyway. I like that. Calls it off midair. So, Beatrix, tell me, oh my God. Oh, and how did I miss that? Having a
Do you ever see the Super Bowl where there was that wardrobe malfunction? It was nothing like that, but it was quite...
Still a wardrobe malfunction.
I still felt the need to sort it out and tell you about it.
Yeah.
What were you going to ask me? I'm all dressed now.
Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
For those of you at home who can't see me.
Well, next time, tap me. At least let me know. I mean, if I'm going to get a show with the...
Easy,
with the
Tiger.
game.
Let's go.
No, I was going to ask you, since they're going to put a official stoppage there to adjust the scoreboard a little bit. It's a 3-point jam there for Central City. But I was going to ask you about your home league. You typically call for
Rainy City Roller Derby.
They're here.
They are here.
They are here.
They are.
Are you going to get a chance to call for your team?
I called for them this morning.
You
I
did.
can't believe you weren't listening. How rude
you know
of
what?
you.
I blame Lubotomy.
Well,
and Lilu.
I shall blame them too.
No, I do, because they kept me out drinking all night long, and I had no choice.
Okay, Snipers picks up lead with a hop, skip, and a jump. Agent Dana Scurry, I'm still smarting that you didn't watch. Agent Dana Scurry at the back of a strong 3-wall.
Oh, nice job there by Snipers to pick her way through. She found a little seam and was able to just push on through.
She managed to get where water couldn't. It was such a tiny space, but just managed with a little bit of a hip wiggle to get on through. Picking up points as she's in the mix of pink up front. Agent Dana Scurry not as successful on this past round, and only 2 blockers out on track for Muddy River. But they are relentless in their chasing and blocking of her.
Yeah, Byrne once again coming in, coming out, and breaking through. Opportunity there, and puts a little bit of a hit. That's enough to get the 5-point pass sprung, so Sniper's able to get through and grab it. But a nice job by Byrne to free and clear her.
So 10 points on the board. Muddy River slowly inching towards the 100 mark. 97 to 194. 8 minutes left of this game. Pastor Mike's just reading the WFTDA background for announcers, which is encouraging since we've almost done the full game together. I'm hoping you weren't looking for hints and tips on there.
Well, we'll see.
Just checking you were in bounds. Okay. Western Superclair picks up lead for Central City. Tootsie Valentino on her tippy toes on the outside line. Wuha denying any passage there. Trying for the inside, and Bunny Massacres all over that. I really like the way Wuha and Bunny Massacre and Goldilocks work together in that 3-wall. They're just, it's almost, I hate the word hive mind, but it is almost hive mind when they're together. They really do keep their focus completely on that jammer.
Well, and one thing that they're doing, and it's a little bit tough in this arena because of all of the noise of 2 tracks and the gameplay and everything else and the wheels on the concrete, but they're talking. And that's, to me, that's one of the biggest things that I see in local derby around town is, that communication is key. And the team that's talking to each other is typically going to be the team that's having the most success. The fact is that right now, Central City on those, when you say hive mind, it's not so much that they're thinking the same thing. They're saying it. They're talking about what it is that they want to do, and they're directing each other. And it's not always with a full sentence. It's, little things that they know.
Yeah.
And, they're, however they communicate with each other, they're doing it very, very effectively.
I imagine they're doing it with their eyes.
Yeah.
Tootsie Valentino actually had to take a run up to that triangle of doom to get on past it. She finally made it out of the pack. Just as she was looking for points, jam was called.
Well, and she was trying to call it off a little bit earlier, and then it was not seen. So we're going to have an official review here. I suspect that's going to be part of it. But again, if they don't see it and they don't blow the whistle, then the jam still continues, and those points are still going to count. So we'll see how that goes. But you mentioned that we were looking at the WFTDA background stuff because they did a nice job of providing us with all kinds of stuff to talk about, as the WFTDA will do.
That is their want.
No, it's true. All the teams competing this weekend here in Fort Lauderdale, here at Beach Brawl, they're all working to boost their rankings and to qualify for the 2016 International WFTDA Playoffs and Championships coming up this fall. So all important rankings available here throughout the tournament, all sanctioned gameplay.
Definitely, and games are important anyway. With or without rankings, with or without that end goal, it's really important for teams to get out there, play each other, play different levels, play new teams. And for Europe, that's quite the challenge. I mean, obviously, WFTDA is important as well.
Well, sure. But I mean, again, we don't play for the rankings. We play for the love of the game. We play for the sport. We play for everything else. The rankings are gravy.
Yes, they are gravy.
Yeah.
Gravy in America and gravy in the UK. I'm just going to teach you a lesson here.
Oh, yeah? Is that
it's not a rude thing. It's not like that thing that you talked about before.
Did I talk about something rude?
That other convention.
Oh, yeah.
No,
it wasn't rude. It was just what it was. Okay, yeah, so gravy.
But gravy. I love that. I came to talk about roller derby. I'm going to tell you about gravy instead.
Please.
Listen up. So gravy in the UK is really different to gravy in America because your gravy has got lumps in it. It's got lumpy things in it, right? And
no, it shouldn't.
You have it at breakfast.
If you're talking about sausage gravy, then yes.
But, there's lots of different types of gravy.
Oh, sure.
That's a confusing thing in itself.
Pink team wanted a low block for one of the blockers for an action on the jammer, pink jammer, but no one saw the action. So
there you go. So Sarcastro has informed us that official review was Central City looking for a low block penalty against their jammer that nobody saw, so therefore it won't be called.
Well, there we go. And in the meantime, Tinchy picks up lead for Central City. Snipers, though, not far behind. As Tinchy comes on through, looks to get points, calls off the jam quick as she can. 2 points picked up by Central City, 0 points for Muddy River.
And we're going to get a team timeout. That's going to be a black timeout. Muddy River wants to think things over.
Yeah, Central City now past that 200 mark. Muddy River still within touching distance of the 100 mark.
Sotolongo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs. Because they care.
They do care.
That's not there a second time. I just wanted to read it again because I liked it.
You wanted to emphasize how much they care.
I really did.
Like when I say I'm the lovely Beatrix, it's because everybody knows I'm lovely, but then I want to emphasize that I'm really lovely.
Right.
Just that. 5 seconds skate gear is here at Beach Brawl in the Convention Centre. It's your one-stop shop for all your customised derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it is a new logo for your team or personalised artwork, stop by their booth and say hello. Hashtag next whistle. And don't forget to stop on by the Green Monster booth. You can check out your antics, gumballs, and all things in between. That's Green Monster, GRNMNSTR.
That's a very, very quick end there. It's a 3-0 Central City jam. That'll bring us inside the 5-minute mark here in the second period. Jam number 17. So nice job. I mean, again, and I don't want go back too many times. We'll do it one more time, though. And at the beginning of this second half, you said you wanted to see some things. And, again, I think Muddy River's done a nice job of putting some of those things together. They've gotten lead jammer status at a higher percentage rate in the second half than they did the first.
Definitely.
They've stayed out of the penalty box a good bit more, considering what they did in the first.
Yeah.
They've really done a nice job from a defensive standpoint, locking things down. Now, again, they're playing a very strong team.
Yeah, but check it out right now. They are completely looking to lock down Tinchy Slider, doing a great job of just keeping this pack pace very slow. But yet again, what we see is one person gets a penalty and their whole defense unravels. And what I really want to see is that effective, consistent defense from them.
And listen, nobody else in this arena and nobody else on the live feed could probably have seen what we just saw. But did you see the straining of the muscles? Goldilocks and Agent Dana Scurry on the blocker side defensively for Central City had their arms and their hands locked, and their arms were just shaking. With the with the muscle work, with the power of just trying to stay together and hold each other in place like that. That was absolutely amazing. I hope one of the great Derby photographers were sitting right below us and maybe caught that. Great shot.
Yeah, I don't think they skip arm day at the gym.
No.
I think they're always on it.
Well, if they do, they certainly got to work out there. That was impressive. I mean, there were some bulging biceps. I'm telling you, it was. Yikes.
Rainy City in the crowd were just showing me their bulging biceps at the same time. Then I was overcome with bulging biceps.
Another team timeout. This one to
Is it
Muddy
for
River.
me? I think I need it.
It might have been. It might have been. That gives us time to mention one more time. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster. Bont, the original carbon boot. They're here.
They are here.
They're always here.
They have their bomb
right
booth.
back there. Yeah, look at that in the big dome tent back there in the back of the room.
It's like the camping.
Right.
You know?
Derby camping. Now
That's
a
thing,
now
right?
See, well, if it's not, it will be.
I think we should make it.
Derby camping.
Let's patent it. We know a law firm that could do that for us.
I like the way you think. I really do.
Let's get in there. Okay, 3 minutes 35 left. Tootsie Valentino with the star for Muddy River Rollers, but it is Western Super Claire who picks up a forearms penalty wearing the star for Central City. So power jam, but unfortunately for Muddy River, only 2 blockers out on track to help Tootsie through that pack.
Yeah, box blocker will come back in out of the penalty box, but for a moment there was only 1 on 3 again, or 1 on 4, excuse me.
Knocker Walker allowing Tootsie her shirt to take the whip and get some speed up around that track.
Well, now we're going to sit with a real advantage. 3 pink jerseys sit. So a 2 on 3 power jam opportunity. 1 to beat at the top of the line. Nice job there. Hop, skip, and a jump, and a little bit of a twirl and a pirouette and everything else right around Bunny Massacre for the 5-point pass.
Tootsie coming in for another scoring pass. Woo-ha, escorting her to the outside. Doesn't land it quite the way she'd want, I think, as Tootsie Valentino was able to get on round and pick up those 5 extra points.
There you go. And Muddy River, with those 10 points, has now crossed the century mark.
Tootsie sliding through the pack. A further 4 points on the board. Western Super Claire past box blocks. Picks up 4 points for Central City.
Nice job there once again, box blocker. We've mentioned box blocker a couple of times. Great job there, 1-on-1, last line of defense, and able to hold the line.
Because I think they're another one of those blockers that when they're on track, they make things happen. They make the action move in the pack, which they're really important. Sometimes you need blockers who can just hold those lines for you. They're a steady hand. And other times you need blockers who can actually make movement happen, and disrupt and support and can kind of swing almost towards being a jammer themselves in terms of how they're thinking and how they're clearing those paths.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Having that field general, if you will, on the floor for you as well certainly does make a difference. That's going to be a team timeout. Central City is going to call their timeout at 1:31 left here in this game.
Oh, that was an 18-point jam as well for Muddy River. Like you said, it does take them over the 100 mark. They're very happy about that. They're waving to everybody back home. They're like, hi, I'm on WFTDA TV. That's sweet. 115 Muddy River, 217 Central City Rollergirls. There's like a 102-point differential. And for those listening at home that know me, they'll be very pleased that I did that maths in my own head.
Nicely. Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
No, she didn't even put up any fingers. I mean, that was good.
I didn't even get my toes out.
Speaking of the folks at home, I know you had an opportunity to shout out Rainy City. I'm going to go ahead and triple up on you. How like that?
Well, I just think you're showing off, to be honest.
No, it's not showing off. It's just that I have no life outside of roller derby. So I want to say a great big hello to the...
okay, wait. You can only do it in an English accent. That's the rules.
I can't do that. Well, I mean, I can, but you'd laugh at me because it could not possibly be authentic.
Go on. Hello.
Big shout out to the Greenville Derby Dames, the Spartanburg Deadly Dolls, and the Piedmont Riot. I know they're all listening at home and listening to Tinchy Slider jumping out in front, gets herself lead jammer status and a whole lot more as that big pink wall once again does a nice job for the moment, but Smashy able to work her way through. Both jammers out and about now, but again, a half-lap lead going the other way for Tinchy, who's able to fight her way to the front of the pack, and she'll call the jam off there.
4 points picked up, yeah. 0 points to Muddy River. And I've got to tell you, if you were listening back home, I really hope you were watching. Tinchy coming out of that pack with those fastest feet, just tippy-tapping all the way up the inside line. Nobody could stop her. She was really stable, but at the same time, like a pony.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, if speaking of the folks back home, let's do one last thing. Guys, if you're listening at home right now, I want you to do me a favor. You're online anyway. Send the links to everybody you know. Share the fact that this is streaming live all weekend long and help us reach a record of viewership for this tournament. It's a phenomenal tournament with great teams that deserve to be watched. So please share on the social medias the opportunity to watch this tournament. I believe it is, isn't it? I believe it's free.
So, also free roller derby in your eyeballs. Why wouldn't you want to get on that? Tootsie Valentina would like you to. She's picked up a further 5 points for Muddy River and is lead jammer. Fantastic work by her as she's coming through that pack once again down to an absolute micro pack in terms of blockers. Only 2 out there to support her. She's doing a lot of that work herself.
And a completed star pass there. Dr. Inoculator takes over as the jammer. I believe the first time for her, if I'm not mistaken, and she'll go ahead and run right on through for a 4-point pass. So a nice pass there. That is going to be it. That'll be the whistle. I believe we will. Yeah, well, that's going to be your unofficial final as this one comes to an end. The unofficial final, 225 to 123 in favor of Central City, who took the lead early and held it the rest of the way and continued to play very strong derby. Again, coming in as I would tell you, and we talked about at the very beginning, a little underranked probably.
Definitely. And I think, Pastor Mike, Muddy River had a fantastic second half. First half, they were still bedding in, like you said, jet lag and all the rest of it. They just couldn't quite make it gel, make it work for them. Second half, they come out and they have really, upped it a notch. Whoever else is going to play them this weekend can't take this scoreline as an indicator of how well they're going to do.
No, I definitely wouldn't do that. And in fact, again, I don't know what I don't recall the exact halftime score, but as I recall, it was roughly the same point differential as it is right now. So, again, without looking at a stats line, I'm just going to take a guess and say that they probably scored very similar numbers in the second half.
Yeah.
So listen, as we've got an opportunity, everybody is lined up to meet them. So let's introduce you one last time to the Central City Rollergirls. Here they come. Give them a nice big round of applause from Birmingham in the UK.
Say that again. Where are they from?
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
How do you say it?
Birmingham.
I would have said Birmingham. That's how I said it. Well, how would you say it?
I don't even know how I say it anymore. Birmingham. Birmingham.
Birmingham.
I'm trying to say it right. Birmingham.
Yeah.
All in pink there. Fantastic job by Central City Rollergirls.
And I love this. Listen, I don't know if you're
Hillbilly.
seeing what they're doing,
Oh.
but they've gone by and they've done the little high five to Muddy River, but then they immediately went and found the officials and the NSOs, and they're giving the high fives to them before hitting the rest of the turn. I love that.
Pastor Mike, let me tell you, we're nothing if not polite in Britain, and it's absolutely always our pleasure to thank our skating and non-skating officials and all the volunteers that make our games happen. Otherwise, we're just skating around in circles without them,
It's
right?
true. And you know what? Listen, let's take this moment while we have a chance as we welcome Muddy River back out for their lap to just say thank you to all of the volunteers that make a tournament like this happen. Again, you can't do it without them. Let's not forget about our production folks who are working the entire weekend to make sure that you can catch this live on the stream. Make sure and give them some props on the Facebook machine and the Twitters and all that stuff. But great job here in Broward County in Fort Lauderdale by a phenomenal crew, and they have always, 3 years running, have had one of the strongest crews of NSOs and officials that I've seen in any tournament around the country. Great job again.
Yeah, and if you do want to say anything on Facebook or Twitter to us, use the hashtag BeachBrawl2016.
There you go. Hashtag BeachBrawl2016. Use it. Love it. I'm Pastor Mike.
Live it.
Yeah,
Live
right,
it.
right on.
You can't just say use. You need to have 3. So you use it.
That's true. There is
love
that.
it.
Live it.
Live it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you've been who? Who are you?
I don't know. I'm going to pretend I was, let's see.
Choose somebody.
Yeah,
He'll do.
I've been Darth Paul.
And I, of course, been the
Unless you liked what I was doing, in which case I'm Pastor Mike.
You were great.
Yeah, whatever.
That English accent sucked. And I am the lovely Beatrix.
We'll see you later on. Again, that is your final 225-123 Central City with the win. We'll be back with more roller derby. I believe there's a game going on over on track C right now, if I'm not mistaken. It sure sounds like it. So if you're listening at home, check in over on track C. We've got more roller derby coming up at, about 15, 20 minutes right here on track D as well. So stick around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to sunny South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, the home of the Broward County Convention Center, which is the home this weekend to Beach Brawl 2016. I am Darth Paul.
And I am Hazenberg. We're here to bring you the awesome action of Red Stick Roller Derby from Baton Rouge, Louisiana versus
the Paris Rollergirls from Paris, France.
as opposed to Paris, Texas.
Yes, not Paris, Texas, Paris, France this time, so we're good. All right, you're going to be getting to watch some awesome roller derby. These two teams, based on ranking-wise, should be well matched. We've got Red Stick coming in at 117, Paris coming in at 133. So based strictly on rankings, it should be interesting. Now, I do want to say one thing. This is the first time we've seen Paris this weekend. In Beach Brawl's past, we have seen that the European teams are slightly underranked. And in some cases, like Bear City, extremely underranked.
Indeed, because they don't get to play against leagues outside of their own region very often. So they kind of develop their own little microcosm, as do we here in North America.
Right, and once they get exposed, once the Derbyverse gets exposed to these teams, the Derbyverse in the United States anyway, their rankings quickly adjust. Bear City 2 years ago, and then last year it was Crime City. Both of those teams shooting right up the ranks and entering into qualifying for postseason play. So, who is going to be the international team that qualifies for postseason play out of Beach Brawl this year? Well, we'll find out if Paris wants to make a claim for that.
Oh, and I'm sure they're hungry for it. I think it's time to start introducing our teams while we've got a couple of minutes left.
All right. You go ahead and start Red Stick, and I'm going to try not to butcher the Paris name. So go ahead.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your appendages together for your 2016 Red Stick Roller Derby All-Stars. Starting with number 106, Mad Hitter. Number 17, Carape Murder. Number 210, Rogue Bludger. Number 225, Turbo Tyke. Number 23, Hippie Headbanger. Number 260, Rita Ray Reckless. Number 30, Hell's Bell. Number 375, Cinnamon Rolls. Number 411, Fun Size. Number 5, I Shove Lucy. Number 725, Sparkles Fantastic. Number 76, Little Miss Maggot. Number 89, Princess Lay It Anya. And finally, number 917, Blitzkrieg Bombshell.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Paris Rollergirls. All the way from Paris, France, we've got number 17, Petite Zombie. Number 334, Kill Bell. Number 101, Charlie. Number 15, Samu. Number 17, Lux. Number 18, Miss Godin. Number 22, Rosine. Number 3, Butch Shan. Number 333, Super Cute. Number 357, Dark Pistol. Number 45, Oli Barbach. Number 5, Buffon. Number 72, Sally Broyer. Number 8, Crepule. Number 931, General Mulinator. And number 99, Duraqueer. All right, we are ready to go. We have some jammers on the Adam Jammer line.
That's right. That looks like number 725, Sparkles Fantastic for Red Stick.
Unfortunately, we can't see numbers from here, and I can't see who that is for jamming for Paris. But we'll see once she makes turn 1. We will see. And they're off.
I like the irony of Paris's first match being a team from a former French city.
It's Miss Godin is jamming for Paris. Miss Godin looking to get lead jammer called, and does.
That's right. Meanwhile, Sparkle's Fantastic making her way through the pack. These early jams can set a serious precedent for the entire rest of the bout, so these are ones to pay close attention to.
And Miss Gaudin calls it off for Paris. Paris picks up 2-0 for Red Stick.
And now on the line for Red Stick is Rita Ray Reckless, number 260. Gotta love an authoritative jam timer.
Absolutely. That's what you want. You want somebody who's going to lay it out on you. 5 seconds, dang it.
Rita Ray Reckless is your lead jammer.
And it's General Mulinator hot on our heels.
And once again, if you're listening or watching from home, we are watching the 2016 Beach Brawl Roller Derby Tournament. Red Stick Roller Derby from Baton Rouge, Louisiana versus Paris Rollergirls from Paris. And it was 3 points for Red Stick there, and Rita called it off.
So if this is baseball, I'd say the top of the first, Paris got 2. Bottom of the first, Red Stick got 3.
Indeed, c'est bon. And this looks like number 411 Fun Size on the line, on the Atom Jam line for Red Stick.
And there they go. Fun Size definitely does not have the height advantage on this jam line, and I'm guessing she rarely does.
Pretty much never.
Oh, and that was an excellent job by number 15, Samu, for Paris to get out in front and get the lead jam.
That was a beautiful spin move she did on her way out of the pack there.
Only 2 blockers on the track right now as the pack picks up a little pace. And Samu passes 1 blocker but picks up 3 points for her effort. And that sets the score at 5-3.
Looks like we're going to be playing that nibble derby all night long here as Princess Leodonia steps it up to the line.
It looks like it's going to be Miss Garan again for Paris. Whew, they're running a good jammer rotation. We'll be able to know who they are without seeing their numbers. That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Paris in the traditional French blue for their international teams. It's going to be lead jam for Miss Garan.
Princess Leodonia still struggling all the way in the back of the pack up against the Scandinavian Death Triangle.
Oh, a beautiful outside move from Miss Garan. And she picks up the jammer point, too. What a move. That was something.
Yeah, but Princess Leodonia made her way through on the inside, is right on her heels.
Wow, what a move that was. And Miss Garan calls it off. 1 additional point there at the end for Paris.
And 1 for Red Stick. Looks like Mad Hitter got knocked over pretty hard there.
Oh, they're giving her 3. 2. Okay, well, anyone.
Okay, 2 for Red
They
Stick.
got anywhere between 1 and 3 points on that. We're going to go with 2.
It's somewhere in there. And it looks like Sparkle's Fantastic on the line once again for Red Stick.
Oh, what a powerful move from...
And Sparkle's Fantastic is your lead jammer.
That was just a great power move from Sparkles on that one, as the Mulinator is through as well.
And Sparky dashes through the front, calls it off. 4 points, Red Stick. No points for Paris. And I got Rita Ray Reckless on the line for Red Stick once again.
And it's going to be Samu on the Atom Jammer line. Oh, yeah. Let's get... And they're off. More old school derby start here with the blockers way up on the pivot line. And we have a cut track being called on Oli Barbak for Paris, one of their blockers.
Rita Ray Reckless fighting her way through the blockers.
And Samu is stuck in the back with the Red Stick blockers. doing a good job pushing him, but getting nowhere for her.
Rita takes a fall, gets right back up.
No progress being made by either one of these jammers. This is old school, both in the start.
If this derby were going any slower, it'd be going backwards.
That's not legal, however. You can't do that, but that's okay.
You know, I ain't a lawyer. Oh, looks like the Paris jammer getting recycled way back by Blitzkrieg Bombshell.
Yeah, Samu making a long trek all the way around turn 3 there.
Rita taking another fall.
Yeah, Rita is not pleased with the way this jam's going. She was very frustrated on that. And Samu does decide to break through and become lead jammer for jam number 6. Oh, and a cut track being called on Rita.
No.
That's going to give Paris a power jam or a super jam if I wanted to channel Plastic Patrick.
A little super jam.
Super jam. Oh, a multiplayer block on one of the blockers for Red Stick.
That was Rogue
On a
Bludger.
power jam. And Samu tugs the line, calls it off, picks up 5 points, and is going to get a power start, or a super start, I guess, for Paris.
But I don't think Rita has a whole lot of time left in the penalty box here, so Paris is going to have to make this one count.
I believe this is a new jammer here for Paris. Oh, hey. Station break. Let's pay some bills. All right, we've got Rydell. Rydell is one of our sponsors for Beach Brawl 2016. The Power Dine has changed the game again. Stop by the Rydell booth if you are here in the Broward County Convention Center. Check out the all-new redesigned Arius Platinum plate. Arius Platinum Performance Redefined.
Redefined.
Also here this wonderful weekend is Bont Skates. Bont, semi-custom, full custom. Yes, we can do that, whatever you want. Bont Skates will do it for you. Bont Skates. Also, Green
They're from
Monster.
Australia, mate.
What's that?
They're from Australia, mate.
Green Monster Skate
Gernmernster.
Shop. They have just about anything you want that is in the Derby universe. That's GRNMNSTR, Green Monster. All right, we're going to be getting back to roller derby action now.
Yeah, we had a little official timeout for some track maintenance, but now we're right back into the action. Paris starting in a power jam.
Paris with their super jam, Zootalo. Let's see what the Paris jammer can do. It's going to be number 22, Roseanne. First time jamming for her as the Red Stick blockers take each other out, and Roseanne is the beneficiary of that, picks up lead jam.
Rita Ray Reckless back in the mix, smashing against the Paris pack.
Oh, Roseanne with a nice Olay move on the outside to pick up 4 points.
C'est bon.
A low block being called on blue, number 17, Lux, as we've got a grand slam for Roseanne. She passed 5, she got 5. She did it the old-fashioned way. She earned it.
She sure did. Rita Ray Reckless right behind her heels, but Red Stick's really going to have to stop her.
Oh, Roseanne hits the pack and calls it off. Picks up 2 points. Duh.
So that was a total of 11-point jam there for Paris.
Sacre bleu. That is a good jam. So, given how had been really a give and take bout. So before that, I mean, just very, very tight.
Still, it's not a whole lot of a lead to have to make up, as Fun Size is about to prove here as she takes off on the line.
A little juke. General Mulinatar out in front trying to get lead jam, and she does. General Mulinatar is our lead jammer.
Red Sticks Blitzkrieg Bombshell off to the box for multiplayer blocking. They were trying to do the Scandinavian Death Triangle, but didn't let go on time.
Oh, and General Mulinatar says, I'm just going to go right by you. Thank you very much. Picks up 5 points.
Mad Hitter on her way to the box for a low block.
And she picks up 4 more points and calls off the jam.
And it looks like Fun Size is trying to do a little stealth jammer action there. It looks like she got no points off of that one, though.
All right, we've got, not only do we have the Adam Jammer line, but we also have Boom Wheels by Adam. They are magical. Experience better roll and grip from one wheel. And we're talking the kind of magic that you would find at the Bo Batten's Academy, all right? It's available in 3 hub options to fit any need. Test ride the Boom Wheel at the Adam Skate booth or your local skate shop today.
I mean, really, people who don't skate or who just skate recreationally tend to downplay the importance of a good set of wheels, but it can make all the difference depending on the surface you're skating on.
Absolutely.
At least as we're coming back from another track maintenance timeout, we have Princess Lay It On Ya on the line for Red Stick.
I believe that might be Butch Sean. I see a number 3 on there, so until proven otherwise, that's what I'm going with.
It's a good policy in general, I think.
Absolutely. And they're off. Oh, and a good job. Oh, it is number 333. Sorry, I was wrong. It is Super Cute.
This is like my favorite name on all the Paris names.
Super Cute. And Super Cute makes her way through for her scoring pass. Give her 5. 5 points for Paris.
Meanwhile, Princess Lay It On You still struggling hard with this blue pack. She's trying to force her way through with a little speed start.
Super Cute being held up a little bit more by this Red Stick blocking crew now.
Paris has had lead jammer the last several jams in a row.
And a multiplayer block being called on Red Stick, so leaving Super Cute with just 2 jammers to work through. And she says, "Merci beaucoup, I will take my 5 points."
And this is the start of what may be a massive jam for Sue.
And that was quick work by Super Cute on that one. Oh, and a block in the back being called on Super Cute.
It's a much-needed power jam for Red Stick. But with only 2 blockers in the mix right now, Red Stick's going to have a hard time blowing holes in it for Princess, who finally made it way through for her initial pass.
And
wow, was that really just her initial pass?
That was her initial pass, and Paris is down to 2 blockers. So an excellent opportunity here for Red Stick to pick up some points and cut into the lead.
Which they do, grabbing 4 points before the jam comes to its 2-minute conclusion.
And Super Cute, while standing, was not released from the box yet. So, although probably a slight advantage, Red Stick will definitely have a power start here.
That's right, and it looks like that's Fun Size on the jam line for Red Stick right now.
Do you just assume if you can't see the jammer, it's Fun Size? Is that the easiest thing to do? Oh, and there she goes. Nice move. That was Sparky.
Not Fun Size. Now I owe her a drink at the after party.
Sparky with a great power move. That's 2. I'm telling you, I'm impressed with Sparky so far for the Red Stick jammers. That's 2 fantastic moves she's made to get through blockers so far.
She is extremely fast and agile, and she's also hella strong. It looks like that was 3 points for Red Stick on that one. Slowly inching the score back up as Rita Ray Reckless takes the jam line.
It's going to be Miscadin for Paris. Miscadin is working her way in the back, but in the meantime, Rita picks up lead jam.
The beautiful inside jump for Rita Ray Reckless right there. And also her hair is awesome today. Rita fighting hard.
And Rita getting called for
Oh,
a back
no.
block on Crepule. It was an outside pack ref that called it on her. And that's going to give a super jam to Paris and Miss Gadon. Miss Gadon completes her initial pass and is going on a scoring pass on this super jam.
Red Stick's got to lock her down.
Miss Gadon has been working the outside, and Red Stick saw it coming that time. Closed the door real quick on her. And that is a 5-point super jam pass for Miss Gadon.
Yeah, despite a great hit attempt by Rogue Bludger, just did not connect.
Out on the open track, those are always hard to land, though.
And Rita's back in the mix, making her way through,
That's-
trying to negate that Paris score.
Oh.
And she's back out for another back block penalty.
Just when it looked like she was completing that scoring pass that she got called out on earlier. Oh, and Miss Gadon with a nice turn on the inside and picks up 5 more on this second power jam. Oh, and a hip check. Slowing her down there. Give her 5. Miss Gadon.
Looks like that was a total 20-point jam for her so far. Score's currently 71 to, looks like 18 in favor of Paris.
Yeah. Paris, the ladies in blue, picked up 20, and the ladies in black for Red Stick picked up 2.
Still anybody's game when it comes right down to it. Not at all an insurmountable score gap.
Absolutely not, especially with, look, we've got half of the first half still to go, so we're good to go.
Right,
Red
45
Stick,
minutes of derby left.
absolutely.
And those Red Stick blockers working hard to try to outmaneuver General.
And the General is through. What a great move by her. She just kept those blockers guessing and used her agility to her advantage on that one.
Rita Ray Reckless back in it, pushing her way through. General taking a fall.
Turbo trying to help out her jammer a little bit with some offensive blocking, while General Moulinator makes her way through for her scoring pass. 4 points.
And Rita getting recycled way back by Dark Pistol.
And that is going to be a 5-point scoring pass for the General. Oh, Kill Bell just killed Rita right out of the track as the General picks up 5 more points.
Beautiful apex jump from Moulinator. Rita's still fighting her way hard.
Oh, 5 more.
Paris scoring like Red Stick doesn't even have a pack going right now.
Oh, General Moulinator picks up another 5. Another 5. There was a star pass during that. Little Miss Maggot is our new jammer for Red Stick.
Yeah, Little Miss Maggot making her way in. Oh. Beautiful apex jump attempt.
Little Miss Maggot getting 1 point out of that effort. 24 for the General.
Apex jumps are one of Little Miss Maggot's specialties.
Well, there you go.
She's very fast, very strong, very long-legged. She's got a great stance for getting across that curve. And this looks like fun size on the line once again.
I believe it is Samuel for Paris.
And it is indeed fun size.
Rosine trying to help out her jammer with a little offensive blocking, but did not help her that much, unfortunately, as Samu is being recycled to the back of the pack.
Way back by Hippie Headbanger. Neither jammer making a lot of progress in the pack right now.
Oh, directional play being called on Paris. That is going to give Red Stick a man advantage for and that's going to be A jammer advantage now for Red Stick as we have a penalty on Samu.
Which makes this a power jam for Red Stick. They really need to capitalize on this. Fun Size does, dashing out front. And become your lead jammer. Only 2 Paris blockers left on the track right now. It's a great opportunity for Red Stick to score some points.
Oh, great move to go from outside to inside real quick by Fun Size to pick up the 5-point power jam scoring pass.
Beautiful, beautiful assassination blocking by Blitzkrieg Bombshell as well.
Paris, we should mention, also only had 2 blockers out there for that entire power jam. So Fun Size really having her way with it.
Oh, and no sooner is Paris' jammer back on the track than she's out of it again.
Samu sitting in the penalty box having to watch Fun Size pick up points and cut into this lead.
Fun Size gets recycled a little bit.
Oh, Fun Size getting called for a cut.
Oh, no. Yeah, she got recycled, came in too close to the front.
Yep. That was a full 2 minutes. Full 2 minutes.
Yeah, right as Samu came back onto the track, the jam ended, which means Paris will start this next jam in a power jam.
Yeah, 13 points total, 13 for Red Stick on that. Going to be a power start for Paris. Oh, and that was quick work by number 18, Miss Gadon, who just a little while ago put up, 25 points? Yeah, 25 points on Red Stick. Now she's got a power start in the lead jam, and she is through.
And Fun Size also back in the mix.
Fun Size handed off to Maggot. Star pass.
They got Princess Lay It On You on the line for Red Stick up here, number 89. Princess getting forced out, recycled. Red Stick blockers not making it easy for Paris.
And Kill Bell is the jammer for Paris. Kill Bell is our lead jammer. Her first time jamming in this bout. Apologies for not calling that earlier for the for the folks watching from home. As Kill Bell picks up 5 points, 5 points on a full strength pass there. Kill Bell making quick work on her second scoring pass. Picks up 5 more. So Paris has quite a few weapons in their arsenal for jammers.
Boy, they sure are. I think they're going through their whole lineup for jammers on this bout.
Making an announcement to all the other teams here at Beach Brawl. Hey, by the way, we can do some damage, and you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
We flew all this way to kick some bootay.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, I've been at the first 2 Beach Brawls in Bear City. I mentioned it at the opening. Bear City was the team that came out of Beach Brawl from Europe that managed to make it to championships that season. 5 more points for Kill Bell, and they did it with jamming. Then the next year when Crime City did it really mostly with some amazing blocking strategies. And now it looks like Paris is picking up where Bear City left off, but only having a whole litany of jammers, whereas Bear City had the one monster jammer.
This has been a 30-point jam for Paris so far.
And it wasn't a power jam until the very end, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, paying attention at home. That was a 30-point jam with the jammer for Red Stick being sent to the penalty box at the very end of that jam. So Paris is going to be handed a power start here, and they're going to give it to the general, General Molinator.
Indeed, and when you're this far behind here in the first half, that starting off with a full power jam is just potentially disastrous.
Yeah, you especially somebody like the general who is just clearly an excellent jammer, knows what she's doing behind that Adams jammer line.
I think she has gotten lead every time she's been on the jam line tonight.
I think she missed the first one. I think she missed the first one, but every one since, yes.
Oh, but she's off to the box for a track cut. Wait, no, she's not. No, she's not.
That was
looks like Little Miss Maggot.
And interestingly enough, I believe it was the general that induced the cut on that one. Oh, General Molinator blasting through the Red Stick pack there. They had 3 blockers out there, and she just went right between them. Very little resistance on that one. Much better that time. Slowed her down, stopped her. That's what Red Stick needs right now.
Absolutely. They've got to solidify their defense and stop Paris from getting all these 5-point turns. Looks like a little stealth jammer action happening here on Red Stick's part. Little Miss Maggot scooting through the inside.
She had the star in her hand, so there was a star pass on that one. She never got it actually on her hat, though. And it's going to be Samu for Paris on the Adam Jammer line.
And it looks like Sparkle's fantastic for Red Stick.
I'm excited. I love watching her jam. I want to see her make another power move like she's done already.
Sparky is amazing. There is no doubt. You might even say that she is fantastic.
Is she fantastically amazing, though? That's the question.
And the answer is yes.
Okay, then. Super. I will defer to the expert on this as Samu coming off of the jammer line and previous jam getting called for 2 penalties, gets lead jam.
Sparky dashes through on the inside with a little star stash action happening.
That's going to be a back block for Samu. Pretty easy one to call there. And Sparky makes quick work for her first scoring pass on the power jam.
That's a full 5 points for Sparkles. Fantastic.
And Samu, that's going to be 3 jammer penalties on Samu so far, so might be something we'll have to watch through the rest of the bout. But
that's right. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you rack up 7 penalties in a bout, and you are out of there. And that's another full 5 points for Sparkles. Fantastic.
And Sparkle's looking for a little blocking help. Momentarily, that ended quickly.
Sparky dancing her way around the Paris back.
Nice.
Makes her way through. That's another 5 points for Sparkles. It looks like Red Stick have found their rhythm here. Sparky dancing around the Paris blockers for another 4 points. It's Red Stick's biggest single jam so far.
And that is the end of the jam as Samu picks up 4 points for Paris and 4 more at the tail end there for Red Stick.
Sparky, yeah.
That was a 23-point jam for Red Stick right there, which is their highest scoring jam so far.
Absolutely.
And now we got number 411, Fun Size, on the line for Red Stick.
And it's going to be the General General Mulinator for Paris. Oh, this is a good jam. I like it already.
Oh, yeah.
Count me in.
An extremely defensive jam happening. Oh!
Where did that come from? Where did she come from? Wow. Look, we don't have the best angle for that side of the track, but I'm telling you right now, she literally came out of nowhere to blast through the pack.
There's been a lot of horizontal inside-outside, like diagonal movement happening here on the part of the Paris Jammers.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting to see the way, they literally just zigzag between the lines, and you just don't, as a blocker, you don't know where they're going to be coming from.
Well, if anybody knows about zigging and zagging, it would be the French.
Sure. I don't know. Count them on.
That was a World War II naval strategy joke right there.
There we go. Okay, see, I was not aware of that. There you go. History lesson for all you wonderful people at home. 4 points. 4 points for the General.
Pretty sure I just saw Fun Size spin around on her knee pad to build momentum, to use her own momentum to get herself back up.
Oh, and that's going to be a cut track penalty on Fun Size, giving the General a power jam. That one being induced by the pivot for Paris. A great move by number 22,
looks like they rescinded the track cut because Fun Size is back in the mix.
Okay.
So this could have been bad for Red Stick, but instead she's back in.
Oh, the General. Red Stick needs to be a little bit more aware where those jammers are coming from, because that was not there at the end there. That was not what they need right now. 2 points picking up for Red Stick.
It looks like we got a timeout being called here. I didn't see if it was a team timeout or an official timeout, but I'm pretty sure it was an official timeout.
You know what we do during timeouts? We pay the bills.
You know what? Let's talk about these guys here, because be my guest.
Okay. The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
Oh, we're actually not in a timeout. We're in halftime, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodness.
So we will be back in 15 minutes with the second half of this bout.
Fantastic.
Score is currently 181-57 in favor of Paris. So we'll see if Red Stick can pull it back up in the second half. I got a good feeling about this one.
Yeah.
How about you, Darth Paul?
The reality is Red Stick's been playing very well. Especially their jammers have been doing a really good job. But I would say what the coaches are probably going to talk about is keep your packs together, because if you fall into the trap of following the jammer, they're zigging and zagging, you're going to end up breaking your own pack apart. So it'll be interesting to see how it works out for them.
That's right. It's as much a psychological game as it is a physical one when you've got good strategy happening.
Absolutely. So they're going to use that strategery and do what they can.
Strategery.
They're going to use it to the best of their ability and come out here in the second half. So, Hazenberg, I am Darth Paul.
And I am Hazenberg. We're going to take a little break, and then we'll be right back in 10 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Broward County Convention Center. We are ready for the second half of Red Stick versus Paris. I am Darth Paul.
And I am Hazenberg. This has been a very exciting bout so far. Paris currently dominating 181 to 57, but as we all know, there's still lots more derby to go.
Yeah, and you can't get up this big if you can't go down this big too. So if Red Stick can tighten up their blocking lines and maybe induce a few penalties out of the jammers, and we can see what can happen. But these early jams are going to be very important for Red Stick to set the pace.
Absolutely. I mean, 130-point score gap is not insurmountable at all over the course of a second half. And Red Stick have traditionally been a team that's strongest in their second half. So we'll see what we'll see if they can pull it out of the fire here, or if Paris will take home the win.
All right. Hey, let's do another announce here. We got Dr. Amal Masri from the Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. Dr. Amal Masri is here at Beach Brawl giving out B12 shots for $15 each. B12 shots. Paris has 2 bouts that they're playing on Sunday, so they're probably going to want to look for Dr. Masri in between those bouts to get some B12 shots, make sure they got high energy.
Indeed, and as we get ready to start this back up, looks like Sparkle's Fantastic taking that Adam Jam line for Red Stick.
And it looks like Paris is sending out the General Moulinator.
General has been Paris's highest scoring jammer in this bout so far.
She had a couple of she had a 25-pointer in her pocket, and I think did she have that 30-pointer? Was that what it was?
She did. That was her.
Yeah,
I do believe.
So you score points out like that on a jam, you're probably gonna lead your team in scoring.
Oh, absolutely. But Sparkle's Fantastic is Red Stick's top scoring jammer and had a 25-point jam in the first half. She just needs a few more of those, and they'll even right back up.
Yeah, Red Stick can clearly put up points. They just need to do it consistently now. Hey, don't forget about roller derby now that we're going to begin it.
And here we go. An authoritative jam timer is always a great thing to have.
Coming off of the Adam jammer line is the General General Moulinator, and she is declared lead jammer as the pivot was out of play. Maggot was out of play. That's going to give Paris lead jam.
Yep, she was 2 spaces away from the rest of the pack, so she was not counted as part of it.
And that is the General picking up 5 points. A grand slam the old-fashioned way. She earned it.
A little Miss Maggot sliding right in after grabbing the panty. No points for anybody on that pass. Paris forced to call it off before Maggot could score.
And it's going to be Rita for Red Stick going up against Miss Gadin for Paris.
That's right. That's Rita Ray Reckless, number 260 on the Red Stick line. Or on the line for Red Stick, rather.
Yeah, on the Adam jammer line for Red Stick. There we go.
That's right. Those Adam skates, man.
They got wheels, everything. They're awesome. All right, we got Miss Gadin is the lead jammer for Paris, picking up in the second half where they left off in the first.
Rita Ray Reckless brawling her way through the pack. Red Stick's wall much more solid this time than it has been.
Oh, and a nice apex from Rita.
Beautiful.
To pick up 4 points. 4 points as Miss Gadin is trying to work her way through and has to call it off after picking up 3. 4-3 on that jam. Advantage, Red Stick.
Indeed. Now we got number 411, Fun Size, on the line for Red Stick.
She's going up against Super Cute, who we found out the percute is a form of the verb in French, which means to hit. So her name is awesome. It's super cute, and it's super cute. It's just great.
It's a triple entendre.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
That.
It's all over the place, and it's fantastic.
One side's getting recycled way back. There, the red stick pack not making it easy for Super Cute.
Excellent blocking that time by the pack for red stick. However, Super Cute uses her determination to make it through and lead jam.
Well, she is so fast when she pours on that speed.
She's super long. She's got such length. She can really turn it on once she gets into the open track.
I didn't realize how tiny Crapule is until just now. She's like fun sizes size. Like red stick trends really.
And Super Cute going for her third pass now.
Looks like a little stealth jammer action happening right now.
Oh, and some excellent offensive blocking by Kill Bell. And Super Cute is through, picking up 5 points as Maggot has to let her go.
And Little Miss Maggot stuck to her like Velcro, but was ultimately forced to concede.
Oh, and a big hit on Maggot, knocking her out of bounds. As Super Cute makes another pass, another 5-point scoring pass for Paris.
It looks like Little Miss Maggot has received the star and made her way through.
Yeah, and she did a nice job of getting low and shedding a block at the end there to make her way through. That doesn't stop Super Cute from picking up 4 more points at the end of that jam, though, for a total of 19.
And Paris has finally crossed the 200-point mark, currently 208 to 61. As looks like Rogue Bludger, number 210, taking the line for Red Stick. This is her first time jamming tonight.
It's going to be the General General Moulinator for Paris.
A Rogue Bludger getting recycled.
And there's the General making her way through. I heard some of the fans calling her Mouli, so there we go. I think we'll just call her Mouli.
Mouli, Mouli.
Mouli, Mouli. Picking up 5 more points. 5 more points for Mouli. Oli Barbak calling out some blocker instructions for her team as Mouli makes her way through once again for 5 more points.
Rogue Bludger getting knocked down, getting up again. Doing a little Chumbawamba action. Oh, and it looks like there's a penalty being called over there on Paris.
Yeah.
Forced to let her go.
And that's going to be the initial pass as Mouli is through for 4 points, 4 more points for Paris. And just like that, she put up 14 before the Red Stick Jammer even has a chance to catch up for a scoring pass. So just absolute speed and terror coming from Mouli, the General.
Let's see. Looks like
it's going to be Rosehan for Paris.
And I can't tell for sure, but I think that's Sparkle for Red Stick.
It is indeed.
It is indeed Sparkle's Fantastic.
Oh!
And Sparkle's Fantastic is your lead jammer.
Oh, no. They reversed the call and call her cut.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And that is Rosehan for Paris, picking up the lead gem on the heels of the penalty being called on Sparkle.
Looks like Red Stick putting up some solid walls here. They're trying to keep Rose back.
Yeah, doing a good job on this power jam, holding them up. And Roseanne realizes they were out of play and got called for out of play out of play blocking, and that's going to give her the power jam 5-point pass.
Sparkle's fantastic off the bench, mixing it up with the Paris girls.
5 more points for Roseanne and Paris Rollergirls. Oh!
Wow, great offensive hit right there.
Wow, pulling a sparkle on that one was Roseanne with that move. I mean, these Paris jammers have been very technically proficient. You don't see them engaging the blockers that much, but that last pass she really did. And then she follows it up with their standard technical dipsy-do dunkaroo right around the outside turn and picks up 5 more points.
Swoosh on by like it ain't no thing.
Merci beaucoup. I will take 5 more points on my way around the track.
It's like Sparky had a little star stash action happening right there, but now she has once again donned the panty.
And some the blockers for Red Stick trying to get the pack moving a little faster.
Very fast jam derby happening right there before the jam came to its 2-minute conclusion.
2 points for Paris on that final jam. 4 points for Red Stick on that final pass, I should say. 26-point jam.
Very few of these jams ending in a call-off.
Yeah, Paris seems more than willing just to let the clock be their friend right now. They once they have the advantage in the jam, they don't see a need to call it off, it seems like.
And Rita Ray Reckless on the line for Red Stick.
Yeah, and on an Adam Jammer line, it was Samu. Oh, no, it was Kill Bell. Kill Bell, I'm sorry. Kill Bell, my apologies.
Looks like Blitzkrieg Bombshell off to the penalty box.
Oh, Kill Bell almost landed the apex. Oh, and 23 getting sent to the penalty box on a low block. She picks up 4 points for Kill Bell.
And an insubordination penalty on her way out.
Oh, no. And that's going to be 5. Yep, 5 points for Paris and Kill Bell. Oh, that was some interest. That was an interesting end to that jam as Kill Bell cut to the inside, and the blockers for Red Stick trying to get at her and blasted right through the other blockers for Paris to do it.
So I saw Penny getting flung there for a moment. And it looks like it's Fun Size on the line for Red Stick now.
That is Muli on the outside, the general. Oh, yikes and bikes. That was unbelievable. Just right around that blocker on the outside, and that blocker just had to watch. There was nothing she could do to prevent that from going down. Oh, and
did
Muli
you just say yikes and bikes?
I did say yikes and bikes.
That's awesome.
Thank you. That was Samu taking down Muli that time. 5 points for Muli. General Mulinator, the general, racking up the points.
So going back to what we were saying about Paris being more than willing to take the full jam while they've got the advantage.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Wow, that was awesome. This is where your endurance training really pays off.
Yeah. Also, your jumping training and your being awesome at derby training. All 3 of those things pay off in this situation.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't last a full 2 minutes if you're totally gassed.
And the Mulinator picks up a final point on that pass. Red Stick picks up 4, and Muli lost a little bit of track awareness there, letting the Red Stick jammer pick up those 4 points at the tail end there. Red Stick will be more than happy to take the gift.
What's great is they called that jam off with like 5 seconds left in it.
Yeah. And there's going to be Miss Gadin going to be jamming for Paris on the Adam Jammer line.
And it looks like Little Miss Maggot starting off as a jammer for the first time tonight.
Miss Gadin has a nice burst of energy when she's engaged with the pack that just helps her blast through. Oh, left the barn door open on that one. That inside door was wide open. And that's going to be Miss Gadin calling it off, picking up 4 points and calling it off. And we got a timeout for Red Stick. We're going to pay some bills.
I think this is our first team timeout being called of the night so far.
I believe it is, so we got to go through a bunch of calls here. So we got Extreme. Are you ready for an extreme break? Come visit the Extreme Action Park, where you can race, bowl, eat, and play all under one roof. Drive the fastest gas-powered go-karts in our indoor asphalt track, bowl on our plush lanes, play in our arcade, and climb our ropes course adventure. Plus, catch the UFC fight at our pit bar this Saturday night. That's right, Extreme, right off of I-95. Also, pretty soon, they are going to have a roller skating rink, which is very exciting.
Dude, that place sounds insanely awesome.
It's
We
really
need one of
cool.
those in Baton Rouge.
It's ginormous. It's about 15 minutes north of where we are right here, right now, right off of I-95. We've got Sotolongo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all of your legal needs.
All right, we're getting back into it with Sparkles Fantastic on the line for Red Stick.
Okay, and it's going to be Kill Bell on the jammer line again for Paris. Kill Bell through as the lead jammer. Kill Bell's only going to have 2 blockers out there to help her as she sees that Sparkle was going to make it reach the pack. She picks up 4 points and calls it off.
Some very good offensive call-offs happening here on Paris's part.
This next jam is brought to you by Mota. Mota, visit their booth here at the Broward County Convention Center, MOTA.
A little Miss Maggot on the line for Red Stick.
And Muli, General Mulinator is on the line for Paris. Muli trying to follow the Red Stick blocker through the pack. But that door closed quickly. But she found an open one and makes her way through as the General is our lead jammer.
Once again. Ooh, she crashed into the pack.
Oh, and kept her toes in bounds in spite of getting all of her momentum removed from her and sent back. She still kept both of those toes in, but not that time.
No, indeed. Got recycled way back by Hippie Headbang her.
As Muli is working her way through on a scoring pass, we have a new jammer for Red Stick. There was a star pass, and number 5, I Shove Lucy, is jamming, and she's got a power jam.
That's a power jam for number 5, I Shove Lucy.
Ah, Lucy.
And she's working her way hard to get through that Paris pack. Oh, no, looks like she's gotten a penalty, making this a power jam for Paris.
General Mulinator is back on the track, and she is going to be trying to complete a scoring pass. And there it was. 5 points for the General.
C'est bon, General. C'est bon.
Sacre bleu. She is through, making her way through again. Oh, no, she's getting held up this time. Oh, and a directional directional block being called on one of the blockers for Red Stick as Muli picks up 4 points at the end of that jam.
Looks like they're calling 4 points for both jammers on that one.
Yep. That's going to set our score as the ladies in blue 295, the ladies in black 73.
And it looks like timeout being called. Looks like official timeout, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like we have an injured player, so we want to thank our medics that are here doing an awesome job. We also want to thank JRDA, the Junior Roller Derby. United we skate against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in this initiative. See the JRDA booth for more details. And thanks, JRDA, for supplying our badges to get in and out of Beach Brawl.
These are fancy.
They're fancy and schmancy. Oh.
Bold, confident, united. JRDA. Oh, yeah, we want to talk a little bit about how we are a WFTDA, Women's Flat Track Derby Association, recognized tournament. WFTDA has 369 member leagues and 76 apprentice leagues spanning 6 continents. Since 2005, they've grown from 20 leagues to more than 400. Let's see, we've got our Division II playoffs coming up August 19th through 21st in Wichita and August 26th through 28th in Lansing. That's Lansing, Michigan.
There are 2 locations for the Division I playoffs in Canada. September 2nd through the 4th in Montreal, and then the 9th through the 11th in Columbia, South Carolina. Then back to Canada, 16th through the 18th in Vancouver. And then this 23rd through the 25th in Madison, Wisconsin.
Madison, Wisconsin, home to the Mad Rollin' Dolls, one of the first WFTDA leagues. And the WFTDA Championships are November 4th through 6th in Portland, Oregon, hosted by the Rose City Rollers, who were last year's champions, or who are the current champions.
Yeah, the champions hosting the championship, the defending champions hosting the championship. That is really interesting.
What could be more exciting than that?
Just about nothing.
And it looks like we're getting ready to get started back up here. And once again, that looks like that's number 411, Fun Size, on the line for Red Stick.
She's going to be going up against Roseanne, I believe. Yes, it is Roseanne. Oh, Roseanne found the inside line and just spun her way around it and picks up lead jam awfully quick. Oh, no resistance on that scoring pass. 5 points. Red Stick is down to 2 blockers right now. And given what these jammers have been doing with 4 blockers, that is less than ideal for Red Stick.
Fun Size made her way through her initial pass, and rather than let her get even a single point, Rose chose to call it off.
And that's the triple century mark for Paris as they put up 304 to match up against Red Stick's 73.
And now we got Rita Ray Reckless on the line for Red Stick.
She is going up against Kill Bell. Kill Bell for Paris. And Kill Bell, with a nice dodge to the outside, picks up lead jammer.
And she actually dodged around Hell's Bell, so she did kind of live up to her own name on that one. Rita Ray Reckless making her way through for her scoring, or for her initial pass, rather.
I have to say, I opened in our pre-bout patter. I did mention that every year at Beach Brawl there seems to be one European team that just stands head and shoulders above, and it just comes out of nowhere to be a force to be reckoned with. And I said, oh, could it be Paris? And I didn't know, but I'm telling you, they're making a statement.
And yet, you apparently are psychic in your prediction here.
Well, my precognitive skills are renowned throughout the planet. However, in this case, I was just kind of trying to make conversation. But I am proud to say that.
Oh, Sparkle's Fantastic got through it almost the same time as the Paris Jammer, and then got a track cut penalty.
Yeah,
on her way through.
And this is Miss Garan calling for her blockers to help her out a little bit as she is on a power jam. 5 points for Miss Garan. Now the question becomes, in a situation like this, is Paris going to face enough quality competition here to boost themselves in the rankings far enough to to make a dent in where they are right now. Right now they're 133, so they have a long way to go. There's a lot of teams they need to hopscotch over in order to start thinking about, oh, can we be, qualify for one, maybe Division II playoffs or something along those lines. But
That's right.
They're definitely making a case right now that's saying, hey, we need to be taken seriously.
And Sparkle's fantastic blast through the pack right before it was called off, but it looks like she didn't get any points for that pass.
It's going to be a 15-point jam for Paris, making it 323 to 73.
Rita Ray Reckless on the line for Red Stick once again. I'm hearing some cheers for the Baton Rouge team happening out there.
Oh, and the General is through, jumping off of that Adam Jammer line and busting her way through the pack. Picks up lead jammer as Maggot is now the jammer for Red Stick.
Very sneaky little panty pass happening there between the Red Stick jammers.
Oh, and a forearm being called on one of the blockers for Red Stick right now. And
Like I said, that was, in fact, on Rita.
Timeout for Paris. So let's read some sponsorship. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is a proud sponsor of Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all of your legal needs.
Looks like we got a little business card in there, too, for them. That's cool.
We do. The business card is for one Mr. David P. Phillips, attorney at law and barrister at law for Florida, England, Wales, and St. Vincent. So there you go. Stationed or housed right here in Fort Lauderdale. Or Lauderdale Lakes, to be specific. But there you go. So Phillips & Phillips, thank you so much for supporting Roller Derby. So, tell me, Red Stick, what are they looking to do in the final 10 minutes of this bout?
Oh, I think they're going to try to even up that score as best they can. Maybe solidify their defense a little harder. Keep Paris from pushing into the 400 mark here. But overall, Red Stick's goal this year has been to make it into Division II, and they've been making steady progress with that with every bout, rising in rank every month.
Red Stick's next bout as number 15, Samu, picks up lead jam for Paris.
And that is Fun Size wearing the star for Red Stick. Just over 9 minutes left in the bout here.
Red Stick's next game is tomorrow morning, bright and early, at 10 a.m. on Track C against Rainy City from Oldham. So another international bout for Red Stick coming up.
That's right. Red Stick's got 3 international bouts in this tournament and one against Appalachian Rollergirls, which is also tomorrow. And you got number 725, Sparkle's Fantastic, wearing the star for Red Stick on this jam.
And that is Miss Garan is our lead jammer for Paris. Actually, Red Stick plays Appalachian on Sunday. Tomorrow,
Whoops, my
their
bad.
doubleheader is against Winnipeg.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you for correcting me on that one, guy who has the schedule in front of him.
That's right. And Paris tomorrow plays Appalachian right here on Track D at 1 tomorrow.
So it'll be interesting to see how those two matchups go.
Absolutely. Miss Gadan is just made her way around for a 5-point scoring pass, as there was a star pass to Maggot. Well,
I hear a cheer happening for Little Miss Maggot from the bench here.
Yeah, so Red Stick's ranking right now is 117. The next matchup for Paris is against Appalachian versus 153. So they're actually facing a team lower than what Red Stick is right now. So it's going to be very important for them to put out another strong, powerful showing like they are doing right now.
That's right, because if they win it even remotely narrowly, their ranking could actually fall from that one. Could lose ranking points.
Based on what the general's doing, though, she is saying that is not going to happen.
She doesn't want to lose any of the points.
No.
And Rita Ray Reckless in the mix for Red Stick. And at this point, the victor is a foregone conclusion with a score gap this wide and only just under 7 minutes left to go. But Derby girls don't quit. They fight for every point because every point counts.
Absolutely.
Like even if they don't win the bout, they can still rise in rankings.
Absolutely.
With a good, solid performance.
And what this Paris team can do for Red Stick right now is help them work on their keeping their packs together, as they did right there. You see, perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to, when the jammer comes, stop them, slow them down, and stay together. Don't let the jammer blow up your pack.
That's right. You can't let her psych you out by zigging and zagging.
Right.
You've got to be able to swarm right around her, make like an amoeba, and lock her down.
Mooley calls it off, but she's not before she sets the score up at 355-73 in favor of the ladies in blue. Sacre bleu.
Well, that looks like number 411 Fun Size on the line for Red Stick.
And it's going to be Kill Bell going for Paris. Oh! Cut track on Kill Bell. And a power jam.
Power jam
For Red Stick.
Power jam. Kill Bell knew she had committed a penalty before the ref even finished calling it. She was already on her way to the box. Yeah. Very professional on her part.
And that is Fun Size trying to work her way through the Paris blockers right now. Paris blockers with an opportunity to showcase what they can do.
And like I say, they're forming the Scandinavian death triangle right up there.
Yep. Popularized by our friends from Crime City last year.
And also used extremely effectively by both Callio and Nidaros last year.
Yes. Oh, well, there were 3 Scandinavian teams here last year, and all 3 of them were using the exact same blocking technique. But Crime City were the one. Crime City did come out, and they came into the playoffs and performed so well. They were clearly.
Oh, they absolutely crushed it last year.
Yeah. And that's going to be 5 points for Paris and Kill Bell. And lead jam for Fun Size, who calls it off as Kill Bell did have positional advantage.
It looks like part of Mad Hitter's skate gear came loose. It was retrieved by Red Stick Skate Tech Scruff McDuff.
This next jam is brought to you by 5 Second Skate Gear. 5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, start by the booth and say hello. Hashtag next whistle.
That's right. And Furious George from 5 Second Skates is an amazing artist. You definitely owe it to yourself to go over there and check him out. She's also a very cool person just in general.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen in the house, hey, who is here at the Broward County Convention Center today? Who is here at the Broward County Convention Center? Thank you. If you are here, look for Toothy the Jammerhead Shark. Toothy the Jammerhead Shark right now over by the Beach Brawl merchandise booth. Take a selfie with Toothy the Jammerhead Shark. Put up the hashtag Where's Toothy, and you could be eligible to win a prize, a daily prize for hashtag Where's Toothy on any social media outlet.
Well, we're back into it. Sparkle's fantastic. Getting out front is your lead jammer. Red Stick holding back Rose.
Rosine is through, however. Oh, nice Sparkle move.
As is Sparky. She gets through, grabs points, calls it off. No points for Paris on that one. Boy, we haven't said that in a while.
And an excellent, excellent move by Sparkle. And just fantastic getting through, calling it off. Well done. Excellent jam.
And now Rita Ray Reckless on the line for Red Stick.
And it looks like the General's on the line for Paris. The Adam Jammer line has been owned by Mooley today.
Rita Ray Reckless, your lead jammer.
Excellent. Mooley loses lead jammer. What?
That's a first. Reckless got knocked out and into bounds, forced to call it off, so she didn't get a track cut penalty.
Oh, 0 points for her, too.
No points for anybody on that one.
Double donuts. And
it looks like Fun Size on the line for Red Stick once again.
And Samu for Paris.
Just over a minute and a half left in the bout.
And Samu with a power moving on the inside to pick up lead jammer. We haven't seen a lot of Samu since her penalty problems.
Oh, beautiful inside move from Fun Size. Yeah, Paris may have decided to bench her until the end of the bout to prevent her from getting a foul out.
And with a minute 20 left on the clock, we have a score of 360 to 77 in favor of Paris.
That was another no-score jam, it looks like.
And Miss Gadin started things off for Paris. Is she going to end things for Paris? We shall see.
Looks like Sparkle's fantastic on the line for Red Stick.
Adam Jammer line, they are off. And that is Gadin through for lead jam. Miss Gadin.
Oh, beautiful inside move by Sparkle's fantastic.
And that is Miss Gadin through, calls it off with enough time for one more jam.
Just under 30 seconds left in the bout. This is the final jam, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
if you're here to support either of these teams, you need to get all of your energy out right now.
Oh, we got a timeout. Timeout.
Timeout, Red Stick.
Looks like an official review. Did I see a... No.
Oh, I think that was the O.
I did see an O, right?
And hopefully one of these referees will come up and let us know what the O is about.
Ooh, hey.
Oh, no, it looks like it's a team timeout happening here.
If you're watching at home, ladies and gentlemen, do not change the channel. Stay tuned, because coming up after us, when we are done here, we have the Oklahoma Victory Dolls going up against Fort Myers. Oklahoma versus Fort Myers. It's going to be Vince Hannity making the call with our very own head announcer, Piggy Fatness. So stick around. And they're off.
Rita Ray Reckless wearing the star for Red Stick.
Red Stick Paris, OKVD, DC.
Okay.
Let's see. Doesn't look like we've got a lead jammer yet. Some great defensive play happening for Red Stick here. Looks like someone got a track cut.
And Mouli picking up 5 points. Why not?
I guess I missed who was the lead jam. Womp womp.
Why not?
Rita Ray Reckless trying hard to break her way through.
Mouli making some work. Working her way through, picking up 5 points. Inducing a track cut. Doing it all, man. Why not?
She's the go anywhere, do anything lead jammer.
Sure. And Mouli is going to go around one more time for another scoring pass. It has been an absolute jammer clinic we've been watching here today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not afraid to tell you. General Mouli, 5 more points. Let
Mere
this thing
seconds
go.
left.
18. As General Mouli is making her way through for likely one more scoring pass. She picks up 5 more points. 5 more for General Mouli.
Currently spending this last jam in a power jam.
And that, as they say, is that. You are correct. It was Oklahoma versus D.C. The schedule I was looking at was wrong, but that's okay.
That's right. And if you stick around for that bout, I'm going to be calling that one also, so you'll get to hear more of my dulcet tones.
Oh, you know what happened? I was looking at tomorrow. Yep, I was looking at tomorrow. So it's actually Lubotomy calling with you. Yeah, okay. Dirt. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at home. Right at our unofficial final here, Paris 389, Red Stick 77. So what did we learn?
I think we learned that when your jammers can go anywhere and do anything, you will go everywhere.
And do anything, including putting up 389 points versus a very game Red Stick team, but just out-muscled and hustled on this one.
Paris taking their victory lap right here.
Yeah, Paris just laying down with authority the announcement, we are Paris, we are here in the United States, and we are going to score points on you. It is time to score some derby points for Paris. And they're coming at you with multiple jammers who are doing multiple things, and it was a sight to see.
But man, let's all give a big high five to Red Stick Rollergirls coming out and sticking it out and fighting tough all the way through to the end.
Absolutely. Red Stick putting out maximum effort as, these Paris jammers were not to be stopped. Well, hey, I am Darth Paul.
And I've been Hazenberg.
Thank you so much for joining us here and abroad. Enjoy the rest of Beach Brawl 2016.
That's right. We'll see you on the tracks in just a few more minutes. Beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida for the Beach Brawl 2016 tournament. This is track D. Coming up, we've got Oklahoma Victory Dolls from Oklahoma City versus DC Rollergirls from Washington. My name is Hazenberg, and with me is...
This is Professor Lubotomy, and we are excited to be here. Another great game coming at you right here at Beach Brawl. We are going to see the Oklahoma Victory Dolls taking on DC Rollergirls. We'll give you a quick rundown on the players as we have them. Let's see, for Oklahoma Victory Dolls today, we're going to have number 14, T-Pain, number 1965, Cha-Cha Cherry Bomb, number 2120, Emma C. Hammer, number 27, Jade Shark, number 28, Lethal Lamb, number 40, Polly Punching Pocket, number 46, Fatal Inferno, number 50, Dixie Trigger, number 54, 46, Trenchtown Rocket, number 6 is Rachel Coffee, number 777 is Des Dispenser, number 8 is Whoopsie Daisy, number 82 is Menace, and number 85 is E-Bomb.
And for you DC Rollergirls All-Stars, we've got number 00 or Aurora Borealis, number 0713 Silo Psycho, 114 Slam Greer, 13 Buyer's Remorse, 15, Rocky Brawl Boa. Number 1883, Scoriental Express. Number 2, Stabigail Adams. Number 2012, Sweet K. Oz. Number 25, Belle Kabong. 3078, Riding Dirty. 5, Nev Cannibal. 755, Spank Aaron. 9, Scar Trek. And number 978, Yankee Scandal.
Well, this should be an interesting game. Oklahoma did have a game earlier today. They played the Blue Ridge Rollergirls, and it was a pretty good event. MSC Hammer had a wonderful standout game. Had some great jamming out there, so we're going to see how they went. But as you know, any day where you're going to have 2 games in one day, it's a test of endurance. So we're going to see how Oklahoma is going to be holding up against DC.
That's right. Oklahoma ranks slightly higher than DC on the WFTDA ranking, 67 versus DC 76. But either one could climb up pretty high with a victory over the other one on this track. And Oklahoma in the black, DC in the white. For those of you watching from home, I say we are about to get it started as soon as all the officials are in position.
They're just getting that dramatic pause going, trying to get your blood boiling.
Dun, dun, dun. Bottom.
We shall have the Derby.
And we shall have it now. And, of course, we can't really tell. We're going to have a hard time at first telling who's on the jam line from over here because they're facing opposite us. But we will get you those updates as soon as we can.
I can tell you that E-Bomb is the pivot for Oklahoma City.
She sure is.
And I believe it's Trigger Trixie that is jamming right now for Oklahoma City. Like you said, Oklahoma City in black. Number 15, that's Rocky Brawl Boa.
And she is your lead jammer.
Brawl Boa, out and free.
That's right. Rocky making her way back into the pack to try to get her first scoring pass here.
Trigger Trixie trying to chase her down into the pack. Not quite fast enough to get those points on the board, so we're going to see the first points of the day going to DC, 3 of them.
That's right. Rocky grabbed 3, called it off. Now we're lining up our next jam on the Adam Jam line. Oh, and I forgot to mention we also have our awesome Shady Hawkins here running stats for us. Say hi, Shady.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be providing you with all of the relevant information.
That's what we love, relevant information.
Yeah, I don't like my relatives that much.
Well, if you want irrelevant information, you come to me. You want relevant information, you go to Shady.
Oh, finding a little room onto the inside. There's going to be...
Buyer's Remorse. 13. Yeah.
MSC Hammer, driven out of bounds. She's going to recycle her way back in. Now driven to the inside.
Buyer's is the lead.
A little bit of a seam to the inside. Des Dispenser holds that line open. Briar's Remorse following her through.
And she grabs a full 5 points on that pass.
Look at me, I'm flying. I'm flying.
I think she's a little confused as to her position right now. looking to her bench for direction.
Well, DC speeding up the pack a little bit. Trying to make it harder for MSC Hammer to get up there. But she is able to do so, and looks like she is going to pick up their first points of the day for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls.
Score currently only 2-8, but we're only like 2 jams in, so anything can happen here.
27 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in this first half. As you said, DC in white with the red accents, black pants. Oklahoma Victory Dolls in black with the white stripes. It's going to be T-Pain working her way to the front of the DC defense. Payne's going to stretch it out. Oh, takes a nice little shoulder pop, gets another one, keeps the toe stops inbounds. And Oklahoma City.
DC's Silo Psycho trying to forcing her way through.
Oh, and Silo Psycho is going to be sent to the penalty bench. So we are going to have a power jam right now. Oklahoma City picking up 5 points already on that T-Pain pass, and they have the chance to pick up their first lead of the game.
Apparently there's some T-Pain fans in the crowd over here.
Payne turns the hips, gets the points there. Oh, nice cut to the inside.
Beautiful, beautiful derby happening right here.
That was like one of those slow motion shots that, you see her making that motion to the inside. The blockers saw it too, but they knew there was no way they were going to get over there in time. So T-Pain with a nice little change of field. And Oklahoma Victory Dolls picking up their first lead of the game, 12-8, the present score.
Yep, starting off in a power jam situation. Silo Psycho looks like she's ready to shoot her way out of the box. And that is number 46, Fatal Inferno for Oklahoma Victory Dolls is your lead jammer.
Yankee Scandal dons the cap. Works her way through, but she's got some room to make up on Fatal Inferno. Inferno getting a nice pop driven to the outside. Inferno recovers.
Yankee Scandal trying to cut through on the outside, and she does.
Just
full 4
missed
points.
that hip pop there by Jade Shark. And she is going to call off the jam. But DC was able to put 4 points on the board.
Almost tied it up, but Oklahoma got 2 more.
So 14-12, the present score. 25 minutes left to go in this first half. DC in white with 12 points. Oklahoma Victory Dolls in black with 14.
DC may not want to set the world on fire, but they definitely want to set this track on fire today.
And the crowd went wild. Oh, then we're going to have Rocky Brawl Boa finding her way through for DC. So once again, DC picking up the lead jammer status, Trigger Trixie.
That's right, Rocky Balboa has been lead both times she's been on the track so far.
And Rocky's going to go ahead and call that off, picking up another 4 points. So a little back and forth here now on the lead. DC picking the lead back up. 16-14, 24 minutes left to go in this first half.
And see, the DC jammer both jammers getting low over here, making it hard for us to identify them, but that's okay because we'll figure it out as we go along. Let's see. That is MSC Hammer for Oklahoma.
And MSC. MSC is able to break free of the pack, picking up the lead jammer status. Yankee Scandal picks up the helmet.
Yeah, it was Buyer's Remorse, but now it's Yankee Scandal wearing the star for DC, like you just said.
DC doing a couple of passes so far of the panty this game already. Menace trying to get that shoulder in. And Menace glances off the back and takes the spill to the outside as Yankee Scandal is able to pick up 4 points.
It was a nice apex hop she had right there at the corner.
Jade Shark and Kabong training a little paint there. Yankee Scandal doing a quick switch to the inside. Not able to pick up any points, though. And that jam is going to be called. So 20-14 present score. DC leading Oklahoma Victory Dolls, actually. That score updated 20-17.
Yeah, only a 3-point difference means anything can happen here. Even one jam can turn that back around for Oklahoma. We'll have to see if DC can try to take advantage of their current lead and pull ahead even further, maybe take home the dub.
Well, they've got a power jam going on right now, and breaking through the pack, that is going to be number 11, Switch.
Switch. And she dances her way through on the inside, grabs a full 5 points, pours on the speed for the straightaway. Her pack mate's attempting to blow a hole in the wall for her, but she's stuck up against that Oklahoma defense. And then she makes her way around. Another 5 points.
Yeah, those legs just kept on a chop in there. Oklahoma Victory Dolls trying to set up that diamond 4 to the inside, but she was able to get that shoulder turned to the inside and be able to force her way through.
MSC Hammer back on the track looking to score, but Switch calls it off before she can make contact with the pack.
Rachel Coffey gets her to the inside, and that is what forced her to make the call off. 34-17, DC opening up the lead there on that 14-point jam by Switch.
I think that was the highest scoring jam so far. It is indeed the highest scoring jam so far. Thank you, Shady Hawkins.
Rocky Brawl Boa, the jammer for DC. Oklahoma Victory Dolls out to the front, a little room to around the outside. Lethal Lamb taking a couple of hits as she emerges from the pack. So Lethal Lamb picking up the lead jammer status for Oklahoma Victory Dolls.
Boy, she powered through that like a rocket, didn't she? Push, 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 zoom.
Brawl Boa trying to close some spaces. Yankee Scandal getting a little help there from Scoriental Express. They're going to take Lethal Lamb to the outside. Lamb's going to recycle. Have to get back behind that 3-wall. Nice little shot there, opening up some room for your jammer. Des Dispenser with the offensive blocking.
Shaboom.
You know, that loved, like, from the tournaments from last year and watching the amount of offensive blocking going on now, seeing a whole new portion to this game. It's getting the speed back into it. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I think the influence of the European teams at last year's Beach Brawl has really bled through into the strategies of the American teams, and that's really come full circle this year.
We're going to see Fatal Inferno.
And Buyer's Remorse for DC.
Infernal trying to work on that diamond of DC out in front. That braced little 4-wall. Oklahoma Victory Dolls doing the same thing.
Some extremely solid blocking here happening on the part of both teams.
Well, it's interesting how Oklahoma City goes occasionally from a diamond to a invert, like a flat 4. And they do it fairly seamlessly. Fatal Inferno patiently waits. That inside line opens up, and she jumps all over it. Lead jam for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. That's Fatal Inferno.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think she was patient at all. She was push, and fighting her way through. And finally, once she got her opening, she took advantage of it. But sometimes a good jam is worth the wait. As the 5 points Fatal just put up, goods go to show.
Fatal looking for a moment. She's got 2 set up.
And it looks like DC have passed the penny on to Nev Cannibal, number 5. Is looking to eat her way up through the pack and get some points. But she's getting recycled right now. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, always recycle your bottles, your cans, and your jammers.
As well as your blockers. Fatal trying to find her way past. We got Sweet Chaos out there doing some blocking work. Buyer's Remorse forces the track cut. So that's what you do when you pass away the jammer panty. You make sure the other jammer's going to have a worse day than you. So nice job by Buyer's Remorse taking her former role and just sending it, her counterpart, to the penalty box.
And it looks like she got knocked onto her feet but grabbed a few points on her way out as the jam came to its 2-minute conclusion. Score's currently 30-34. Oh, no, it's going up. It's going up. 34-34. We've got a tie happening right here.
Oh, we've got a nice little battle going on. Both teams be a little spurtish here. But that's quite all right as long as they're putting points on the board. We'd like to let you know that the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
Rocky Bralbroa pushes her way through, becomes your lead jammer.
Just trying to take advantage of that power jam. Oklahoma Victory Dolls trying to reset their wall now to. So nice work there by Menace as well as Punchy. They're going to be a little bit too far ahead. Oh, it looks like we're actually going to have a cut track being called. So Rocky going to the penalty box.
Looks like Fatal Inferno with a little stealth star action happening over here.
Inferno and Kabong.
She pushes her way through, finishes her initial pass.
DC sets their flat 4.
The entire DC wall working to amoeba her back.
Oh, but there's the flaw. She finds the room to the inside. They had a beautiful wall set up to the outside of the line, and Fatal finds her way around it.
Rocky Balboa back in the mix. Going hip to hip with one of the Oklahoma blockers, rather, pulling off a full 5 points.
Fatal still trying to find her way up. About 25 seconds left to go on the jam clock. Stabby sets up. Jade Shark trying to move her around a little bit. Menace setting up. And a nice bit of recycling there. Des Dispenser. Menace, Jade Shark, the front 3 wall there for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. And they effectively are going to get Rocky to the inside of the ring. Very physical jam, that last jam. It looks like they're going to come out exactly even on that, 8-8.
It looks like one of the DC coaches is having a discussion with some of the refs here. We're right back into it. Was not a timeout.
Switch, once again, taking the Jam Star for DC. Oklahoma tried to hold her back. And Trigger Trixie gets a cut to track. So we are going to have a power jam right now for Switch. Switch earlier had a huge jam for DC. We're going to see if she can reproduce that.
And she's trying to dance around that outside. Oh, gets recycled all the way back.
E-Bomb with a very well-timed pop there. E-Bomb, Rachel Coffee, Whoopsie Daisy.
Oh, track cut on Switch, forced by the Oklahoma blockers, which means that Oklahoma's jammer is going to be released from the box, but Switch will only have to serve the same amount of time as Oklahoma's jammer. Which is Trixie Trigger.
A little merry-go-round in and out of the box. Trigger finding a bit of a seam to round the outside. So Trigger Trixie finishes her initial pass. Oh, nice job by Trixie. Kind of almost feigned them into that that hold there.
Shady Hawkins tells me that both times DC has gotten lead, they've lost it to a power jam. So they really need to cut down on that kind of behavior.
E-Bomb trading a little paint with Switch as Switch gets through, picking up another 5 for DC. Trigger Trixie works her way through.
Both jammers putting up 5 points on that pass.
Switch picks up 4 more. Trixie got the time to get through. Switch, I don't think quite had the time to get up all the way. And we've got a little bit of a skate problem. Those, I believe, are supposed to be attached.
You know, I feel like that's generally helpful when you're playing the sport of roller derby.
I mean, there's a reason they call them quads.
Right. It helps to have all 4 wheels.
Yeah.
But, you know, if they get some broken skates, they can go to one of our many awesome skate shops that are here on site, including Bont, Radar, Rydell.
And that is the awesome part. You can get your skates fixed very quickly. You've got the professionals here to help you out. Emma C. Hammer doing battle with the DC defense, and she just breaks free. They can't touch that. They held her back just enough. But Emma C. Hammer
I see what you
breaks
just
free.
did there. I see what you did there.
Emma C. Oh! Menace making buyer's remorse airborne.
Man, she landed so hard, I felt it.
Buyer's remorse with a nice recovery. Emma C. Hammer picks up 5 points. Buyer's remorse trying to reel her in.
I guess it's true that when you're on the quads, you feel no pain until the after party, and then you dance the pain away.
Oh, Emma C. Nice job. Takes that nice little pop. Drives buyer's remorse to the inside. Killing off a little time there.
Both jammers neck and neck here, going around the turns. Buyer's remorse dashes ahead. Oh, MSC Hammer trying to pray her way through that pack. Ooh, you might need a new battery. Hey, we need a battery. Both jammers fighting really hard to fight their way through right now. Buyer's remorse trying to dash through on the outside. Looks like MSC Hammer off to the box, or a track cut penalty. And the jam comes to its full 2-minute conclusion. Buyer's remorse grabbing another 5 points on her way out. Looks like both jammers got points on that one. MSC Hammer getting 3. Score is currently 64-60 in favor of Oklahoma.
9:41 left to go. This 4-point separation. Oklahoma, Victory Dolls setting up that 4-wall. E-Bomb, Cha-Cha, Whoopsie Daisy. E-Bomb forces Rocky out.
Rocky Bralboa recycled back, fighting her way again.
Oh, Rocky gets free.
Looks like Rocky Bralboa had a no pass, no penalty right there.
So we are back to full strength 5-on-5 action. MSC Hammer redons the hat.
We got a nice empty penalty box, which is just the way I like it.
And Rocky Bralboa calling off the jam just as MSC Hammer comes up. 2 points being picked up. And we are back at a 2-point game. That doesn't get much better than this. 8 minutes, 25 seconds left to go. 64-62, Oklahoma Victory Dolls with a slim 2-point lead over the DC Rollergirls. Both these teams have had some big runs and little surges.
They really have, and it's amazing how tight this game is. If this stays this neck and neck through the entire thing, I might have a heart attack at the end of it, Professor.
Well, I'll tell you, this is the second exciting game that I have seen and been able to call Oklahoma City playing. We're going to see, I do believe that's an illegal forearm on T-Pain, and that means we're going to have a power jam once again.
For Silo Psycho. This is only her second jam, apparently.
Menace, Jade Shark, trying to hold back Psycho.
They're forced to let her go, and she is your lead jammer. And it's her first time getting lead jammer.
Shark with a nice little pop. Yankee Scandal follows up. Menace, Des Dispenser.
Oklahoma Jammer back in the mix.
And after a nice bit of effort there, Silo Psycho is free of the pack. Oh, Kabong. Beautiful job, Kabong and Stabigail Evans holding up T-Pain just long enough to take the advantage there.
Silo Psycho falls flat on her face, gets up, gets around, falls again, calls it off. Fall and call.
Psycho taking a couple nice pops there on that jam. And DC, with that 8 points, is going to get back into the lead, 70-64. 6 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. We're going to have Switch and Fatal Inferno taking the Jam Stars now. Inferno trying to work her way up to the front. She's got that nice little four-wall set. Now it's a brace 3.
Oh, Switch muscling her way around the outside. Pours on the speed. Switch, your lead jammer.
That was a nice job. Switch, as soon as she got free of the Oklahoma Victory Dolls, used her own team as a pick, like the whole team. So Switch, driven out of bounds by Rachel Coffey. Cha-Cha Cherry Bomb, E-Bomb.
And this is DC's third lead in a row. Switch has earned lead jammer every time she's worn the star. And she's grabbing 5 points, showing them why.
Yeah, she's adding on to that DC lead. Oh, nice job by Cha-Cha Cherry Bomb. Like very, very quietly shut down that inside line.
5 more points for Switch, and she calls it off.
Yep, Switch made a nice little pop. Did the hit, and eventually got through. But Cha-Cha Cherry Bomb, nice little job, just very, very quietly shutting down that inside line.
It's like Cup How.
Rocky Balboa picking up the Jam Star. Oh, working her way through. Trigger Trixie picks up the lead jammer status. She's going to break that streak for DC, Oklahoma Victory Dolls, needing this one to bring this lead back down. Rocky Balboa gets her way past Des Dispenser. Trigger Trixie now one to beat out front.
Rocky Balboa making her way back around to the back.
Rocky Balboa. Oh, we're going to see a back block on Balboa. We're going to see a power jam right now for Trigger Trixie. That's another 5 points. 7 points away from Marie gaining the lead. Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Menace trying to make her namesake of the defense.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Oklahoma to grab that lead again. Going back and forth all half long here. Only 2 points away right now.
Oh, Trigger Trixie trying to find that outside line. Very quickly shut down. Yankee Scandal shuts down the inside line with a little help from Scoriandal Express.
Ooh, lots of falls happening on the DC block in here, and boom, there goes OK for 5 points. Oklahoma now in the lead by 3 points. Rocky Balboa back in the mix.
Oh, and just a beautiful job by Trigger Trixie, slowing up Rocky Balboa just enough to feed her to her pack. Trixie with the lead. Oh, and was that menace on that last-minute shot there that sent Balboa out of bounds?
Shady Hawkins tells me that this is so far the highest scoring jam of the whole game. 24 points on Oklahoma's part.
Well, they needed 16 to get them back to tie with DC. They did that plus a few. Picked up 22 total points on that. 26 points for the whole jam. Picked up 22 points on the DC Rollergirls, and that brought them into the lead. 90-80 for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Once again with the lead. 2 minutes, 16 seconds left to go here in half number 1.
Well, so I got a team timeout having been called on the part of DC, which means it's time for us to pay some bills.
For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance.
And don't forget to visit the Radar booth to register to win a free set of the all-new Radar Halo wheels.
And Powerdyne has changed the game again. Stop by the Rydell booth and check out the all-new redesigned Arius Platinum plate. Arius Platinum, performance redefined.
You know, I don't even skate and I want to win those wheels. That's how good Radar wheels are.
They are amazing. And the innovations that they've done in the sport and working with the girls in the sport as well for the new equipment, just amazing what they've been doing.
It's one of the wonderful things about roller derby. And it looks like we've got buyer's remorse on the line for DC once again.
And that's Lethal Lamb trying to push her way to the front. Sweet Chaos and Spank Aaron trying to hold down the line. Spank Aaron being sent to the sin bin.
As DC's got a star pass to number 5, Nev Cannibal. He's going to try to gobble up the points here.
And Lethal Lamb calls it off just as Nev Cannibal gets to the pack. Nev is going to pick up 2 points for DC. 1:35 left to go. 94-86. 8 points is the separation right now.
That's number 11, Switch on the line for DC Rollergirls.
Emma C. Hammer turns to the inside. She's got that little 3 wall. Now she's going to have to recover. Kind of got crushed down. Switch trying to make it 4 for 4 on lead jammer status. Menace and Jade Shark trying to shut that down, but Switch is going to make it. 100% lead.
Wow, that is just amazing. I want her on my team, and I don't even play.
MC working her way through. Oh, tricky little play there as DC trying to stretch out the pack so to get Switch a free pack. Oklahoma Victory Dolls catching it right at the last minute, stopping and getting back in. And
under 30 seconds left in the half. Oklahoma using their official review, which means we will have at least one more jam before we go into halftime.
So while that's happening, we'd like to thank 5 Second Skate Gear. It's your one-stop shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it is a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, stop by their booth and say hello to 5 Second Skate Gear.
Hashtag next whistle.
Boop.
But I can personally vouch for the 5 Second Skate Gear guys. Like Furious George and her crew are amazing, and they've got some awesome stuff up there. And if you really want just like a custom derby shirt, there's no better place to get it. do one of the law firm reads.
Oh, okay, those are the ones.
And, the Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016, while we're having a legal dispute here. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
Would also like to thank Sotolongo Law Firm, and they are a proud sponsor of the Beach Brawl 2016 because they do care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs.
I did not mean to cough into the mic. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
And we got another great sponsor here, and I might be doing this a little later because this just sounds fun. The first time I heard this today, I was like, what? They got this all under one roof? But here you go. Are you ready for an extreme break? Come visit Extreme Action Park where you can race, bowl, eat, and play all under one roof. Drive the fastest gas-powered go-karts on our indoor asphalt track, bowl on our plush lanes, play in our arcade, and climb our ropes course adventure, plus catch the UFC fight at our pit bar this Saturday night.
You know what? That sounds amazing. And you know what? Actually, I'm done announcing. I'm going to that place right now.
Dude, all I got to say, indoor go-kart and bar.
Right?
That is, I'm in heaven.
Obviously, you don't want to hit one before you hit the other.
We're going to see a cut. Track on Trigger Trixie. That means we are going to have a power jam right now for DC.
And Rocky Balboa is your lead jammer.
And she has a chance to get the DC Rollergirls within just a few points or possibly even a lead as we're going into halftime.
That's right, Rocky Balboa fighting hard against that big pack. Blasts her way through, 5 points.
Well, we got a 1-point game now, 94-93. And all that has changed. Rocky Balboa trying to get her full complement of 5 points on this pass. E-Bomb trying to do everything she can not to let that happen. E-Bomb with a little passing glance. Trigger Trixie even with a little pop as she comes by. But Rocky Balboa with the 5 points. She's going to call off the jam, and the DC Rollergirls are going to go into halftime with the lead.
Oh, there's nothing more fun than watching two jammers fight it out on the track.
A little jammer on jammer action. Always good.
And it is now halftime, so ladies and gentlemen, come back in. We're going to hand it over to Shady Hawkins here real quick.
Just wanted to let everyone know the results of the official review for those of you watching at home and for those of you here in the building. Oklahoma was contesting the points from the jam previous, and we're wondering about a little discrepancy there. However, the points will stand as they did, and Oklahoma did lose their official review.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, I am Hazenberg, and I'm with...
This is Professor Lou Bottomby. We'll be back with you in about 10, 11, 12 minutes maybe.
That's right. And we want to thank Shady Hawkins for giving us an incredibly invaluable statistics assistance here.
And we'd also like to thank Gold Coast for hosting the Beach Brawl.
Like, I travel far and wide as a Derby announcer, and never have I visited a place where I felt more spoiled than when I come to Beach Brawl.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 2.5 minutes before we get started with our second half of Oklahoma Victory Dolls taking on the DC All-Stars right here at Beach Brawl 2016. If you are just coming up to the track, you missed an incredible first half of action. We've seen a number of lead changes, some big runs by both squads, a couple of big scoring runs by an individual jammer or two. But like I said, that big story, the lead changes coming back and forth. Every once in a while, the defense is just shoring up, and then they're finding their way. And so we are at this point, DC Roller Girl All-Stars 98, Oklahoma Victory Dolls 94. Once again, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors for our event this evening. I'd like to say a big shout out to Adam Gear. Boom wheels by Adams are magical. Experience better roll and grip from one wheel. Available in 3 hub options to fit any need. Test ride the Boom wheel at the Adam Skate booth today. Once again, we'd like to mention Extreme Action Park. It's one of those places that I know a number of us will be going later because there's a ton of stuff going on. More importantly, this Saturday night after the Brawl, rock with us at the Extreme Action Park, Battle of the Bands. There's going to be 12 local artists battling it out on the front steps, and the winner will receive a custom Magic Hat low-key bass guitar along with a $500 cash prize. Plus, browse the vendors, enjoy gourmet food trucks, and more. Come inside to see the UFC 198 pay-per-view event on our 50-plus inch LED TV. Also, projection screens, and enjoy drinks all night long. And head on over to that indoor go-kart, the fastest go-karts in the area.
All right, that is fantastic. We've got just under 30 seconds left before we start this back up. Shady Hawkins has given us some very interesting statistics here, including, I want to talk about penalties for a minute. It's been a very clean game. No one has had more than 2 penalties. DC is slightly leading on penalties with 13 versus Oklahoma's 10. But Oklahoma's had the most effective blocks happening over here. Let's see, number 85, which is E-Bomb, has been the most effective blocker of the whole bout with 6 major blocks. Let's see, and it looks like number 25, Bell Kabong, has been the most effective blocker for DC with 3 effective blocks. And we're getting right back into it here.
Rocky Brawl Boa with the Jam Star for DC. Emma C. Hammer breaking free of the pack, and she's going to pick up the first lead jam of the second half for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Oklahoma Victory Dolls, once again, in black. DC Rollergirls in white with the red accent.
Looks like Polly Punching Pocket off to the box for a low block penalty.
Emma C. Hammer gets through, and she's going to call off the jam. So a quick little start there for Emma C. Hammer, and those 4 points are going to bring the Oklahoma Victory Dolls back up to the same number as the DC Roller Girls. We've got a tie game.
Do we have a tie game? Is that what you just said?
Yes, we do.
My heart.
98-98, the present score.
Let's see. DC has gotten lead in 58% of the jams in the first half versus OKVD's 42%.
Switch taking the Jam Star for DC. Switch still at 100% for lead jammer status. Oh, nice little pop there by E-Bomb. And Trigger Trixie has broken the streak. She has gotten the lead jam status over Switch. That is the first time this game Switch has not picked up the lead jammer status.
All good things must come to an end, Switch.
And Trigger Trixie. Head on a swivel, trying to find out where everybody is. Switch coming up to the back of the pack. Nice little stall block there by Punchy.
Oh, and Switch has gotten through, grabbed some points.
Well, Trigger's happy to trade those points for right now. Almost looked like we were going to get a little paint traded as we were going in. Oh, Trigger does a nice job following Switch through. Beautiful way to trust your defense.
Gorgeous 5-point move right there. Both teams have just broken 100 points.
Oh, Spank. What a beautiful, that was a no-look block there by Spank. Knew that that outside line was going to be bridged. Very well came over and shut it down.
Trigger grabbing more points. Fully content to let the clock run out on this one while she's grabbing them.
She's already got 18 points on this jam. Trying to put a few more on the board.
Switch also grabbing points.
And as you said, you know, effective blocking. E-Bomb with another big shot out there. And it looks like Trixie is going to go to the penalty box.
Making this a very short-lived power jam for Switch. She grabs 5 points on her way out. And she gives us the heart on her way through. We love you too, Switch. 119-111 in favor of Oklahoma.
34 points scored on that jam.
For those of you watching at home, DC are the ones in the white uniforms and Oklahoma are in the black.
We've got a power jam starting off for Buyer's Remorse.
Oh no, she's off to the box for a track cut. Buyer's Remorse, feeling some remorse on that one.
So we're going to see Trigger Trixie.
Trigger
come back
Trixie.
in.
Yep, still eligible to get lead now that she's coming out of the box.
The pack. Very happy to wait for her at the Adam Jam line. Trixie goes for that outside line. That gets shut down. Oriental Express.
And she got recycled all the way back to the apex.
Nice job there by Yankee Scandal. She knew exactly what Trigger Trixie was going to do, just was not able to slow it down. Buyer's Remorse in from the sin bin. And Trigger Trixie is going to go ahead and call it off.
Before Buyer's Remorse could get around and complete her initial pass.
$119, $111, 25 minutes, 9 seconds left to go in the second half of the game. We do have one more game here on this track. One final game coming up after this. And that's going to be the Appalachian Rollergirls taking on the home team, Gold Coast Derby Girls. So you definitely want to hang around for that one.
Oh, I definitely want to see Gold Coast play.
Well,
Gold host Gold Coast.
I will go ahead and predict.
And Rocky Balboa dashes through to become your lead jammer.
Fatal Inferno. Stuck on the inside. Nev Cannibal trying to force the track cut there. Inferno getting a little seam around the outside. And we're going to go ahead and have Rocky Brawl Boa shut that one down. She's going to pick up her 5 points. This is going to be a tough time to track down the Oklahoma Jammers. So go ahead and call that one off. 119, 116, 24 minutes left to go. We're going to have Lethal Lamb taking the Jammer Star for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. And Scylla Psycho taking the Jam Star for DC Roller Girls.
Both of them taking off from that Adam Jam line.
Oh, and Lethal Lamb, she's going to be sent to the sin bin. Illegal forearm is the call. So we do have a power jam. Scylla Psycho breaks free of the pack at the Adam Jam line. Picks up the lead jammer status. There we go. Once again, at the Adam Jam line, Scylla Psycho breaking free of the pack. She likes that spot coming right out of turn number 4.
And she likes putting those 5 points in the air is what she likes doing. And then she goes across the Adam Jam line again, into the black pack.
Does Dispenser trying to hold her down. Punchy setting the bridge. Psycho, another 5 points as DC rages into the lead again.
And she's coasting on through, pushing.
Menace, Jade Shark trying to hold that front line down.
Both jammers fighting as hard as they can. This is where that endurance training really comes in handy.
Oh, the Malachi crunch. Nice. And Dez with a nice little push at the end, and she's going to get Psycho to send that one skate to the inside, and it means she is going to have to recycle all that way back.
She tries to hop back to force a track cut on Silo Psycho, but it doesn't quite work out.
And we are going to come to the jam's natural conclusion. Menace picked up the jammer panty from Lethal Lamb there. Did not have enough time to get around and put any points on the board.
DC have pulled ahead 130-119, but only an 11-point lead, which could go either way. 20 and probably will before the night's over.
Well, we've had so many lead changes today. This has been an awesome game to call just for that fact alone. Oh, nice little hop, skip and a jump, buyer's remorse, breaking free of the pack. Emma Hammer trying to chase her down.
Beautiful work on the part of Buyer's Remorse. Dashes into the pack, calls it off.
Yeah, like that Buyers wasn't sure if the referees saw her tapping and went into the big eagle tap.
It definitely helps to go big when you're doing your call-offs.
You know, I have to definitely agree on that. There's a lot of time. Actually, I was at a game the other day where a jammer was trying to call off the jam by touching her ribs, and the ref did not allow her to call it off that way.
Oh, I hate it when they do the butterfly tap, just like, bop, bop, bop. Go big or don't even bother.
Rocky Brawl Boa trying to battle her way around for the DC Rollergirls.
Rocky Balboa. Rocky Balboa grabs lead, pours on the speed. Trigger Trixie forcing her way through to the front.
Oh, some beautiful, beautiful stop blocking there by Abigail Adams. Just not giving up on that. Des Dispenser.
Shady tells me that DC has had lead the last 4 jams in a row. And they have never lost lead this entire game. That means they haven't given up a single power jam. Looks like a timeout happening on the part of Oklahoma here, so we're going to go to the sponsors and pay some bills.
The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl in 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
You get that $1 million idea, like a combination bar and airsoft shooting range? I guess you need to call Concept.
Yeah, I want to start like a gun range for kids.
Yeah, a little airsoft range, yeah.
Oh, well, you know, airsoft, that'd be even a better idea. You know.
Yeah, that'd be a much better idea, yes.
Don't forget, folks, we are going to have the after party Sunday at CYN Nightclub in Fort Lauderdale. Join us for 2-for-1 drinks until midnight. There's going to be a party bus, so come join us at CYN Nightclub for our after party on Sunday. Switch, trying to find her way through. Caught in the mall. Fatal Inferno.
Oops.
Getting cut in the mire. And Switch is going to be sent to the penalty box. We've got our back block being called.
It looks like Fatal is still eligible to become lead jammer because Switch got the penalty on her way out, so was not declared lead.
And Nev Cannibal did a nice little job killing off a little time on that switch penalty there. Just gesturing a little bit back. Oh! Pretty crossing shot. Fatal just stays up.
Oh, that was such a hard hit. I felt it a little bit.
Oh, and Fatal finds that seam, just smooths her way through it. So Fatal Inferno trying to bring that lead down.
Switch back in the mix.
She gets a nice little shot there from Whoopsie Daisy. Fatal turns to the inside, turns the hips. Picks up 3 more on that pass. So an 8-point jam there by Fatal. 127, 134, 7 points is the difference between these two teams. Just under 18 minutes left to go.
It's Silas Psycho.
MSC Hammer.
Up against her arch rival, CeeLo Psycho. MSC Hammer getting a track cut off to the box.
Yeah, she blasted right off the Adam jam line and took that little pop and ended up with the cut track call. CeeLo Psycho still trying to find her way through on her initial pass as they get into turn number 1. Gets a little room there. Punchy.
CeeLo Psycho is your lead jammer. They're fighting her way through the entire pack and even taking a couple of friendly fire hits there.
Yeah, I got to say, one of those things that I've enjoyed about watching Oklahoma Victory Dolls today is no jammer has ever been given just like a free pass. Somebody is always trying to hit her right at the end. So definitely some awesome work there by the defensive squad of Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Menace, Des Dispenser, MSC Hammer.
That's a full 5 points for CeeLo Psycho.
She's going to pick up those points. Call off the jam. DC trying to add a little bit more on, getting the lead back up to 12 points.
Looks like we got Rocky Brawl on the jam line for DC.
Oh, that's T-Pain blasting her way through for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. And that is her first jam this period. Rocky Brawl trying to catch up. T-Pain drives to the inside. No points scored, though. DC's defense holds true.
DC fighting hard to hold on to what little lead they have on this one, 127-139.
Once again, we'd like to give a shout out to Adam Skates. From your fresh meat skates to world champion equipment, Adam Skates has you covered. Stop by the Adam booth and experience what Aquatech heat molding can do for you.
And it looks like on that Adam jam line, we've got Buyer's Remorse for DC up against Fatal Inferno for Oklahoma.
Oh, Buyer's Remorse blasted to the inside. Inferno still trying to find her way through. Des Dispenser coming in, trying to make a little chaos out of the DC defense. Fatal able to get it down to a one-on-one now. And she's going to be able to work that to her advantage. And Fatal Inferno picking up the lead jammer status.
Buyer's Remorse with a little star stash action, dashing her way through to complete her initial pass.
Oh, that's pretty good. Both of these teams this period, out of the 11 jams, have picked up 5 lead jammer statuses each. So a very, very even second half. I mean, we started off this half with a 2-point separation. We're only still at a 9-point separation. We've only got 14 minutes left to go. 130, 139. DC with the lead over Oklahoma Victory Dolls.
This one feels like it's definitely going to come down to the last couple of jams, Professor. I got a feeling.
There you go. Switch was denied a couple of times in a row, but she is back. She's going to pick up the lead jam. Chasing her down, Trigger Trixie. And Switch is going to pick up 1 point. She's going to do that, hit it, and quit it. So 140, 139, the score now. DC adding another one on. 13-15 left to go in this final half of action.
And for those of you who are here to sharpen your skate skills, the Baller Shot Collar and Quadzilla Clinic has started over on the third track. So if you are participating in if you're participating in that clinic, you need to get over there pretty much right now.
MSC Hammer and Rocky Brawl Boa, your jammers right now for their respective teams. Brawl Boa being sent to the penalty box under illegal back block. That's going to leave Emma C. Hammer as your lone jammer out there. Lead jam. She has got the lead, and she has got a 10-point deficit to make up for Oklahoma Victory Dolls.
All she needs is 2 good passes, and suddenly they're tied up again.
Well, there's one of them.
There's the first one.
E-Bomb trying to make a little room as MSC Hammer comes back. Now the braced 4-wall.
Rocky Brawl Boa back in the fight.
Oh, Brocky takes a shot to the inside. 5 points being put, and we are back at a tie game, ladies and gentlemen.
Rocky Brawl Boa trying to go for the knockout punch here, but she's having a hard time getting out of the corner. Oh, there she goes. Oh.
I pity the fool. I pity the fool who think they can get out of the pack and not fall down.
And it looks like that was Rocky's initial pass, which means she does not score on that one. And it looks like Oklahoma chose to call that one off, take their points and run.
Well, they did, and they put up 12 points, once again putting Oklahoma Victory Dolls back into the lead. Another lead change. 11 minutes, 4 seconds left to go in this half. 142, 140. Silda Psycho taking a jam star for DC Rollergirls. Battling her way through. That is going to be Lethal Lamb picking up the lead jammer status for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. That's 2 in a row there. Lethal Lamb, little room to the inside, takes a nice little pop there. Trench trying to reciprocate the pop.
Lamb off to the box for a track cut. The first time a jammer has lost a lead this whole half.
Well, you know what that means. That means we are going to be in a full 2-minute jam. We got about another minute and 10 left to go on the jam timer.
CeeLo Psycho working hard, pretty much all by herself over there. Looks like her pack is hanging back, trying to force an engagement violation on Oklahoma, so they're going to be forced to let her go.
Rachel Coffey and Whoopsie Daisy doing a nice little 1-2 job there. And Whoopsie's going to have to let her go a little bit too far.
DC Oklahoma, back in the lead.
Oklahoma Victory Dolls regrouping at the Adam Jam line. Whoopsie Daisy, Rachel Coffey, once again, the 2-wall set out there. Whoopsie trying to get her to go to the inside, gets the little push in, cannot quite get Psycho to move to the inside.
She is exhausted. Look at her.
Lamb driven to the outside.
Silo Psycho trying to go through the outside as well, getting knocked around.
E-Bomb with another well-timed pop there. Lamb finally able to make it through the pack. She's going to put 4 on the board for the Victory Dolls. Total of 12 on the board for the DC, or excuse me, 13 for DC All-Stars. 153, 146, 7 points separating the two teams. 8 minutes, 40 seconds left to go.
And number 11, Switch on the Adam Jam line once again for DC.
Fatal Inferno once again donning the jammer cap for Oklahoma Victory Dolls.
These two have been hip to hip many times tonight.
Ooh, Fatal Inferno picking up the lead jammer status. You know, and I think Switch went 100% that first half, and I think this is actually the third time that she has not picked up the lead jammer status this half.
And she's completed her initial pass.
Oh, Yankee Scandal turns the hip, tries to get a little pop there on Fatal Inferno. Yeah, that is the third time that she has not picked up the lead.
Switch grabbing 4 points. Lead or no lead.
Well, with a couple of the Victory Dolls in the penalty box, that jam is going to be called off. The Victory Dolls taking an 8-4 advantage on that last jam, and they are going to bring the lead down to just 3 points now. 154, 157. DC 3 points over the Victory Dolls.
So we had timeout being called on the part of Oklahoma, which means we're going to take a moment to pay some more bills. I want to talk about the Sotolongo Law Firms, proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs.
We'd also like to thank JRDA for helping sponsor Beach Brawl. And if you have not been involved in Junior Roller Derby or you don't have a Junior Roller Derby league in your area, start one. It's one of the best things you can ever do. You can give to the kids. You can get them involved in this incredible sport that we all love and we all know can teach us so many wonderful things. And when we see those kids come up and start playing roller derby at the level that we've been doing, we've been seeing a lot of the JRDA players come up over the last couple of years through some of the higher ranking teams. And man, these players are coming on and just catching the track on fire. It is absolutely amazing to watch these younger, very polished satyrs come up.
Absolutely. Junior Roller Derby is 100% the future of this sport.
At the Adam Jammer line, once again, we are going to have Rocky Brawl Boa. It's going to be Trigger Trixie taking the Jam Star for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. 3 points this separation. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes left to go. Rocky Brawl Boa. She's going to break free of the pack. Trigger Trixie does the same. Nav Cannibal going to spend a little time in the sin bin as Des Dispenser is getting ready to get out.
I think they both liked the Adam Jammer line so much they couldn't wait to cross it again. And they went zoom right through.
2 points on the board. That's going to lift the DC lead to 5 points now. 159, 154. 6 minutes, 30 seconds left to go.
That's right. Only 6.5 minutes till my inevitable derby heart attack up here.
And it very well may happen.
As this lead keeps changing and changing. And both jammers taking off from the Adam Jam line.
Oh, on the toes, buyer's remorse. Beautiful job, just tiptoeing her way through.
Beautiful dodge from MSC Hammer. She makes her way out of the pack. Gorgeous fast dodge.
Oh, and she is going to call it off, going around the outside. See if she put any points on the board there. Did not see anything from the jam ref yet. I think he was looking for the angle. 3 points put on the board. So that means DC stretching that lead just a little more. 8 points is that separation now. 5 minutes, 26 seconds left to go. 154, 162. T-Pain. Psycho taking the jam star for DC. T-Pain finding the lane, and she's going to pick up the lead jammer status.
She is bringing the pain to the line right now as she zooms across the Atom Jam line.
Psycho is popped out of bounds by E-Bomb. T-Pain trying to work her way, finding a bit of a line. T-Pain works through. That's going to be a 5-point pass. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to a 3-point game once again.
And T-Pain dashes into the pack, grabs 2 points, calls it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. 162, 161.
And that is Rocky Balboa on the line once again for DC Rollergirls.
Fatal Inferno donning the jammer star for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Very quick off the Atom Jam line. Rocky got a 2-wall left to Punchy and Dez.
Rocky punching her way through.
And Rocky's going to find her way around Dez. Fatal Infection forced to recycle by Yankee Scandal. Rocky Balboa. A little bobbing and weaving. A little left and right. Going for the outside, going for the inside. Rocky putting up a fight.
Throwing the combos left and right.
Menace and Dez Dispenser setting up that 2-wall, but they are too far in front, and they're going to have to let Rocky go. Rocky picks up another 5. Jade Shark with some beautiful little moves, bobbing and weaving, getting around so she can set the front brace for her 3-wall. And Rocky Balboa showing respect there for Jade Shark, and she is going to go ahead and call off the jam. But the DC Rollergirls able to put 8 more points on the board.
It looks like there was a panty pass in that jam. I believe that was the first panty pass of the night. No? Second panty pass of the night. Or of this bout, rather. Oh, it's the 5th. Oh, it's the second panty pass of the half, 5th of the bout. Thank you, Shady Hawkins, for putting me in my place.
Oh, finding all kinds of room. Trigger Trixie for Oklahoma City. Buyer's Remorse breaking free of the pack. 2 minutes and change left to go. Trigger Trixie into the inside, gets a big pop there from Sweet Chaos and is going to call it from her back. 2 more points being put on the board by Oklahoma Victory Dolls. 7 points, the separation between these two teams. Just 2 minutes, 7 seconds left to go on the clock.
Timeout being called by OKVD. This gives us a little time to talk about our after party, which is going to be on this Sunday at Sin Nightclub, 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue. There's a free party bus to and from the club until close, 2-for-1 drinks till midnight. Let's see, the party bus departs from the Renaissance Hotel. Hey, that's where I'm staying. It's also right across the street from this venue. Let's see, for all Beach Brawl participants and staff, including volunteers, we'll get in free. Everybody else is going to have to pay a little cover. But it's okay because, I mean, you guys may have seen a roller derby after party, but you haven't seen a party until you've seen a tournament party. You get 300 roller girls in one place.
Oh, and let's just throw the international effect in there.
That's right. Nobody tears it up like the Europeans.
Yeah.
Or the Louisianians.
Hey,
as I can vouch for.
Canadians.
Remember, even if you lose your bouts at the tournament, you can still win the after party.
We're going to have Emma C. Hammer taking the Jammer Star for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Rocky Balboa taking the Jam Star for the DC Rollergirls. Both of these jammers have done some incredible work for their teams tonight. MSC driven out of bounds by Sweet Chaos. Rocky Brawl Boa finds the inside of Des Dispenser and Jade Shark.
Both jammers dashing off from the Adam Jam line like rockets.
Punchy Des, Jade Shark get ready for the offense. Rocky Brawl Boa.
Dashes in, calls it off. Looks like she grabbed. I can't tell. Like 3 points? 3 points on her way through there. Score is currently 173-164 in favor of DC. Still anybody's game with a minute and a half left on the bout clock.
Wow, this has been one of the best tournament games I've caught in quite some time. If you fans are having a good time watching this battle, make a little noise for the ladies out there. That's right. It doesn't get much better than this.
A team timeout being called by DC. It looks like it's going to be a very brief one as their pack is headed on to the Adam Jam line.
Once again, an excellent job by our referee crew. And much appreciation to all our NSOs as well as volunteers. As you guys know, the Derby community, it takes a lot of us to put these things on, and we appreciate every single one of you.
Like we could not do this without our NSOs and our referees. Team Zeeb, Team Flamingo, we love you. I mean, if we didn't have them, it would just be girls skating in a circle, hitting each other. And while that might be fun to watch, it wouldn't be roller derby.
All right, we are going to see Buyer's Remorse taking on Trigger Trixie in what could be one of our last jams of the night. Once again, 9 points separating these two teams.
It's the final countdown. Na 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 na.
Trigger Trixie works her way. She's got that 3-wall she's trying to beat. Whoopsie daisy, trying to set a little pick there. Scoriano Express gets a shot in. Trigger Trixie has got the lead jam. That's exactly where the Oklahoma Victory Dolls want to be right now. Nev Cannibal.
That's right, Oklahoma fans. This is your chance. Looks like a no pass, no penalty being called on Trigger Trixie, rather.
Nev Cannibal trying to find her way past E-Bomb. Skirting her way up through the pack. We've already got a 3-point pass, so that lead is down to 6 points now. Trigger Trixie up in front. She's getting it stretched out. Buyer's Remorse trying to hold her back. Trigger Trixie, 5 points. 1 point game. 15 seconds left to go. Nev Cannibal driven to the outside. Trigger Trixie bobbing, weaving. One left to beat. Gets by Scoriano Express.
And Trixie Trigger dashed through, called it off. There's no time left on the bout clock.
Oh, yeah!
Yes! Woo! Going into an overtime jam.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more jam to finish this game out. What an amazing effort there by Trigger Trixie and Nev Cannibal at that last effort, getting that final 4th point in to make this a tie game. 177 up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing the final jam in just a minute.
I can't take it. I might need a paramedic. I'm just kidding, paramedic. Stay where you are.
Oh, now I know pretty much everybody already knows what is going on this Southern Death Jam. But what it is they are going to take, I think it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes to set up on the sideline. They will each set up a squad out there. It will be a 2-minute jam. There will be no lead jammer. The jammers start getting points on their immediate first pass, and it is going to be 2 minutes for this victory. Either way, we have been witness to what has been an amazing battle between these two teams. The heart, the skating, everything. It really, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't get much better than this. DC coming up, really pouring it on. Oklahoma Victory Dolls on their second game of the day. You know that exhaustion's got to be setting in, but also they know after 2 minutes, it's beer 30.
Oh, yeah. And it looks like we've had an official review being called by Oklahoma here. So we'll see how that impacts this overtime jam. If they can somehow overturn some of DC's points, this may actually not happen.
Well, we're about to find out. Oklahoma is requesting a review of the scoring on the previous jam. And the points stand as is.
Yes.
Sudden Death Jam coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for all the marbles.
Get on your feet. Put your appendages together for your favorite team, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final 2 minutes of this game has started. Byers Remorse driven to the inside. Trigger Trixie throw first. She's got the first 4 points. Byers Remorse 4 as well. 4-4.
Oh my God.
Trigger Trixie, bobbing and weaving, trying to find a little room there. Takes a little bit of a stumble. Byers Remorse gains a little bit of a ground. Trixie going for the outside line. Byers Remorse finding an inside line. Byers Remorse now coming up, trying to get neck and neck with Trigger.
Both of them dashing across the Adam Jam line. Putting points in the air. Score's still tied.
Oh, big shot there. Byers Remorse very adeptly keeping on her feet out of bounds to avoid that track cut. Trigger Trixie trying to find a way through that back wall. E-bomb! As she's been doing all game long. Byers Remorse trying to find her way through. Menace trying to open a little room for her jammer. And we have Stabigail Adams in the back. She's setting that 2-wall with Sweet Chaos.
Oklahoma's had a star pass to Menace.
Got an elbow being called. And E-Bob going to spend a little time in the sin bin. Byers Remorse gets driven to the inside by Des Spencer. And around the outside, Menace gets through. She's going to pick up 4 points. And right now, the Oklahoma Victory Dolls with the advantage. Defense holding Byers Remorse at bay. Sweet Chaos trying to open a little room. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow. What a finish. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the final on a 14-point jam in overtime. The Oklahoma Victory Dolls are your winners.
And like the health of my heart right now is not the winner. I feel like this bout shortened my life by a year.
I'm all right with that. If that takes a couple of years off my life, I am more than happy to give those for that game.
That's right. I'll die young and happy. It'll be fine.
What an amazing finish.
Oh, what an amazing bout all total.
Trust me, ladies, that beer is going to taste good.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. They put up an impressive battle. They came in against a stronger team and took it to overtime. Make some noise for the Dicey Rollergirls!
And don't forget to stay tuned to track track D here, because the next bout on this track is going to be Appalachian Rollergirls versus Gold Coast Derby Girls, who are our host league. I want to thank Professor Lou Bottomy and Shady Hawkins for helping me out here. I have been Hazenberg. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Holy cow.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Beach Brawl 2016 here live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida at the Broward County Convention Center. I am Scarlett O'Hurtia.
And I am Piggy Fatness, and what is going to prove to be tonight's final bout here on day one. Scarlett, it has been a fantastic day of Derby. In fact, we just witnessed an overtime bout between OKVD and DC Rollergirls, and now we're set for just a little bit more action to go before we finish here today.
Just a little bit more. Next up, we have our gracious hosts, the Gold Coast Roller Derby girls from right here in Fort Lauderdale that will be wearing the red, and the Appalachian Roller Girls. Did I say that correctly?
That is absolutely right from what I'm told.
From Boone, North Carolina in black today. Appalachian coming in ranked a little bit higher at 153, Gold Coast at 201. And I think we're going to quickly run down the rosters. Piggy, do you want to start?
Absolutely. For Appalachian Roller Girls, we've got 01 Public Enemy, 1101 Nerd Fighter, 1372 Frog Her, 144 9-Pound Hammer, 1455 Fiendish, 15 is Anaconda, 22 Tutu LaRue, 426 Honey Boom Boom, number 5 Coco Janelle, 51 Rosie the Rogue, 63 Snatch and Bent, 683 is Hold 45, 711 Patty Young Thing, and 88 Gray Helmet.
And in the red, the Gold Coast Derby Girls All-Stars, number 0, Sookie Skankhouse, 1114 Carnivorous Licks, 1144 Slampersand, 117 Reverse Cowgirl, number 13 Deadly Force, 17 Jess Business, 187 Kindly Kills, 28 Cleopatra Heartbreaker, number 3 Anakin Skyblocker, 412 Crazy Yinzer, number 5 Barbed Wire Gordon, 51 Lil Scrap, and 714 Gina Marzano, and 911 Intended Anger.
Our hosts, the Gold Coast Derby Girls, are on the track for the second time today, and Appalachian Roller Girls in their first bout here at Beach Brawl 2016. So it has been a long day of Derby, 10 bouts in total, this one number 10, and looks to be a fun and exciting contest as we are set to go jam number 1 here between these two teams.
Once again, thank you everybody that is watching at home. You will see Appalachian in black, Gold Coast in the red, and out jamming first, trying to fight her way past that wall of red, is number 5 for Appalachian, Coco Janelle. And for Gold Coast, also number 5, Barbed Wire Gordon.
Pack moving at a brisk pace, and it is Appalachian getting out first as Coco Janelle lead jammer. Both teams setting up their walls. Appalachian in front. And a quick call off.
0 points for either team on our first jam of our last game in day 1 of Beach Brawl 2016. Battle of the Fives goes scoreless. And joining us on the mic here in just a little bit for our sponsor reads will be Miss Shady Hawkins.
It's the Shady Hawkins.
The Shady Hawkins, forgive me.
Next jam underway.
For Gold Coast, we've got number 3, Anakin Skyblocker.
For Appalachian, it's Patty Young Thing as she's pushing out forward, trying to get through. There's the call. Lead jammer for Appalachian.
Appalachian with a pretty solid defensive structure, going from a wall to a triangle formation, but Anakin Skyblocker took a bit of a spill there and broke up the wall.
Another 4-point pass and a quick call off by Appalachian. 4 points opens up the scoring between these two teams as we get set for our next jam.
And that next jam is going to be brought to you by the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm, a proud sponsor of Beach Brawl 2016. They are an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
Back to the action on the track. Pack moving at a very quick speed up toward turn 1. And number 412, Crazy Yinzer, is your lead jammer for Gold Coast.
For Appalachian, it's Public Enemy, and she gets recycled back and has to cover that distance again.
Crazy once again making her way through that pack now on her scoring pass. And Public Enemy getting shoved out right around turn 3. 5 points on that pass for Crazy.
As a track cut has been called on Appalachian's Public Enemy. Power Jam now Gold Coast.
So Crazy Yinzer, your lead jammer and the only jammer on the track currently. She's looking for a little bit of offensive assistance from her blockers. As Appalachian blockers getting thrown all over the place, Crazy takes another grand slam on that pass. 10 points total so far here in Jam 3.
Strong opportunity here for Gold Coast to extend their lead in the early going. They're going to call it off as that Power Jam had come to a close.
10-4 with 26 minutes left in the half. Gold Coast takes the lead. And Appalachian managed to get 4 on the board in that last jam. So it's actually 10-8 here as we head into jam number 4. For Gold Coast, we have number 5, Barbed Wire Gordon, jamming. An official timeout called on the track.
This official timeout is going to be brought to you by Rydell. For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in roller skating in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates unmatched quality and unmatched performance.
Back to the track we come. 5-second call has been made.
Jamming for Appalachian.
Fiendish with the star for Appalachian. And it is once again Gold Coast. Barbed Wire Gordon coming out for lead jammer.
This the second lead jammer status for each team now here in Jam 4. And Barbed Wire Gordon calling it off after a grand slam before Fiendish can put any points on the board for Appalachian. 15-8.
So we're definitely seeing, Scarlett, a situation where Gold Coast, learning from the earlier bout, we do have an official timeout that has been called. We're starting to see a little bit of what Gold Coast has picked up from their earlier bout today. And so looking to put that into their work here on the track in this bout.
See, I'm never quite sure if it's, I mean, you're obviously tired after having played your second game of the day. You wouldn't have known that seeing the previous game with Oklahoma still coming toe-to-toe with DC. So is it fresh legs or is it fresh learning that morning that really makes that world of difference?
Well, and part of it is also potentially the fact that it wasn't a noon game for Gold Coast. So nonetheless, we have number 3 for Gold Coast. That is Anakin Skyblocker with the star, but Appalachian once again picking up lead jammer, courtesy of Patty Youngthang.
Oh, Patty Youngthang takes a dive out in style at turn 4, calling it off before either team can put any points on the board.
This upcoming jam is going to be brought to you by Bont. Lighter, stronger, faster, the original carbon boot and the lightest boots on the market. My Bonts are the latest and greatest way to customize your Bont boots.
Next jam underway. Strong pack work by both sides until right about now when we have a lead jammer call now for number 5 for Gold Coast.
That's Barbed Wire Gordon wearing the star for the ladies in red. And 0-1 Public Enemy jamming for Appalachian. She was forced to do a full recycle back to the penalty box after getting a cutting the track penalty after passing that line of no return. Barbed Wire Gordon now on still on her initial pass after getting swallowed back up into the pack.
Jam is called off by Barbed Wire Gordon. She does pick up 5 points as being signaled by our official. So at 23 minutes 15 seconds, the clock's still moving. 20 on the board for Gold Coast, 8 for Appalachian. Power start for Gold Coast. And a high block penalty now assessed on Gold Coast. Crazy Yinzer. She'll report to the penalty box.
And we're doing a little bit of penalty box musical chairs because as soon as she got called on that penalty, Public Enemy was released from the penalty box. Did a bit of a star stash straight out of the box, but is now on her scoring pass after sneaking through. Oh, but she goes right back to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. Pat coming to a stop as they reassess and regroup. This is going to release Crazy Yinzer, who will be on a power jam for a few seconds. Crazy Yinzer moving through that pack at a feverish speed. Largely untouched until right there at the end at turn 4. Pat getting very spread out as Crazy Yinzer once again makes it through that back portion of the pack largely unopposed, and then with some great lateral movement snakes her way through those last 3 Appalachian blockers for 5 points.
Appalachian right now into a braced 4-wall that is working more successfully than the last pass, but Crazy Yinzer with some nice footwork to try to force that wall to open up.
Out of play called. It's going to send one of the Appalachian blockers to the penalty box. That is number 144, 9-pound hammer.
And a track cut penalty called on a Public Enemy. So once again, power jam for Gold Coast.
Gold Coast very happy with the result of that one, and why wouldn't you be? 13 points on jam number 7 for Gold Coast, 3 for Appalachian, 33-11 as we head into jam number 8. Piggy, this is definitely working in Gold Coast's favor. Like I said, it's that debate between did you learn something from the first game and you got nice and warmed up, you're into the rhythm of things already, you're already gelling, versus coming out with just fresh legs, you haven't expended any of your energy. And Gold Coast is definitely getting right back into the swing of things.
Right, absolutely. The game played earlier, of course, none of these teams unfamiliar with tournament settings, and so they know how to pace themselves, and Gold Coast doing a good job of keeping up the momentum, or at least creating themselves a momentum in this bout and keeping it going forward.
Speaking of momentum, your captain, number 3, Anakin Skyblocker, is now your lead jammer for Gold Coast, starting on a power jam with Public Enemy in the penalty box. And we have a cutting the track penalty called on Anakin. She was really trying to watch her feet there, but that was a bit of tricky footwork that was happening between all of those blockers. But that was a good strategy and good awareness on behalf of number 22, Tutu LaRue for Appalachian.
This opens the door now for Appalachian on a power jam. Public Enemy back on the track and now looking to try to clear, but she gets forced out with a nice block by Gold Coast Deadly Force. Quick recycle, though, on the part of Public Enemy.
Clockwise block called on 911, intended anger for Gold Coast. Oh, hard hit. Nice jammer takeout to the inside by Coco Janelle. Public Enemy trying to shove her way through past that triangle-shaped formation for Gold Coast. Clockwise block called on Gold Coast Deadly Force.
But the effort had already been executed, and that slowed their Appalachian jammer down as Lil Scrap finished out that block. And so now Gold Coast with an opportunity for more points. But 4 for Appalachian on that last pass. Triangle formation now by Appalachian. And number 63 for Appalachian there to keep the jammer from escaping. That was Snatchin' Bet with a nice job of floating back and keeping that jammer from moving forward.
I do believe at the end of that jam, we saw a forearm penalty called on Snatch and Bent. So she is heading to the penalty box. Appalachian will short one blocker, and Gold Coast will do the same. And we have a timeout called by Gold Coast.
And this timeout is going to be brought to you by Dr. Amal Masri of Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. They are offering B12 shots for those of us here in-house for $15 each. So if you'd like, go ahead and head on over there. Get you a little bit of an energy boost from Dr. Amal Masri and Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. Also, the Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you. The WFTDDA recognizes tournaments and has a program specifically designed to recognize tournaments that have a higher standard of game management and tournament play and officiating, and that is the Recognized Tournament Program. They allow for various tournament structures, but the Recognized Tournament Program establishes a consistent standard for officiating. You can see that complete schedule for recognized tournaments at WFTDA.com/events.
Thank you, Shady Hawkins. Back to the track we go. Appalachian quickly picking up lead jammer. That is 14:55 for Appalachian. Fiendish picking up lead jammer.
And straight out of the gate, we have Barbed Wire Gordon jamming once again for Gold Coast, contending with those last two Appalachian blockers. One of which is going to the penalty box. That's Coco Janelle.
I'm still marveling at the speed at which Fiendish came off of that Adam jam line so quickly and again, just found her space. But the call-off occurs, and we will reset. 17 minutes, 21 seconds, and counting. 40 for Gold Coast, 21 for Appalachian.
Appalachian comes out of that with 1 point, and you have it was a great point there with Fiendish coming off of that Adam jam line with absolute purpose and just fire in her skates. It seems like our teammate's going to do much of the same. Number 711, Patty Youngthang out in front, your lead jammer for Appalachian.
Strong pass for 5 by Patty Youngthang to add to Appalachian's total.
And it looks like Appalachian's going to lose number 22, Tutu LaRue, for a failure to reform penalty. Patty Youngthang makes another pass through that pack and calls it off after a grand slam. Gold Coast held scoreless. Appalachian takes 10. Score is currently 40-31 as we head into jam number 11 and a team timeout.
This team timeout going to be brought to you by another one of our sponsors, the Junior Roller Derby Association. United we stand against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in this initiative. You can see them at the JRDA booth here at Beach Brawl 2016 for more information. Also, 5 Seconds Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs, whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork. Stop by their booth and say hello, #NextWhistle. Also, if you're here at Beach Brawl 2016 in the venue with us, if you find Toothy, the Jammerhead Shark, if you take a photo with Toothy, you can go ahead and put that up on your social medias, whether that be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., with #Where's Toothy. Toothy usually kind of hangs around the Beach Brawl and Gold Coast booth right up there up front by the entrance. Don't forget to grab your picture with Toothy.
Jamming once again for Gold Coast, your now lead jammer and captain of the team in red. That is number 3, Anakin Skyblocker. And she is jamming up against Frogher, number 1372 for Appalachian in the black.
And a forearm penalty called on Frogher. So now Power Jam Gold Coast, just as it looked, Scarlett, as if Appalachian was going to continue this momentum, a jammer penalty is going to give Gold Coast an opportunity here to extend their score.
This defense that we're seeing here by Gold Coast is absolutely solid. Reverse Cowgirl going shoulder to shoulder, chest to chest with number 63, Snatch and Bent, in some really aggressive one-on-one blocking, but man, they are not moving.
Anakin Skyblocker through that backside of the pack, and on their outside, once again quickly passes and picks up her points. That is 5 more for Gold Coast.
20 points for Gold Coast on that jam. Highest scoring jam of the game so far, courtesy of Anakin Skyblocker. And I gotta say, the footwork that was used in order to get around those blockers was really impressive. Lots of eagles to the outside here right at the announcer table. Thank you for that. And now we're seeing pack start in a slightly different position with Barbed Wire Gordon, number 5, wearing that jammer store at the Adam Jam line.
Slicing right through the backside of the pack and through for lead jammer, Barbed Wire Gordon. As you said, Scarlett, that Adam Jam line really seems to be magic for Gold Coast right now.
Indeed it does, and it didn't hurt that she started on a power jam. Her pack moved up pretty significantly so that they could make a little bit more room for her, and I think that may have thrown off Appalachian a little bit. Look at the speed of this pack now that Frogger has re-entered the mix straight out of the penalty box. Pack speed speeding up quite a bit. Gold Coast puts 2 more on the board on that pass. 6 points total for the team in red. 66-31 with just under 14 minutes left in the first half.
Next jam underway. Appalachian's jammer pushing forward against a 3-wall by Gold Coast. But on the inside, it is Gold Coast Reverse Cowgirl picking up lead jammer.
And that is Reverse Cowgirl's first time to jam so far this game. Fiendish, however, the jammer for Appalachian, is very familiar with that star on her helmet, having jammed numerous times here in the first half. But just like that, Reverse Cowgirl gets her quick 3 points and quickly calls it off, 69-31 with 13 minutes left in the first half. And it looks like Reverse Cowgirl was taking a little bit of that first half of the game to collect herself, so to speak. She played a lot as a jammer in their first game. And now jamming for Fort Lauderdale's Gold Coast, that is number 412, Crazy Yinzer. But your lead jammer out in front is Patty Youngthing, number 711 in the black.
Patty Youngthing quickly from right to left, and she gets space on the inside for 5 points on that pass.
This is Appalachian's first lead jammer status in the last 3 jams.
Making quick work of that attempt at a 3-wall by Gold Coast. Got broken up a bit by Frogher, and that gave Patty Youngthing the space she needed to work. So 5 more points go up for 10 points so far on this jam for Appalachian.
Back into the mix. Crazy Yinzer trying to fight past that Appalachian wall of black, getting quite a bit of offensive assistance from her blockers. Oh! Strong hit there by number 5, Coco Janelle. Coco Janelle proving to be a formidable blocker in this game. I know I've said her name quite a bit.
She's been in the mix on both sides as a jammer and a blocker, and paying off well for Appalachian. Right now, a 15-point jam underway for them as they try to close this gap. and get momentum in that latter half of the latter portion of this period.
With a couple of both pivots spilling to the inside. Crazy Yinzer grabs no points on that pass.
19-point total for Appalachian to bring their total to 50, 69 for Gold Coast. So both teams having settled into their game. If you've just joined us online, thank you so much for being with us. Gold Coast in the red jerseys, Appalachian in black. And you are joining in the last bit of day one here at Beach Brawl 2016. And so far, this has been a very competitive bout between these two teams, Scarlett.
Absolutely, and with only a 19-point spread, I mean, that's exactly how many points we saw Appalachian take in that last jam, so it is literally still anybody's game. Back once again, wearing that jammer star straight off the Adam Jam line. Your captain for Gold Coast, Anakin Skyblocker, fighting her way through that triangle formation of Appalachian blockers. She is now your lead jammer.
Gold Coast attempted a three-wall blown up by Appalachian. That's going to create some space for Fiendish, but some nice defensive blocking sends her to the infield, and she will have to recycle back behind number 17, Just Business. Both teams doing a nice job of forcing out their opposing jammers and recycling backwards, but Gold Coast gets through first, picking up 5 on that pass.
Bit of a fray we've got going here at turn 3 and now turn 4. No real tight defensive formations there, just a whole lot of clustered, a bit of a mosh pit, if you will, making it easy for Anakin Skyblocker to find her way through that pack with a few zigs and zags. That's kind of, as a jammer, you know, it's sometimes it's tough whenever you get caught behind that solid wall that won't move, but it's a little bit nice whenever you can find those openings if your blockers just make chaos of everything out on the track.
But through all that commotion, 8 points were put up by Gold Coast, extending their lead to 77-50 for Appalachian. 8:36, the clock is moving, and we are now underway with our next jam.
A name that I've said plenty of times today. Your jammer for Appalachian is number 5, Coco Janelle. But your lead jammer, once again, is Reverse Cowgirl in the red for Gold Coast.
You mentioned this a moment ago, Reverse Cowgirl starting to become more frequent in the jammer rotation here in the second portion of this first period. And now we'll see what she can do against a 3-wall for Appalachian. As she picked up 2.
4-woman wall of Gold Coast defenders stretched all the way across that track, taking up all 4 lanes right as Coco Janelle hit that pack. Didn't have time for her to jump in, but yeah, great action we're seeing out on the track as the teams start to gel a little bit more in their defensive formations. 2 points on that last jam for Gold Coast, 79-50, as Gina Marzano now jamming for Gold Coast. Her first time on the line during this game. And Patty Youngthang jamming for Appalachian.
Marzano, lead jammer, as she was able to get behind around a hip check by Appalachian's blocker.
Patty Youngthang not far behind. Both jammers on their scoring pass now. And Marzano calling it off.
4-0 jam for Gold Coast.
This next jam going to be brought to you by Extreme. Are you ready for an extreme break? Come visit Extreme Action Park where you can race, bowl, eat, and play all under one roof. Drive the fastest gas-powered go-karts on our indoor asphalt track, bowl on our plush lanes, play in the arcade, and climb on the ropes course adventure.
Anakin Skyblocker pushing forward against an Appalachian 4-wall, braced in front by number 22, Tutu LaRue.
Much the same. Fiendish having a similar difficulty getting past that Gold Coast wall of 4 at the time, now 3, as Gold Coast pivot, who lost her pivot cover, has now been sent to the penalty box.
Both teams losing a blocker in the early portion of that jam, and the lead jammer actually clearing for Appalachian is Fiendish.
Anakin with some nice toe stop work on the inside. Nice little chasse. Stays in bounds and is declared lead jammer. So she quickly calls it off, holding Appalachian to only 2 points.
I think your description earlier, Scarlett, is so apropos. This notion of just this flurry and scurrying going on. Teams, when they're able to get those walls together, we see some success in at least slowing down the pace of the jammers. But there have been distinct moments throughout this entire first period where it just seems sort of scattered with some individual blocking going on, but not a lot of success in stopping the jammers. When you're out there one-on-one, it's not as easy as when you've got your teammates next to you.
Well, that doesn't seem to be a problem for number 5, Barbed Wire Gordon, who is now your lead jammer for Gold Coast, jamming against our other number 5 in the black Coco Janelle, jamming for Appalachian. Gold Coast doing a little bit better job of tightening up those walls and really trying to do that partner work and that nice gelled 3 and 4 woman wall across the track. And it's also very difficult to make those formations if you have multiple players in the penalty box. So that's what we're seeing hurt both of these teams at various intervals so far here in the first half.
Definitely lots happening within this first period, but where we stand right now is 87 for Gold Coast, 52 for Appalachian. Just under 4.5 minutes left to go in this first period.
And it looks like number 714 once again for Gold Coast, Gina Marzano jamming for Gold Coast, and Patty Youngthang jamming for Appalachian.
Patty Youngthang straight through that Gold Coast pack, picking up lead jammer for Appalachian. Again, there we see Gold Coast not quite getting that wall put together. That opens the door for Patty Youngthang to pick up 4.
Patty Youngthang picking up those 4 points as lead jammer, taking advantage of that position, which she had for the first time in 4 jams. 87-56, Gold Coast in the lead. Still anybody's game, though, as we have a little less than 4 minutes left in the first half, heading into jam number 21 here at Beach Brawl 2016. And once again, we have the captain for Gold Coast, number 3, Anakin Skyblocker, jamming on that Adam jam line.
For Appalachian, it's Coco Janelle with the star. And a forearm penalty now on Anakin Skyblocker. So this will be lead jammer Coco Janelle, Appalachian.
And a power jam for Coco Janelle, who, as we've seen, has been a formidable player on both blocking and jamming. So golden opportunity, great person to have that power jam opportunity out on the track. Appalachian clearing the pathway on the inside, then waterfalling to the outside, trapping about half of Gold Coast pack, trying to make a path for Coco to make her way through. Coco getting triple teamed by those last 3 Gold Coast blockers who forced her to recycle. Thankfully, her blockers are there to absorb some of that recycle attempt.
That block that forced out Coco Janelle was intended anger, who does it again on the outside line. Just some quick, brisk hits by intended anger, and all that progress stops quickly.
Yeah, you don't have to go for the big blockbuster hits. Just make it solid, strong, and effective. And we saw her both times step out just on one skate, and she almost was able to balance on the inside. So sometimes that follow-through is what makes all the difference in the world. Now out of the penalty box and on her scoring pass, Anakin Skyblocker re-enters the fray. But Coco decides to call it off after getting a grand slam. 5 points on the board for Appalachian. And we have an official review called by Appalachian, I believe.
This official review is going to be brought to you by Sotolongo Law Firm, who is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs. And we'd also like to take a moment and reach out to a few other of our sponsors, those including the Funky Buddha, Moda, and Green Monster. That's Green Monster, GRNMNSTR. So no vowels, just consonants. And also, we want to remind everyone that you are invited to the official 2016 Beach Brawl After Party Sunday, May 15th, where there are 2-for-1 drinks until midnight. Free party bus to and from the club until close. Departs from the Renaissance Hotel. Wristbands will be provided for all Beach Brawl participants, staff, including volunteers. Now, this is an only 21 and up event. But that still doesn't. But we still want to see everybody to come on out and have some fun. That's going to be at Sin Nightclub. That's 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue, and you can visit their website at www.sinnightclub.com.
Official review still underway out on the track, and Piggy, we've seen quite a bit of back and forth here at Beach Brawl, which is a WFTDA recognized tournament. Keep in mind, WFTDA Recognized Tournaments program recognizes and supports high-quality WFTDA member-hosted tournaments worldwide, and all of these teams out here are working to improve their rankings so that they can potentially have a chance at playoffs and then championships, both D1 and D2. August is when we will see the Division II playoffs happening in Wichita and Lansing, respectively. Division I playoffs all during September, throughout the U.S. and Canada. We will let you know what the result of that official review is as soon as we know. Now back to the action on the track. Barbed Wire Gordon jamming for Gold Coast. Patty Youngthang jamming for Appalachian.
Patty Youngthang stuck behind a strong wall by Gold Coast, but able to sneak through on the inside as she was able to just find that gap in what previously had been a very strong wall by Gold Coast.
That is Appalachian's third lead jammer status acquisition in a row. Patty takes 4 points and calls it off, closing that point spread 87-65 with just over a minute left in the first half.
Appalachian Scarlet staying within shooting distance of this Gold Coast team. As again, it can be said they're carrying some momentum into the into the halftime period. That we'll see if they can parlay that into something in the second half. So again, interesting developments here with Appalachian, with some very strong jams here in the last part of this first period.
Sometimes you just need a second to regroup, dust off the rust that may have accumulated. And once again, we have our fourth lead jam in a row for Appalachian, and that is on the heels of Fiendish, who is running, not even skating, running around the track. She is trying to make up some serious points here. She's jamming against Anakin Skyblocker, who is also on her scoring pass.
3 points signaled on that pass by Appalachian. And again, the pace of the pack, Gold Coast picked it up very quickly because they understand and know the speed that Fiendish has shown so far this period.
Well, that pack jammer awareness has definitely worked in both teams' favor whenever it works well, and both teams staying more clean in terms of penalties in the last couple jams as well. That has made a pretty significant difference too. Crazy Yinzer now jamming for Gold Coast.
Reverse Cowgirl.
Oh, sorry, that is Reverse Cowgirl. The monitor was incorrect. Reverse Cowgirl, your lead jammer for Gold Coast. Patty Youngthang, back-to-back, jamming once again. I guess she just didn't have enough in that last jam.
Interesting choice there to keep her on that jam line, but the jam is called with a 4-point pickup by Gold Coast, and we are officially at halftime. For those here in the venue, let's hear it for these two teams who have put together quite a bout. Scarlet, again, as we said, as we start to move into halftime, Appalachian with some strong work here at the latter part of this period. Interesting to see how they'll progress into the second period in what has been an entertaining bout so far.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of gelling happening the further we get into the game. And again, sometimes it's just a matter of getting into the groove, getting into the swing of things, and getting used to being with your teammates on the track. It also looks like the polished concrete here at the Fort Lauderdale Broward County Convention Center is proving to be a bit challenging for some of the skaters, and I think whenever you're in your first game here, it takes a minute to get used to sort of how you have to alter your stance and your style and even your path that you would normally take, skating that diamond around to adapt to the surface that you're dealing with here. So both teams doing a good job of adapting here in the latter portion of the first half of our game, and I'm excited to see what we have to come in just under 14 minutes.
And with that, we will go to halftime. Once again, those of you online, thank you so much for joining us here for Beach Brawl 2016. We'll be right back with more Derby action. And Gold Coast 13 out of 24. There's a 75% lead jam percentage for Petty Young Thing, number 711 for Appalachian. But on the side of Gold Coast, they put in some jammers in the latter portion of the first period, Scarlett, that are working at 100% lead jammer result, Reverse Cowgirl and Gina Marzano. So we'll see how that plays out over the next period.
So another part to that story of the first half is definitely the penalties. We saw Appalachian have quite a few players in the box simultaneously. Appalachian coming out of the first half with 23 total penalties. Now, Gold Coast, no angels by any means. They're not far behind with 18. However, it seemed like the frequency at which they had multiple players in the box was less often than what we saw with Appalachian, and that was absolutely killer to that Appalachian defense. However, teams coming out not too far apart in terms of points. Gold Coast going into halftime with 91 and Appalachian with 68. So again, still anybody's game as we head into the second half of this exciting game.
Definitely the case, and so we're going to see what happens in the next 30 minutes of gameplay as we start to wind down day one of Beach Brawl 2016. But I'm not ready for this to end just yet, Scarlett. I think you feel the same.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see the second half. We have 30 more whole minutes of black versus red. Thanks again to all of you that are joining us online. This is Beach Brawl 2016 Track D at the Broward County Convention Center.
In red, we have Gold Coast. In black jerseys, we have Appalachian. And so here we go. The 5-second call's been made, and we're ready for Derby.
And out first, jamming for the first time this game, I believe, that is Nerd Fighter wearing the black for Appalachian. And Barbed Wire Gordon, a familiar face on the jam line for Gold Coast.
Nerd Fighter trying to clear, but she went down to one knee and right back up, though. There's the lead jammer call, Appalachian Nerd Fighter.
Looks like Reverse Cowgirl sent to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. And your lead jammer, Nerd Fighter, now on her scoring pass. Barbed Wire Gordon on her scoring pass as well. Nerd Fighter with a beautiful swish to the inside. Gets her 4 points very quickly and calls off that jam.
We'll look to see if Nerd Fighter becomes part of that Appalachian story, because that little jump at the end tells me she knows what she's doing when she's out there with that star. Jam number 2 getting set to go. We've got one Gold Coast blocker in the penalty box, so 4-3 advantage for Appalachian.
Anakin Skyblocker, your jammer for Gold Coast. And Fiendish jamming for Appalachian. We've got penalties being whistled out on the track. I believe that is 11-14 for Gold Coast. Slampersand. I'm sorry, Carnivorous Licks. And Gold Coast is your lead jammer.
Meantime, Fiendish picks up a forearm penalty that sends her to the penalty box. Therefore, power jam now for Gold Coast. Appalachian setting up a 4-wall, but into disrupt, or at least attempt to, is Gold Coast. But nice recovery by Appalachian.
Nice offensive assist there by Gold Coast, helping to make some space for Anakin Skyblocker to get through. She racks up a grand slam on that pass and quickly calls it off, maintaining that lead 96-72. Gold Coast in the lead as we head into jam number 3 of the second half.
Power start now for Gold Coast. Now the Adam jam line.
Who's jamming? I think that's Yinzer. Believe that is Crazy Yinzer jamming for Gold Coast. And right out of the box, right out the gate, 14:55, Fiendish, your lead jammer for Appalachian.
Front of the pack, Gold Coast with a wall. Fiendish being forced towards the inside line and forced out nicely. That block was dealt out by Suki Sankhouse.
Fiendish really relying heavily on those toe stops there on the inside line, trying to stay in bounds, but gets shoved out by that Gold Coast double team. Meanwhile, Crazy Yinzer now on a scoring pass takes 0 on that one before Fiendish can call it off after 3 points. Gold Coast maintains the lead 96-75. Pack moving up, split wall defense right out of the gate. And once again in the jammer rotation, Nerd Fighter for Appalachian, Barbed Wire Gordon jamming for Gold Coast. Barbed Wire Gordon moving those feet super fast. And it pays off. She manages to get out in front and is your lead jammer for Gold Coast. Calls it off right as Nerd Fighter is sent to the penalty box for a cutting the track penalty. It means Gold Coast is going to start on a power jam.
Penalty box with some residents. We've got one blocker for Appalachian in, as well as one blocker for Gold Coast, as this power start is now underway for Gold Coast.
Out on the line for Gold Coast, that is Anakin Skyblocker, who has just been declared lead jammer before being sent out of bounds and did not re-enter legally, so she will go to the penalty box for a cutting the track penalty.
That was a beautifully executed block by Public Genemy that started that entire situation, and now we've got power jam for Appalachian as Nerd Fighter is on the track.
Nerd Fighter sneaks on through her to complete her initial pass. Split wall defense being utilized by both teams. Appalachian parting the waters, trying to make some space for their jammer, regrouping in that triangle defensive formation at the back. Gold Coast bridging.
The thing with Gold Coast, Carla, is they're making contact every opportunity they can. So not only are you having to maneuver yourself through that forward bridge, you're getting hit every single time. And so, again, they're wearing down Appalachian's jammers. We'll see how long they can stay in.
Well, Nerd Fighter just got sent to the penalty box, and I think it was mistakenly, actually, looked like it was declared a no pass.
That was the signal that was being given, no pass, no penalty. So a little bit of confusion on Nerd Fighter's part, but back on the track.
Both jammers back into the action now. We've got people flying all over the place. Gold Coast sending a blocker to the penalty box as Anakin Skyblocker contending with that last two-woman wall of defense. Tutu LaRue and number 63 Snatch and Bent on the defense there. Anakin takes 4 points. No lead jammer.
Nerd Fighter forced out yet again by another block by Suki Skankhouse as that jam comes to a close. Score update shows 7-4 jam, make that 7-7 jam for these two teams. 103 Gold Coast, 82 Appalachian.
This next jam going to be brought to you by Radar. Visit the Radar booth to register to win a free set of the all-new Radar Halo wheels. They're right back here in the back, so if you're here with us at the venue, check them out.
Official timeout on the track. You owe me a Coke. Jinx.
And this official timeout is going to be brought to you by Phillips & Phillips Law Firm. They are proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 and are an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all of your legal needs. Additionally, Power Dine has changed the game again. If you stop by that Rydell booth, you can check out the all-new redesigned Arius, I believe, or Aris Platinum Plate, Platinum Performance redefined. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us at home, you can see us beginning again for day 2 of Beach Brawl 2016. We'll be here on Track D, beginning the day at 9 a.m. Eastern with DC Rollergirls versus Dublin Roller Derby. Please join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Or if you prefer, Track C, Rainy City Rollergirls and Red Stick Roller Derby will be beginning at 10 a.m. So make sure you stick around for day 2 and rejoin us tomorrow morning. Track D at 9 a.m., Track C at 10 a.m. We'd also like to take a moment to thank Bont, lighter, stronger, faster, the original carbon boot. Bont, the lightest boots on the market. The regular Bonts are semi-custom or full custom. Yes, they can do that. My Bonts are the latest and greatest way to customize your Bont boots, and Quad Stars, high-end, low-spend. Believe the hype. And then Bont also brings to you the Royal Assassin wheels, hand-poured, hot-cured. Customize them using My Bonts. While the officials are continuing to go over what looks like, I believe, our penalty count, I'd also like to remind everyone that the Beach Brawl 2016 is a WFTDA recognized tournament. And being a part of that structure and being a part of the WFTDA international tournaments, we are going to have playoffs coming up soon. Starting in August 19th through the 21st, and then in August 26th through the 28th are going to be our Division II international playoffs. The beginning will be in Wichita, and then the second weekend will be then in Lansing, Kansas, and Michigan, respectively. Division I playoffs will take up the entire month of September 2nd through the 4th in Montreal, Quebec, 9th through the 11th in Columbia, South Carolina, 16th through the 18th in Vancouver, and the 23rd through the 25th in Madison, Wisconsin. So if you are planning on attending the International Division II and Division I playoffs, make sure you book those trips now. Go ahead and mark that on your calendar. Start saving up. Get your flights early, folks, while they're cheap. And then make sure you save a little room at the extra there for our championships, the 2016 International WFTDA Champs, November 4th through the 6th. In Portland, Oregon, hosted by Rose City Rollers, our current reigning champions.
All right, now that the refs have had their time to confer on that official timeout, we are back to the action. And now for the first time during this half, I believe, this is Deadly Force, number 13, jamming for Gold Coast in the red. And she is your lead jammer. Patty Youngthing donning the star for Appalachian.
Contrast of styles here as Deadly Force working with Brute Force, and now on a power jam as a result of a high block penalty on Patty Youngthing. This will be power jam Gold Coast.
Deadly Force once again living up to her name, just pushing her way through those last couple Appalachian blockers.
We've got a 3-wall set up on the front side by Appalachian, and now we'll see how this unfolds as Gold Coast gets in the mix, tries to break it up.
Two-person defense. Oh, a swing and a bounce. Deadly Force, though, going to get sent to the penalty box for a forearm penalty on that one. Jammer was already released from the penalty box, though, so that's going to be a 30-second sit for Deadly Force as a Pretty Youngthing makes her initial pass through the pack. Appalachian parting the ways.
Forearm penalty called on Gold Coast Cleopatra Heartbreaker. And again, blocker penalties and a jammer penalty also occurring on this jam.
Appalachian sending their jammer now to the penalty box. Patty Youngthing going to sit right as Deadly Force is released for Gold Coast. Lots of back and forth happening in that penalty box. Makes you wonder if they're handing out snacks or something. What are we missing?
Whatever it might be, that jam is come to an end, and 6-5 jam, now 9-5 jam for Gold Coast.
There's a work joke in there somewhere about a 9 to 5. Now up on the Adam Jam line for Gold Coast. I believe that is Barbed Wire Gordon. And still in the penalty box for Appalachian, Patty Youngthang.
Power start underway. 4-wall on the front side by Appalachian. Barbed Wire Gordon working hard, trying to break that wall apart as it now begins to trickle forward.
Appalachian really doing a much better job this go-around of gelling as a wall and working together as a cohesive unit. Oh, Patty Youngthang working those toe stops, trying to sneak by on the inside. Forced to recycle after getting shoved to the inside. And Barbed Wire Gordon makes it through for a scoring pass, taking 4 points on that jam.
Can't say enough, Scarlett, about the footwork of Patty Youngthang. We saw her not only work the toe stops, but also sort of shimmy her wheels to try to create some movement that to some degree distracted the blockers, and they just, I didn't want to say they just got out of her way, but it cleared space there for her to be able to get through on the inside.
Kind of reminded me at a couple points where it was just on like 1 or 2 wheels, like
right.
Those really fancy cars with the airbag. Now jamming for Gold Coast, that is your captain, Anakin Skyblocker. Followed once again by Patty Youngthang. She is just a machine. Jam after jam, penalty or none, she just seems to, I want to go in, I want to go fast, I want to go jam.
She's relied upon by her team. Anakin Skyblocker gets through, calls it off. And 4 points is what goes up on that jam for Gold Coast.
Score is currently 120 to 87 with just under 19 minutes left in the game.
Back again on the line for Gold Coast, it's Deadly Force.
And for Appalachian, that is Fiendish, 14:55.
4-3 blocker advantage for Gold Coast.
And look how solid those split wall defenses are. Immediately, number 714, Gina Marzano, swinging to the front, ready to play offense if necessary, but also switching that team position of the wall for Gold Coast.
Beautifully done by Gold Coast. You said Gina Marzano particularly able to do some good work there, but a track cut now on Gold Coast's Deadly Force, power jam now, and lead jam for Appalachian.
Appalachian once again doing that side sweep formation. Three points for Fiendish and Appalachian on the 9th jam here in the second half of our last game at the first day of Beach Brawl 2016. Words. Yes.
Use them.
Nerd Fighter once again jamming for Appalachian.
This is a power start for Appalachian. As Lil Scrap working alongside Kindly Kills to slow down Nerd Fighter.
There was a little bit of a stumble to the inside there, but it did look like it was just 1 foot, and it was a no pass. So not lead jammer, but Nerd Fighter doing work to try and make her way through that pack. Oh, and the ref is telling her no, she was already past the line of no return, must make her way all the way around the track. That's going to cost some valuable time. Meanwhile, Deadly Force out of that pack, trying to make her initial pass. It looks like we have a clockwise blocking penalty called on Appalachian. Deadly Force makes it through on her initial pass and is declared lead jammer, taking 5 points on her first pass. First scoring pass, I should say.
Appalachian down to 2 blockers and now taking on Deadly Force. Frogger
again with that toe-to-toe, shoulder-to-shoulder pushing, but Deadly Force, again, living up to her name, manages to find some daylight and shrugs off Frogger, who's now going to the penalty box.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Frogger, but there is a definite size differential in terms of the two, Deadly Force and Frogger, and Deadly Force got the better of that as she puts up another pass and another 4 points.
And really quickly, Nerdfighter snuck in there and grabbed 5 points right there at the end. 14 points for Deadly Force on that jam, 5 points for Nerdfighter and the Appalachian Rollergirls.
We are halfway through this second period. And as was said, this is the final bout of day one here at Beach Brawl 2016 in what has been a day full of derby. Bout number 10 today, and it has been a lot of fun. Gold Coast now sending out Barbed Wire Gordon with the star.
And once again, Patty Young thing. Jamming for Appalachian. Barbed Wire Gordon feels her on her tail and calls it off before either team can score any points.
This next jam is going to be brought to you by the Juke Wheel. The Juke Wheel is back, combining a new design with the original urethane. It is your go-to wheel for any surface. You can test ride the Juke Wheel at the Adam Skates booth today. From your fresh meat skates to world champion equipment, Adam Skates has you covered.
134 to 95 with 14 minutes left in the first half, heading into jam number 12. Very tight split wall defense right off the Adam jam line. And donning the star for their respective teams is Anakin Skyblocker for Gold Coast.
But it's Patty Young thing picking up lead jammer for Appalachian. She doesn't seem to lose any step in terms of her speed.
Patty tries to jet through on the outside. Jukes past, nice lateral footwork.
And a beautiful assist by Hold 45 there to open up space for her jammer. So again, a good combo work of Patty Young thing alongside her blockers.
Patty takes 4 points on that jam, holding Gold Coast scoreless. Gold Coast remains in the lead, 134 to 99.
Gina Marzano now with the star once again for Gold Coast.
And Fiendish jamming for Appalachian in the black.
Empty penalty box 4-4 blocker-wise, and Pack at a bit of a standstill.
Just because those walls are so solid, all the things we were saying in that first half, they're doing the opposite now. Very strong walls, 3 and 4 woman defense, covering multiple lanes of the track and staying in close proximity of the other team, which makes it additionally difficult.
Front portion of the Pack intended anger stopped the approach of Appalachian's jammer, but she's able to get through, but took a shot from just about every Gold Coast blocker out there.
Indeed. Tutu LaRue forcing Gold Coast jammer to recycle.
Appalachian with a 5-point pass as this jam continues. And Lil Scrap with a nice force out to the infield.
Intended anger forcing a further recycle. Lil Scrap, man. Hit after hit, follow through after follow through. That's how you hold up that jammer. Gina Marzano takes a bit of a stumble, but makes it to the Pack.
Such a tough blocker combo when you've got both Lil Scrap and Intended Anger on the track together. We saw twice where Lil Scrap took a shot, made contact, and then as the recycling back was occurring, Intended Anger was in there as well. So just a tough line there for Gold Coast.
Appalachian starting short one with a blocker in the box. So 4-3 Pack advantage for Gold Coast, who is currently jamming Barbed Wire Gordon. And Anaconda, first time we've seen her jam for Appalachian, number 15.
She's stuck behind a 3-wall of Gold Coast as Barbed Wire Gordon makes her approach.
Frogher once again being sent to the penalty box as this split wall defense proving a lot to handle for Anaconda. Barbed Wire Gordon, your lead jammer, just took 5 points on her first scoring pass. Oh, Otaconda taking a bit of a tumble.
Honey Boom Boom taking a shot at Barbed Wire Gordon, but she's able to make her way through.
Nice follow through there by Bonnie Boom Boom with the hit out and then the recycle and the repeated hits again. She just had her eyes laser focused on Barbed Wire Gordon. It was not letting her go.
Indeed, that brings us to 10 minutes and counting. 144 for Gold Coast, 108 for Appalachian, as we've got an official review being called by Appalachian.
This official review is going to be brought to you by the Concept Law Firm, also proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think you have the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you. Also, if you're here local with us in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the Extreme Action Park is the largest indoor entertainment venue in South Florida, and they are growing. Opening this year, a 16,000 square foot roller skating rink. They have a rock and jump trampoline park, escape rooms, auto museum, and so much more. They truly have something for everyone. This Saturday night, after all of the action here has come to a close, they invite you to come rock with them at the Extreme Action Park Battle of the Bands. 12 local artist bands duke it out on their front steps, and the winner will receive a custom Magic Hat low-key bass guitar along with a $500 cash prize. Plus, you have the opportunity to browse vendors, enjoy gourmet food trucks, and more. They're also going to be showing UFC 198 pay-per-view live. So if you're one of those people that are interested in, grown men with lots of muscles duking it out for your viewing pleasure, and grown women with amazing muscles duking it out for your viewing pleasure, make sure to stop by the Extreme Action Park here in South Florida.
It's literally just a wall. Versus, it has to do with the shape more so and the fact that they're totally separate. What was it for?
All right, so on that official review, Appalachian was asking for an egregious expulsion or egregious high block, but the officials determined that it was not egregious, and therefore the official review by Appalachian is lost.
Meanwhile, Nerdfighter out in front, lead jammer for Appalachian. Anakin Skyblocker hot on her tail, though. Both jammers on their scoring pass as this pack is moving incredibly quick. That was a really quick jam as well. 3 points for each team, 147 to 111 with just over 9 minutes left in the game.
Impressive work being done by both teams throughout this game, and I expect that we'll see more from them as this weekend continues.
Double triangle defense formation. Both teams starting with a similar strategy and both with similar results. Both jammers getting knocked to the inside. And Tutu LaRue, last line of defense, not able to hold back Barbara Gordon and those quick feet. And I will say one other thing about Patty Young thing, not only is her footwork impressive, but you can tell with every stride, she is really putting a lot of power into those pushes, which makes her get around that track a little bit faster.
Pack speed, though, increases. The jam is called. 3 points by Gold Coast on that pass.
Nerdfighter once again jamming for Appalachian. They seem to be like rotating her in the second half here.
She's facing off against Reverse Cowgirl for Gold Coast. 4-2 blocker advantage for Appalachian as this jam begins.
All kinds of stumbling and sliding going on as Reverse Cowgirl makes her way through the fray first. She is your lead jammer for Gold Coast. Nerdfighter sent to the infield, forced to recycle back to turn 1.
Deadly Force, Intended Anger, and Lil Scrap now the 3-1 on the front side by Gold Coast. Slowing down Nerdfighter.
Reverse Cowgirl sneaking by on the outside. No contact there. I think she was completely untouched, just found a lot of space in lane 4 and made her way through for 4 points.
Smooth strides and another smooth pass by Reverse Cowgirl to extend to 9 points this jam by Gold Coast.
Reverse Cowgirl shrugging off blockers left and right, but oh, she did it with a forearm. That's going to send her to the penalty box and put a power jam on the line for Nerdfighter, who I believe is still on her initial pass. Clockwise blocking penalty called on Coco Janelle. And Lil Scrap takes a stumble to the inside, quickly regroups, and Nerdfighter forced to recycle all the way back to that Adam jam line. I feel like that fall just happened in slow motion.
5 minutes, 50 seconds, 13 points for Gold Coast to extend their lead to 163 to 111. That 13 points was our highest scoring jam of this period. 14 points now as the score is updated one last time. Fiendish on the line for Appalachian.
And Anakin Skyblocker, your captain for Gold Coast, donning the jammer star for the ladies in red. Triangle defensive structure utilized by Gold Coast is no match for Fiendish and those fast feet. And it looks like we have a cutting the track penalty called on Anakin Skyblocker. So we have a power jam on our hands at a perfect time for Fiendish, who with an eagle to the inside manages to sneak by for a grand slam. Now that is the type of play that we need to see more and more for Appalachian to close that point spread, which is not super big at this point. 164 to 116 with less than 5 minutes left in the game.
This will be a power start as a result of the penalty towards the end of that jam. So Fiendish stays on the track. And we've got 3-2 blocker advantage for Gold Coast. 3-2.
Triangle defensive formation used by Gold Coast, proving to be quite effective today.
Deadly Force with a beautifully placed shoulder check, but no, the penalty is called. It was a forearm that is being signaled against Deadly Force.
Fiendish pushing, finally gets through. She is your lead jammer for Appalachian. Appalachian trying to form some sort of solid defensive wall. Gold Coast, number 17, Jess Business with a beautiful jammer takeout there in the straightaway, forcing Fiendish to call it off.
Even though she had that angle, it looked like she was just going to fall short, but man, she got in there quick and finished off that block.
Once again, two familiar faces on that Adam jam line. Barbed Wire Gordon jamming for Gold Coast, but your lead jammer out in front, number 7-11, Patty Young Thing is your lead jammer. Jammers take each other out at turn 3, and a low block penalty is called on Patty Young Thing. Gold Coast seems kind of happy about that.
Power jam for them, and so of course that would be something that would make them happy. So here we go.
Multiplayer block penalty called on number 144 for Appalachian. 9-pound hammer.
This might be that difference-making jam that allows for Gold Coast to carry the momentum of the last portion of this period. So we'll see what happens here as another 5 go up for Gold Coast.
Just over 2 minutes left in the half. Barbara Gordon with a grand slam on that pass. Only one blocker remains for Appalachian on the track. Full complement of blockers for Gold Coast. And look at that pack speeding up to make things much more difficult for Patty Youngthang. Barbed Wire Gordon takes 4 points on her latest scoring pass.
And untouched once again, Scarlett inside line. Barbed Wire Gordon picking up another 5.
Everybody's so caught up paying attention to Patty Youngthang. Didn't even see Barbed Wire Gordon coming. Multi-player block penalty called on Tutu LaRue as Barbed Wire Gordon once again hits that wall of black and is going to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. $19 points for Gold Coast. I'm sorry, that's 22 points for Gold Coast, 8 points for Appalachian, and we have a team timeout called by Appalachian.
This team timeout going to be brought to you by Soda Longo Law Firm. Proud to support Beach Brawl 2016 here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, because they care. Please contact Soda Longo Law Firm for all of your legal needs. And 5 Second Skate Gear. 5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, stop by their booth, say hello, hashtag next whistle. Boom wheels by Adam are magical. Experience better roll and grip from one wheel. Available in 3 hub options to fit any need. Test ride the boom wheel today at the Adam Skates booth today. You can also experience what Aquatech heat molding can do for you.
As we get set for the next jam, I want to just take a quick moment to say thank you to all of our officials, NSOs, and referees for the work done in this bout. We'll join us with a huge round of applause for our officials here tonight.
Now straight off the line for Appalachian from the Adam Jam line once again, Patty Youngthang with a lovely hockey stop to the outside corner at turn 1, manages to stay in bounds and gets lead jammer status.
Inside line pass by Patty Youngthang, continuing to see, Scarlett, why they trust her so much with that star, as she is quick and very, very agile through the pack.
Kindly Kills being sent to the penalty box for a multiplayer block penalty. And Barbed Wire Gordon back into the action. Has made her initial pass, now eligible to score points. No real defensive formation that we saw so far in the first half of that jam. Timeout called by Appalachian.
This timeout going to be brought to you by our after party. Beach Brawl 2016 after party going to take place Sunday night, May 15th. 2-for-1 drinks till midnight and a free party bus to and from the club until close. They'll leave from the Renaissance Hotel, which is the official hotel of Beach Brawl 2016. It is 21 and up only, but that doesn't mean we can't, have fun. So if you're under 21, I'm sure there's going to be a gathering going on later. That after party, though, is going to feature be featured at Sin Nightclub. www.sinnightclub.com.
And with our team timeout done, we are back to the action, starting off on the Adam Jam line for Appalachian. is Coco Janelle. And Reverse Cowgirl jamming for Gold Coast with some fancy spin moves.
I think I just saw 2 spin moves by Reverse Cowgirl to get through.
Absolutely double pirouette to the inside on lane 1. Gets her lead jammer status. Coco Janelle not far behind. And look at the speed of this pack. And speaking of spin moves, Reverse Cowgirl wants to go out with a bang. Unofficially getting 2 points and closing the game. Looks like our unofficial final score, 188 to 140.
For those here in the house, let's hear it for both of these teams. Just a fantastic way to close out day 1 here at Beach Brawl. Scarlett, I think if we analyze it, it came down a bit to penalties. Appalachian unable to keep blockers on the track. But Gold Coast, just that consistent and relentless approach to getting those jammers in and out and just pouring it on, power jams to their advantage. So, again, a complete game put together here by our hosts, the Gold Coast Derby Girls.
Absolutely. Now, that solid defense we saw from Gold Coast, once we saw the teamwork starting to happen and those walls really gelling and those defensive formations, everybody being on the same page, we saw magic happen out here on the track. And it didn't hurt that their jammers put on some fancy spin moves, but I gotta say, I'm hugely impressed by the footwork I saw from Appalachian and some of their jammers.
Yeah, Patty Young thing stands out to me. Coco Janelle, again, just a lot of hard work being done by both teams as we watch Appalachian take their lap as well. Just, again, a well-played bout on all levels for these 2 teams.
And we hope that you guys will join us back here for day 2 of Beach Brawl 2016 here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale. Thanks everyone that joined us in the venue, and those of you watching online. We will kick things off tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. Eastern, with DC versus Dublin right here on Track D. On behalf of our team here at Beach Brawl, I'm Scarlett O'Hurya.
I'm Piggy Fatness, and thank you. Your name is?
Shady Hawkins.
The Shady Hawkins. Thank you so much for joining all of us. We will see you tomorrow for day 2 of Beach Brawl 2016.